This world revolves around a single, legendary game, Dragon Slayer Academy. It's a place where players are forged in fire, preparing to hunt the world's greatest threats. And in this game, I held the top spot, rank number 1, the strongest support. My team was a lineup of legends, constantly thrown into the heart of chaos. We faced down snarling beasts and monstrous hordes without breaking a sweat. Our S-rank saint, Lee Seo, could cleanse the entire battlefield with a single flash of holy light. And our Ruby Tower Master, Hong Hyuna, would follow up by incinerating whatever was left with her fire. Meanwhile, our Black Knight, Ko Yohan, would calmly face down a colossal serpent by himself. His blade, crackling with dark power, sliced through its hide effortlessly. Just another day for my party of S-rank monsters, each one a legend in their own right. But for all their overwhelming power, what I loved most in this game was something else entirely. Deep within the dungeon, I found it, the Trueblood Stone, an item to upgrade the vampire class. My real passion was the Raise a Hero system. You take a clueless, first-year NPC, like this timid vampire Carmilla, and you turn them into a legend. She absorbs the stone, its immense power coursing through her very being. And just like that, she's reborn as the S-rank vampire queen Carmilla, my 1000th S-rank hero. Back in my room, I stretch, the glow of the monitor illuminating a hollow victory. So what now? With a sigh, I take off my headphones. There was literally nothing left to do. I'd hit S-rank in every class, even got duplicates. The thrill was gone. But just as I was about to log off, an unexpected notification suddenly appeared on my screen. His eyes snap open, a jolt of pure disbelief running through him. An EX rank quest, a difficulty tier he never knew existed, offering rewards beyond imagination. A new mountain to climb? Without a second of hesitation, his hand clicks the mouse. He's all in, but instead of a new menu, his world flashes white, and he finds himself standing in a dense, unfamiliar forest. He recognizes this place instantly, the tutorial zone. He's actually been reincarnated into the game, starting from scratch. He pulls up his status window, and his stomach drops. Everything is blank. Skills, traits, equipment all gone. Just as despair sets in, a new notification chimes. He's been granted reincarnation perks, a few starter traits and skills. He smirks, figuring it's only fair to give the game's top player a small head start, when another window appears. A tutorial quest. He almost scoffs, remembering the weak mobs here, but then he hears it. Heavy footsteps, far too loud for a beginner-level monster. A wave of immense pressure washes over him, and a primal fear grips him as something powerful barrels through the trees. It's not just one monster, it's two colossal dragons locked in a vicious aerial battle. He stumbles back, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. 2 S-rank bosses in the tutorial? This had to be the EX quest's doing. His only thought is to run and hide. But as he flees, a storm of fire erupts from a draconic figure, an attack so powerful it freezes him in place. Getting hit by that would be game over before he even started. But then, an idea sparks. This is the perfect chance. To use his copy skill, he has to witness the ability and know the target's exact name. A feat impossible for any normal player, but for him, it's almost trivial. His eyes lock onto the caster, the world-ending magic reflecting in his pupils as he activates his unique power. A system window flashes. He's successfully copied the S-rank trait, Elemental Resistance. A skill would have been better, he thinks, but without a mana engine yet, he'll gladly settle for a top-tier trait. But just as he processes his new power, he notices something is wrong. The wind is blowing backwards. His eyes snap up to see the colossal red dragon gathering a searing ball of fire in its chest. And across from it, a blue dragon crackles to life, summoning a storm of pure lightning. He realizes with dawning horror they're preparing their breath attacks, a dragon's ultimate move. There's no time to think, only to run for his life, pushing his body to its absolute limit. Even with his new S-rank resistance, a direct hit from that inferno would be the end. And getting caught in that concentrated lightning storm would vaporize him instantly. The world behind him erupts in a blinding flash as the two elemental forces collide. Having survived the tutorial from hell, he finds himself at a train station, bound for the Dragon Slayer Academy. On board, he finds every seat taken, except for one across from a sleeping girl, and politely asks to share the table. He tries to get her attention, but she seems to be completely knocked out. Before he can decide what to do, another student arrives, also desperately looking for a seat. He explains that while the seat is empty, the girl just isn't waking up. The commotion finally rouses her, and she lifts her head with a tired, irritated glare. Seizing the moment, the other student, Kim Ho, asks if he can sit, and she gives a simple, quiet, sure. Just as they settle, our protagonist arrives, introducing himself as Go Hyun Woo, after the girl quietly offers her name, Seo Ye. He asks to join them, and with a grateful nod, he takes the last remaining spot at the table. Hyunwoo is incredibly thankful, admitting he thought he'd be standing for the entire hour-long ride. When asked why he was so late, he casually mentions being distracted by two dragons, a story that shocks Kim Ho, who reveals he nearly died in that same encounter. As the train finally departs, Hyunwoo reflects. He knows this academy like the back of his hand, but this time, something feels different. Looking at his new companions, Hyunwoo realizes that Go Hyunwoo and Seo Yeon, these are names he's never heard before. Everyone, from the students to the train staff, are complete strangers. This world might share the same setting as the game he knew, but the cast is completely different, meaning all future events are now unpredictable. And as he's processing this, he can't help but notice the girl beside him, Seo Yeon, has been staring at him for a while now. But this isn't just a simple stare. Seo Yeon possesses a special eye, one that turns everything she sees into measurable data. For instance, the boy in front of her, Hyunwoo, seems completely average, a mess of low-rank swordsmanship traits and skills. But Kim Ho, the other boy at the table, is different. His status is just a string of question marks, a phenomenon she's rarely ever seen. Her intense focus is finally broken when Kim Ho notices her gaze, asking her why she's staring at him like that. Flustered, she remembers some old advice. If someone catches your interest, you should try being nice to them. With a grimace of pure determination, she grips her briefcase, ready to make her incredibly awkward first move. And her grand, socially calibrated plan? She whips out a bag of homemade cookies. With a deadpan expression, she offers one to Kim Ho, hoping this counts as being nice. Completely caught off guard by the random gesture, he cautiously accepts the cookie. He asks if she made them, and she bluntly admits they're nothing special, just average. As he tries the average cookie, her attention snaps over to the other guy, Hyunwoo, eyeing his large, wrapped weapon. Hyunwoo immediately puffs up, boasting that it's a sacred relic he's not yet worthy to unseal. For now, he makes do with a simple iron sword, but smugly adds he hasn't met a worthy opponent yet. Kim Ho just smiles, subtly jabbing that maybe he should find a sturdier weapon then. But their little chat is cut short when a loud, boisterous voice suddenly interrupts their table. While Hyunwoo is surprisingly welcoming, Kim Ho isn't fooled, asking what his real business is. The newcomer flashes a business card, introducing his Dragon Slayer Academy errand service. Kim Ho smirks, asking if they'll do anything like the job that has him on the run right now. The guy's confident facade cracks as Kim Ho explains he saw him nervously glancing out the window the whole time. Caught red-handed, the errand boy tries to make a hasty retreat, but he's frozen in place by a sudden terrifying presence. The student disciplinary committee has arrived, and their leader announces that they know everything. From behind cover, the panicked student identifies the committee, a group that handles law and order at the academy. These aren't just any members. They're elite first, years who get deployed immediately after orientation. The leader extends her hand, demanding he surrender the forbidden item he's carrying. And as he protests, a jolt of energy zaps through him, punishment delivered instantly. Our protagonist realizes with a jolt she's a lightning-type mage, a rare and powerful class. A sly grin spreads across his face. His copy skill slot is conveniently empty. The errand boy, meanwhile, is panicking, dropping the contraband as he realizes he can't fight his way out. The committee leader has lost her patience, pulling on her gloves and declaring she'll just have to subdue him. With a decisive snap of her fingers, she summons her lightning. She unleashes her skill, Hummingbird, a piercing beam of pure electricity. The bolt strikes true, throwing the student off balance with a violent jolt. He instinctively raises an arm to shield himself, but the attack is far too fast. Arcs of lightning completely envelop him, paralyzing him on the spot. He's caught in a torrent of raw energy, utterly at her mercy. But as the lightning fades, the disciplinary leader is stunned, demanding to know if he has an accomplice. Just then, a new voice cuts in, calmly stating that it's not an accomplice as a figure steps into the hall. It's Kim Ho, and has pointing at a cookie on the floor, accusing her of making him drop his snack. The entire tense confrontation, he claims, was all because she ruined his precious chocolate chip cookie. One of her enforcers scoffs at the pathetic excuse, telling Kim Ho to get lost or get burned. But Kim Ho's friend, Hyunwoo, steps up beside him, hand on his sword, ready for a fight. The hallway freezes as the two sides face off, a full-blown standoff between the students and the committee. Trying to avoid a bigger incident, the enforcer offers a dessert coupon, an offer Kim Ho casually accepts. The errand boy panics, what about him? But Kim Ho makes it clear, that's not his problem, because as the boy gets zapped again, Kim Ho smirks, a new skill, and an S-rank trait now copied in his. The disciplinary leader is left seething, holding a stolen wig, realizing the prank was far worse than she thought. But Kim Ho isn't done. Giving her a smug wave and a piece of advice, stay away from Shin Byung-chul. As her committee retreats in fury, one of the enforcers glares back, vowing to remember Kim Ho's face. Meanwhile, that very same Shin Byung-chul chats with Hyun-woo, identifying the committee leader they just faced. She's Song Chun-hai, the granddaughter of the legendary Thunderlord, a fact that explains her immense power. And her entourage are no slouches either, each one a disciple or heir from a major martial arts family. With the introductions done, the incredibly energetic Shin Byung-chul waves a cheerful goodbye to the duo. Hyun-woo immediately turns to Kim Ho, unable to believe he risked all that for a cookie. Kim Ho just smirks, admitting he only did it to get a peek at her rare lightning magic. Hyun-woo analyzes the spell's speed and control, but Kim Ho already knows he's only half right. Kim Ho explains the other half. The spell is called Hummingbird because it mimics the bird's flight. Its performance, he notes, is entirely dependent on the caster's skill. Hyun-woo realizes that if she were a truly seasoned mage, the moment he intervened, the bird's movements would have immediately shifted to compensate for his presence. But instead, it flew straight into his hand, revealing her lack of control and real combat experience. Hyun-woo is stunned that a single spell could reveal so much, but Kim Ho isn't finished yet. He adds that for her to pull off a D-rank spell, with only D-rank strength, proves she's loaded with potential. Completely won over, Hyun-woo declares it must be fate and pledges his unwavering support. He promises that if Kim Ho ever needs help, he will give it his absolute all. Kim Ho immediately takes him up on it, asking him to follow, but first, he needs to borrow 1 silver. With his newly borrowed silver coin, Kim Ho leads them to a dusty corner and yanks a cover off an old machine. It's a slot machine, long abandoned and plastered with an out-of-order sign. Hyun-woo explains this area was a casino on an old sightseeing train, still waiting to be cleaned up. But as Hyun-woo points out the obvious that it's broken, Kim Ho coolly slots the coin in anyway. He can't believe it. The machine is rusted and clearly hasn't worked in years. But then, a flash of light. The screen glows, announcing a hidden event. The broken-looking slot machine. A smug grin spreads across Kim Ho's face. He knew it. This was a guaranteed prize. He pulls the lever, the reels spin and out pops a single, ordinary bottle of water. Kim Ho scoffs, pretending he didn't expect much, while Hyun-woo just looks on, a little awkwardly. His companion then asks why he even came, reminding him that items from a casino could violate school rules. Kim Ho brushes off the concern, casually telling Hyun-woo to stand guard since the committee never comes here. And of course, he jinxes it immediately. A sharp voice cuts in, introducing Han So-min of the Discipline Committee. She warns them the casino is off limits, but Kim Ho just whispers to Hyun-woo, asking him to stall her for a bit. Han So-min smirks, reminding them that helping a rule breaker earns demerits too. But Hyun-woo steps forward, accepting full responsibility for whatever happens next. He draws his blade, formally requesting a match with the famed student of the Sword Empress. A grin flashes across her face as she accepts the challenge and leaps into action. Hyun-woo meets her head-on, parrying her swift attack with a determined grimace. Their weapons collide with a brilliant flash, the force of the impact stopping her dead in her tracks. Her eyes widen in genuine shock as her own weapon begins to resonate with a strange blue light. The raw power of the impact sends Han So-min stumbling back, her stance completely broken. She's being utterly overwhelmed, shocked that she's losing a contest of pure internal energy. But from the sidelines, our protagonist channels his power, activating his signature support skill, Amplify. A brilliant light envelops Hyun-woo, instantly boosting his core trait from a lowly E rank all the way to C. Now empowered, Hyun-woo unleashes a furious counterattack, matching the prodigy blow for furious blow. As the buff timer ticks down, Kim Ho sees his distraction is working perfectly. He turns his attention to a simple slot machine, a game most players write off as a waste of money. But he knows a secret they don't. This machine has a hidden pity system, a guaranteed jackpot trigger. Players start with 5 silver, and this just so happens to be the 5th spin since the last payout. With a confident smirk, he prepares to use the final, borrowed coin to claim his prize. And just as he predicted, on the 6th spin, the machine clatters to a halt, guaranteeing the top reward. The prize materializes in his hand, a C-rank dark ice crystal, along with a dire warning that using it could be fatal. At the same time, the duel rages on, with Han So-min thrown off balance by her opponent's sudden power spike. With just 1 second left on the buff, Hyun-woo's final, empowered strike brings their intense clash to an end. Having seen what he needed, Kim Ho nonchalantly pours the entire deadly crystal down his throat as his friends watch in horror. He seizes up instantly, a frozen status effect flashing as the lethal cold courses through his veins. But a moment later, He's perfectly fine, brushing himself off and leaving his companions utterly speechless. Later, a bewildered Han Soman asks what he just consumed, to which he calmly replies it was basically an elixir for mana. He then explains the item's true nature, the dark ice crystal, a poison so potent it can turn a normal person into an ice statue. But for him, it's a different story. His unique constitution nullifies the poison, allowing him to absorb its pure, concentrated energy. Hyunwoo is overjoyed, thanking his friend for the buff that let him spar with an S rank. Kim Ho waves it off, claiming the skill has a 1-hour cooldown, hiding the true nature of his abilities. The silver-haired girl sighs, figuring a skill that powerful was bound to have restrictions. With their conversation finished, the train finally reaches its destination, the legendary Dungeon Island. We learn this place was once a lawless land, a haven for criminals and crawling with untamed dungeons. That is, until the first hero arrived, single-handedly wiping out every criminal on the island. He conquered all the dungeons and on that hallowed ground, founded the Dragon Slayer Academy. As the group steps onto campus, the air is buzzing with the chaotic energy of new arrivals. Students are everywhere, some corralling rowdy freshmen, others chasing after escaped familiars. Kim Ho, Hyunwoo, and their friends stand together, taking in the lively, chaotic start to their new school life. But their campus tour is cut short when a member of the discipline committee approaches, asking for a moment of their time. Kim Ho is escorted not to an office, but to the infamous Student Discipline Committee room, a place known as the Room of Truth, where students who enter are said to never come out the same. The committee immediately runs a scan on him, checking for the effects of the forbidden item he consumed. But the machine beeps clear. Whatever debuff he had is already gone, and the item seems to have left no trace. The head of the committee, a third year named Oh Sehun, smiles, but warns him that disobeying their orders is a serious offense. Since it's his first time, and no one was harmed, Sehun lets him off with a simple warning to stay out of trouble. But as Kim Ho leaves, Sehun's friendly demeanor drops, and he notes that his subordinate, Chun Hai, still looks displeased. He can't shake the feeling that something is off. There was no reason to use the slot machine, if not for the forbidden item, and even less reason to consume it on the spot. He agrees with Chun Hai this whole incident is far more suspicious than it seems. Chun Hai insists he must have obtained an illegal skill, suggesting they use a magnifying glass to check. But Sehun remains calm, sipping his drink and asking what they should do if the scan turns up nothing. She immediately apologizes for her carelessness, but he reassures her that these things require patience. With a smile, he sends her off, reminding her not to be late for the entrance ceremony. Meanwhile, Kim Ho arrives at the Grand Hall, finding a seat among his fellow first years. Just in time, a system window pops up, rewarding him for completing the tutorial with a weapon ticket and some silver. Suddenly, the crowd murmurs as a man in a simple tracksuit strolls onto the stage. The students are baffled. This unimpressive-looking man is the principal, a former leader of the Dragon Slayer team. He's not just some retired hunter, he holds the title of hero, a rank above even the S-class, but is also famous for being rejected by the Saintess 4 times. A nearby student whispers an update. Actually, it's 5 now. And Kim Ho can't help but crack a smile at the ridiculous rumor. The principal clears his throat, officially welcoming the new students to Demon Slayer Academy. He begins a long speech about the Academy's history, founded to train Dragon Slayers. The first hero, he says, wanted every student to truly understand what it means to be a Slayer. But as the philosophical speech drones on, Kim Ho is already starting to tune out. In fact, the principal's words are so profound they're literally giving the students around him a headache. A staff member finally cuts him off with a pointed gesture, forcing him to hastily wrap things up. The classmate beside Kim Ho is deeply moved, however, calling the speech insightful and valuable. The stern-looking staff member then takes the stage, announcing new rules on forbidden items. Furthermore, a new restriction is in place. All first years are banned from the dungeon's lower levels. With a final, chilling warning about curiosity, she dismisses them, ending the ceremony on a tense note. As the ceremony ends, Kim Ho thinks to himself that it was surprisingly brief. Before he can leave, his new acquaintance cheerfully suggests they all go eat together. Meanwhile, another group discusses their plans, with one girl asking Shin Byung-chul about a scratch on his face. He just grins it off, telling them to rest up because tomorrow is the first real day of classes. Later that night, Kim Ho discovers with mild horror that the overly friendly classmate is his next-door neighbor. After a quick farewell, he enters his dorm room, but sleep is the last thing on his mind. He hangs up his uniform. With this rare moment of peace, he has important work to do. Changing clothes, he sits on his bed and begins to meditate, focusing his internal energy. His goal is clear. He will use this time to forge the very foundation of his power, a core. This internal power engine is the essential component needed to wield mana and internal energy skills. He's never attempted this in real life, but the theory is clear and his body is overflowing with mana. But Kim Ho isn't the only one training tonight. In his own room, Hyunwoo is deep in thought. His mind replays his fight with Han Somin, his first real challenge since coming to the academy. He knows for a fact that if Kim Ho hadn't intervened, he would have been the one to fall. Ever since meeting him, the only word Hyunwoo can use to describe Kim Ho is master. He glances at the sash, wondering if he should swallow his pride and ask for guidance, but he quickly pushes the idea away. He can't bring himself to burden his very first friend. With renewed determination, he resolves to grow stronger on his own and begins his meditation. The next morning, the students gather in their temporary classroom, a new energy in the air. Just as things are settling, the silver-haired girl stumbles in, yawning a very sleepy good morning. The bell has rung, but the classroom is still without a teacher, leaving the students to wonder who they got stuck with. Just then, the door slides open, and a few students turn with casual excitement to greet their new instructor. But their smiles instantly vanish, replaced with wide-eyed shock as they get a proper look at the man who just walked in. He smirks at their terrified faces, introducing himself as their new homeroom teacher, Lee Sudok. Without wasting a moment, he points to a random student, demanding to know what nickname people call him by. The nervous student stammers out his other, more infamous title, the Human Butcher. In the world of Dragon Slayer Academy, there are countless superhumans, and some inevitably turn into villains. Lee Sudok was the specialist tasked with hunting them down, a man known for executing far more than he ever captured. Back in the present, he admits he only took this teaching job because the principal insisted, but he's a professional. And with a bone-chilling glare, he warns them not to ruin his perfect record, because he'd rather kill them all than let them fail. With their attention firmly gripped, Lee Sudok turns to the board to lay out the academy's grading system. He explains the written exam is 30%, with an attitude score of 10% which he ominously adds can become negative. His eyes scan the room, giving a chilling warning that any troublemakers might just meet him again after graduation. But the most important part of their grade, he continues, are the practical exams, like dungeon conquests, and, more importantly, PvP matches, which are graded on a curve to pit them directly against each other. With the full breakdown on the board, he sees no questions and tells them all to head to the arena. The energy in the academy shifts as the long-awaited placement exams finally begin. In the massive stadium, dozens of duels are already underway, the crowd roaring with excitement. The rules are simple and brutal. Fight until one person surrenders, is incapacitated, or their HP hits 0. A 5-minute time limit is the only mercy, with each student facing 3 random opponents to prove their rank. As his classmates worry about losing, Hyunwoo calmly explains that a loss or draw simply means 0 points. Just then, a new notification catches his eye. A subquest for the placement exam appears, offering a new skill copying slot as a reward. But the reward is secondary. For Hyunwoo, this is the perfect chance to scout for talent and new skills to copy. Moments later, his name is called Kim Ho versus Hongyeon Hwa. He steps into the arena, ready. His opponent, a fire mage from the prestigious Ruby Tower, eyes him with a serious expression. Hyunwoo smirks to himself. He knows the Ruby Tower meta well and decides he'll have to play along for a bit. But she's already disappointed, needing a big win for her reputation and getting stuck with a complete nobody. She scoffs internally at his weapon, a pathetic E-rank earth staff that's practically useless. She concludes he can't be an earth mage, so he must be some weakling support. He just stands there, letting her think exactly that. She sizes up his long staff, smugly concluding he's just a stationary support caster. The moment the match starts, she unleashes a massive combustion spell, aiming to end this pathetic fight instantly. Smoke clears from the arena, and she stands there, expecting an easy win for the Ruby Tower. But her confident smirk vanishes in a flash of disbelief. The scoreboard is mocking her. Her opponent's health is still at a perfect 100%. She stumbles back, her mind reeling. She didn't expect a one-shot, but 0 damage, and across the field, Hyunwoo stands there without a single scratch, looking completely unfazed. The arena score confirms the impossible. Her full-power attack was utterly useless. Her mind scrambles for a logical reason. Did he somehow use a dispel magic? Fine. If her basic spells won't work, she decides to show him what a real incantation can do. She scoffs internally. There's no way a simple dispel can handle what's coming next. But Hyunwoo just stands there, calmly inviting her to try anything, promising to intercept her the moment she makes a move. Yeonhwa is baffled. Why is he just standing there inside her active magic circle? His absolute confidence grates on her nerves, twisting her confusion into pure rage. Fine. If he's so sure of himself, shall show him the power of a fire pillar. As the spell rushes towards him, Hyunwoo doesn't even flinch. A massive column of fire erupts from the ground, engulfing him completely. The sheer force of the blast knocks back the spectators, who can only marvel at the Ruby Tower's might. But as the smoke clears, Yeonhwa's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He's standing right where he was, without a single scratch, her ultimate spell utterly negated. He decides it's time to reveal his trump card, unleashing a glowing blue hummingbird that stuns Yeonhwa. The attack moves in a flash, too fast for her to even comprehend. It strikes her with a powerful jolt of energy that she can barely withstand. A system window confirms it. She's been afflicted with paralysis, unable to move a muscle. With the match decided, Hyunwoo calmly suggests they should stop here. He rests his staff on his shoulder, advising her to save her strength for the other matches. All Yeonhwa can do is glare back, completely helpless and seething with rage. The scoreboard officially declares Kim Ho the winner, leaving the entire crowd speechless and confused. Hyunwoo internally sighs. He stood out far more than he'd planned, and needs to be more careful. But just then, the announcer calls his name again for the very next match. He can't catch a break. His next opponent is announced. Song Chun, Hai, a rising star from the Topaz Tower and the Disciplinary Committee. She steps forward with a fiery intensity, remarking on her good luck. She had something she wanted to test. Hyunwoo just stands there silently, facing down her challenge. But just as things are getting good, he raises a hand and calmly announces that he's withdrawing from the match. The scarred instructor, Lee Sudok, watches from the sidelines, completely baffled by this turn of events. Hyunwoo offers a weak excuse about not feeling well, but Sudok reminds him he's throwing away valuable points. Despite the advice, he confirms his decision, much to Chun-Hai's utter disbelief and rising frustration. The instructor reluctantly accepts, noting that he'll record this and his next match as forfeits. Chun-Hai glares at him, calling his actions pathetic, and lecturing him on the importance of being prepared. She clenches her fist, remembering her grandfather's words, "Only those who never give up can reach the top." As she rants, it suddenly clicks for Hyunwoo. Her grandfather is the legendary Thunder Monarch. No wonder she's so driven, following in those footsteps. Not that it matters to him, of course. He just waves a hand dismissively, telling her he's not cut out for this and she can have the win. As he turns to leave, she seethes, calling him a disappointment and regretting ever having any hope. She stops him one last time, demanding to know what he wants from her. Hyunwoo turns back with a dazzlingly annoying smile, asking for a dessert coupon. And with that one simple request, Chun-Hai's fury finally boils over, lightning crackling around her. Her next match is called, and a confident spear user named Young Ji-hong steps into the arena. Ji-hong prepares for a standard duel, but she's stunned by the sheer power already leaking from her opponent. The second the match starts, Chun-Hai unleashes all her pent-up rage in a blinding flash of thunder. The result is a crushing, one-sided victory for Chun-Hai, a perfect 100-0. From the stands, the other students can only stammer, noting how badly burned her opponent is. They watch medics carry Yang Ji-hong out on a stretcher, remarking that Hyunwoo was smart to forfeit. But even after that overwhelming win, Chun-Hai is still absolutely seething with rage. The spectators feel her murderous aura from across the arena, completely baffled by her anger. Only Hyunwoo understands, watching with a satisfied smirk as the Thunder Monarch's granddaughter makes her flashy debut. Meanwhile, whispers spread through the crowd, writing Hyunwoo off as a coward who just got lucky once. He overhears every word, and a sly grin spreads across his face. This is exactly the reputation he wanted. The announcer calls Chun-Hai's name for the very next match, and everyone wonders who the next poor soul will be. Stepping into the light is Seo Ye-in, a silver-haired gunslinger with an aura that screams she's no pushover. The students in the stands are shocked. Her opponent is a gunner, a fact nobody seemed to know. This matchup suddenly gets interesting, as gunners are a natural hard counter to mages. But Oh Se-hoon scoffs, claiming it's nearly impossible for Chun-Hai to lose if she just sticks to the basics. Feeling confident, he throws down a challenge, a bet of 5 silver on her victory. His friend grins, thinking he's about to make some easy money, and quickly agrees to the deal. The match begins, Chun-Hai facing down the barrels of Seo Ye-in's twin pistols. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Ye-in opens fire, unleashing a glowing volley of mana bullets. The barrage rains down from above, a storm of projectiles meant to overwhelm her target completely. But Chun-Hai simply raises a hand, crackling lightning forming a perfect barrier against the attack. Her friend is floored that she blocked it, but Oh Se-hoon just smirks. It was exactly as he expected. Her mana reserves are simply on another level, turning even E-rank skills into a D-rank threat. She unleashes a swarm of crackling lightning birds that immediately overwhelm Seo Ye-in. The gunslinger desperately tries to defend herself, but she's completely outmatched. With a cool, calculated look, Chunhai directs her attack with pinpoint precision. One of the birds unleashes a concentrated beam of pure electrical energy. Seo Ye-in barely dodges, the blast just grazing her cheek as she grits her teeth. The impact still sends her flying, her body racked with paralyzing electricity. Onlookers are stunned, realizing a direct hit would have been an instant knockout. But Oh Se-hoon knew it all along. The electrocution guarantees the next attack is a sure thing. With her opponent neutralized, Chunhai casually tosses a potion, ending the match. But instead of another potion, Chunhai tosses out a smoke grenade, blanketing the area. Oh Se-hoon grins, pointing out what a brilliant move that is. A regular bomb would have just been blocked. He smirks, declaring that this is where the true strength of a gunner will finally be revealed. And indeed, Chunhai is forced to navigate blindly through the thick, disorienting smoke. Suddenly, a blast of energy cuts through the haze, catching her completely by surprise. She manages to throw up a barrier, but the impact is still strong enough to stagger her. As the smoke clears, Seo Ye-in stands with a rifle, and Chunhai realizes this is getting dangerous. The crowd murmurs in awe. A new student with an invisibility cloak and a shield is unheard of. Seo Ye-in fires again, a piercing beam of light that Chunhai grits her teeth to deflect. The score flashes on screen, and for the first time, Chunhai is actually falling behind. Chunhai realizes she can't win by just staying on the defensive. As Seo Ye-in zips around the arena, letting off another shot, Chunhai focuses, deciding to read the trajectory of the magic bullets themselves. The moment she understands the pattern, she weaves past a shot that would have hit her a second ago. Seo Ye-in unloads a flurry of shots, but Chunhai is now a blur of motion. The freshman gunner clicks her tongue in frustration as every single shot misses its mark. With a confident smirk, Chunhai sees her opening and gathers her own energy. Gotcha. She unleashes a crackling blast, knowing this is one attack her opponent can't dodge. Seo Ye-in is caught completely off guard, engulfed in a storm of raw power. The timer hits 0, and the results are in. Seo Ye-in is down, and Chunhai has won by a landslide. In the stands, Kim Ho knew it all along, while his friend can't believe Seo Ye-in actually lost. But the scoreboard doesn't lie. Chunhai stands victorious, seemingly without a rival among the freshmen. Still, he has to give Seo Ye-in credit for her tenacity, holding out until the very end. With a sigh, Oh Se-hoon pays up, handing over the 5 silver coins he lost on the bet. But he's already itching for another round, asking Kim Ho if he's in for one more. To convince him, he points to the arena, where Go Hyunwoo's next match is about to begin. And his opponent is none other than the imposing disciple of the Fist King, Jo Byok. Oh Se-hoon asks for his pick, and Kim Ho admits that on paper, the Fist King's disciple should win. Hearing that, his friend eagerly bets on the underdog, but Kim Ho clarifies he never said Hyunwoo would lose. The comment leaves Oh Se-hoon confused, but Kim Ho just smiles, telling him he'll see soon enough. Down in the arena, Hyunwoo's eyes drift up to the stands. He knows his friend Kim Ho is watching. A surge of determination flows through him. He wants to show him a decisive victory, but he knows it won't be easy. His opponent, Jo Byok, smirks, asking why he doesn't just draw the real sword on his back. But Hyunwoo simply states that now isn't the time, a response that seems to disappoint the brawler. Still, the Fist King's disciple promises he won't be going easy, settling into a powerful fighting stance. Hyunwoo stands his ground, blade at the ready, inviting him to come at him. The moment the match starts, Jo Byok launches himself forward like a cannonball. He closes the distance in an instant, his fist already cocked back for a devastating blow. Hyunwoo can't help but be impressed as expected of the Fist King's disciple. His movements are flawless. A fist wrapped in golden energy slams into his blade, the raw power nearly knocking him off his feet. The sheer force of the blow sends Hyunwoo skidding far back across the arena floor. He realizes with a grimace that even after absorbing most of the impact, he was pushed this far. Basic attacks are useless. As Jo Byok charges in again, a blur of golden energy, Hyunwoo knows he has to change tactics. He decides to end it in a single strike, channeling his power into the blue sword technique. Blue and gold energy clash as Hyunwoo unleashes a lightning-fast counter against the incoming fist. But the brawler's physical power is immense, and the ceremonial blade shatters upon contact. Hyunwoo lands lightly, holding nothing but a broken hilt, having technically lost his weapon. But Jo Byok stops, a thin cut on his neck. Admitting he can't continue, the victory goes to Hyunwoo. From the stands, a keen-eyed student watches the aftermath, noting that, as expected, the cheap iron sword couldn't hold up. He recognizes the technique, realizing with a hint of awe that Hyunwoo is using powerful severing swords, as if they were disposable. Oh Se-hoon reels back, utterly baffled at how his friend could have possibly predicted Hyunwoo's victory. But Kim Ho simply shushes him, a calm reminder that he's being a little too loud about it. With a smug grin, he extends a hand, ready to collect his winnings, a cool 5 silver. Oh Sehun stammers that he's broke, but his face lights up when Kim Ho says cash isn't necessary. He's not after money. He wants to be paid with the one thing Oh Sehun has in spades: information. An announcement rings out, dismissing the students for lunch before the raid placement exam begins. Later, Kim Ho watches his friend inhale a sandwich, telling him to at least finish eating before they talk. Once the coast is clear, he lays out his request, details on the top talents from the 4 great factions. At Dragonslayer Academy, 4 unofficial powers rule: the Muram Alliance, the Guild Union, the Magic Tower Society, and the Night Order. Oh Sehun begins with a heavy hitter from the Muram Alliance, Moyang Jun, grandson of the Sword Saint himself. Oh Sehun continues his rundown, introducing the Magic Tower's ace, Hong Yonhua, the heir to the Ruby Tower. Next from the Guild Union is the Druid Park Nari, who's always with her tiger cub, though he mentions a hidden talent as well. And finally, from the Night Order, there's the son of the Swordmaster himself, the stoic Lee Seong-hyun. He flips his notepad shut, confirming that this year's lineup is absolutely monstrous. But as he finishes, he realizes his audience has vanished, wondering where Hyunwoo disappeared to. A jolt of panic hits him, the club president. He completely forgot about his meeting. He makes a mad dash for it, yelling a quick apology to his friend Kim Ho, who just smirks as he runs off. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo has found a quiet spot on the grass, sitting next to a very gloomy Seo Yeon. Seeing her so downcast bothers him. She's the first real connection he's made in this world. He decides to break the silence, asking about the cookie she dropped on the train the other day. He smoothly pulls out a dessert coupon, explaining that Chunhai sent it, and since it was her cookie, she deserves a share. With a flourish, a delicious blueberry cake appears, and she offers a quiet word of thanks, her mood lifting just a bit. As they dig in, Hyunwoo waits for her to bring up what's really on her mind. And sure enough, Seo Yeon looks up, asking him seriously why he thinks she lost her duel against Song Chunhai. He explains that Chunhai's raw magic power is just too high. It's nearly impossible to pierce her barrier with a standard magic bullet. But, he adds, if you reinforce that same bullet through proper mana training, the outcome would be completely different. She just stares at him, utterly baffled. Mana training? Hyunwoo is shocked. Surely she's done it before, right? Her confusion is genuine. If she's never done it, how did she even form a magic bullet to begin with? He asks her directly if she's ever learned the magic bullet skill, and she flatly admits she hasn't. The truth dawns on Hyunwoo. This girl has been using a foundational gunner skill without ever learning it. She's a pure, unadulterated genius. Hyunwoo can't believe it. She's been fighting purely on instinct, even pushing Chun-hee with raw talent alone. Seeing this monstrous potential, he offers to help her out, and she immediately agrees. With that settled, Hyunwoo smirks. It's time to ace this placement exam. They arrive at the dungeon wing, where an instructor stands before 3 glowing portals, ready to explain the test. The exam takes place in the Mist Forest, and it comes with 2 very special rules. The first rule is simple. Kill as many high-quality monsters as you can in just 10 minutes for a high score. The second rule, however, is a brutal equalizer. A fixed zone where everyone's gear, skills, and traits are locked to F rank. Even their core stats will plummet, he warns, so sloppy mana management will be disastrous. As students enter one by one, the results are pathetic. They crumble almost instantly under the pressure. The instructor scoffs at the display, his gaze sweeping over the failures, searching for anyone even half-decent. So far, only 2 students have passed, with Han Soman at the top. The instructor sighs, already dreading his new class. He calls the next 2 names, Seo Ye and the student currently known as Kim Ho. Hyunwoo casually materializes a rifle, handing it to Seo Yeon and telling her it's best for this exam. He advises her to just aim for headshots if mana control gets tricky, earning a skeptical glare from Chunhai. With a confident wink, Hyunwoo turns to face his own challenge. He steps through the portal, entering the fixed zone where all his abilities are nerfed down to F rank. Inside the misty forest, a monster begins to form as Hyunwoo decides it's time to loosen up a little. The 10-minute timer appears, and our hero simply summons a plain wooden staff. As the clock starts ticking, a freshly spawned goblin lunges straight for him with a feral screech. But it only gets a mouthful of wood as Hyunwoo effortlessly blocks the bite with his staff. The goblin's dagger flashes, but Hyunwoo simply sidesteps, the blade whistling harmlessly past him. He's not even surprised. His eyes narrow, instantly recognizing the spawn location. This is pattern C. And if that's the case, He knows exactly where the next monster will appear. Just as he predicted, a hulking orc materializes behind him, swinging a massive axe. But Hyunwoo is already there, driving the goblin's dagger straight into the orc's eye socket. As the creature falls, he figures he probably won't be needing that wooden staff after all. Why summon a weapon when the forest provides? He casually picks up the dead orc's axe. With his new toy in hand, he turns to face a fresh wave of slimes, ready to rack up some points. A brutal montage of screams and tearing flesh echoes through the dark forest. With just over 7 minutes remaining, a new horde of orcs emerges, their eyes glowing with menace. But as he lines up his next kills, Hyunwoo suddenly pauses, a thought striking him. He almost forgot if his movements perfectly match the monster spawns, it'll look like his cheating. Better delete this perfect run. A quick glance at his score confirms his fears. 680. 3 points in just 3 minutes. Way too efficient. He's already cleared the sub-quest requirements anyway. Any more would just draw unwanted eyes. With his goal of mediocrity achieved, he decides that's enough for one day and heads for the exit portal. But as he steps through, he finds himself face to face with another student emerging. It's Seo Yein, looking battle-worn but alive, clutching a massive rifle with a final score of 781 points. He casually asks how it went, and the exhausted girl can only mutter that it was incredibly hard. Watching from the sidelines, the scarred instructor scoffs, remembering Hyunwoo as the coward who forfeited PvP. He sneers at the thought of such a quitter ever slaying dragons, but then a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Wait a second. How could someone named Kim Ho reach a mid-high tier ranking in such a short time? It's unprecedented. The instructor's eyes narrow. This Kim Ho is going to need a closer watch. He remembers another student, Hyunwoo, entering the portal with a quiet confidence that now seems significant. After all, the scoreboard is filled with monsters like the Sword Master's son and the Sword Saint's grandson. The real Kim Ho watches on, thinking that if prodigies like Han Soman are here, then Hyunwoo definitely has a chance. A moment later, Kim Ho himself emerges from the gate, and the crowd murmurs, recognizing the guy who fought the noble girl. He immediately finds Hyunwoo, a bright smile on his face, thanking him for everything. He insists that he only did so well because Hyunwoo let him rest after their PvP match, a statement that leaves Hyunwoo slightly flustered. But not everyone is impressed. Some jealous students start mocking him, calling out the coward who forfeited his match. Kim Ho bristles with anger, but Hyunwoo calmly puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to just ignore them. He tells Kim Ho not to worry, casually dismissing the background noise as irrelevant. Though still fuming, Kim Ho respects his decision and backs down. With that settled, their attention turns back to the score screen. Surely the exam is over now. But Hyunwoo notices one name is still missing, Chun Hye, whose portal suddenly ripples open behind him. We flash back to her exam, where she's surrounded by a goblin horde, unleashing a wide net of lightning. But her eyes widen in disbelief. What was that? Her powerful attack did almost nothing, barely even slowing the monsters down. A memory surfaces Hyunwoo's advice to Seo Yein about mana control and focusing on single targets. Of course, it hits her. Spreading her mana so thin for a wide area attack was a huge mistake. So she concentrates all of it, channeling it into one hand for a single, heavy-hitting blow. And just like that, her score flashes on the board a meager 571 points as Chun-hee finally steps out. She can't hide her irritation. Of all the luck, she had to bomb the test right in front of everyone. With the last student out, the scarred instructor, Lee Sudok, formally concludes the placement exam. He dismisses the students with a sharp command, but the moment they turn, a heavy sigh escapes him. Something is clearly wrong, and he immediately makes his way to one of the academy's offices. He finds a staff member and makes a strange request. He wants to see the exam replay for Kim Ho. The instructor impatiently cuts off the staffer's surprise, his stern gaze demanding he just pull up the file. But there's a problem. The staffer reports that Kim Ho's replay can't be found. It's just gone. Thinking on his feet, he offers to check the dungeon access logs instead, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Lee Sudok stares at the log, his hunch confirmed. 2 separate entries. This wasn't an error. The file was deleted on purpose. Lee Sudok's mind races through the numbers. At that pace, Kim Ho could easily surpass 2,000 points. So why hide his skills? His thoughts spiral to the worst-case scenario: infiltration by the servants of the dragon, or perhaps the apostles of the evil god. The nervous staffer suggests they should inform the principal immediately, but Lee Sudok shakes his head, deciding to just observe for a little longer. He knows that acting without solid evidence will only make a true threat hide deeper. If this kid is truly a menace, he'll eventually reveal his fangs. For now, the instructor will simply watch, completely unaware of the suspicion he's under. Kim Ho is at the Academy Cafe with his new party. A very sleepy Seo Ye-in wanders off to find a seat, leaving him and Young Ji-hong at the counter. With their drinks secured, Kim Ho tells Young Ji-hong to pull out the catalog they received earlier. She complains that it's all incomprehensible, but he calmly explains that's why he suggested coffee. They'll just cover the important parts. Kim Ho starts the lesson by having her check her student ID, revealing a new feature called points. He explains this is the official currency within the Dragon Slayer Academy. These points, earned from dungeon clears, can be used to buy gear or access special facilities. But he draws her attention to a more important function, reminding her of the replay option she accepted. To demonstrate, he casually spends a few points to purchase another student's dungeon strategy. An orb materializes in his hand, replaying the combat data of the disciplined Han Somin. He then points to her own ID, showing that as a scorer, her replay is selling out fast. The influx of points is impressive, but Kim Ho warns her that this fame has a dark side. Her face falls as she realizes this means everyone can analyze her weaknesses, especially her weak mana core. But he just smiles, saying the solution is simple. They'll use these points to book the mana training room. This special training room, he explains, is saturated with dense mana, accelerating a user's inner growth. Yang Jihong is floored. She had no idea such a facility even existed. Of course, he smirks, there are conditions. She immediately jumps to the conclusion that it must cost a fortune in points, and he confirms her suspicion. Her face falls as she calculates the cost. Daily use would leave her broke for everything else. But seeing her despair, Kim Ho grins, wagging a finger. There is another way. A season pass. A catch? It's only for top clubs, meaning she'd have to steal Mo Young-jun's spot, a feat she knows is beyond her right now. Just as she resigns herself to the slow path, he cuts her off, saying he'll get the pass for her if she does something in return. His request is simple, yet heavy with implication. Once she's powerful enough, they will enter the deep dungeon together. He warns her that this place is on another level, a potentially life-threatening challenge unlike anything she's seen. But he's not speaking to a coward. As a warrior, she's always craved strength, and if he's offering the path, she'll take it. With a fiery resolve, Jo Byok accepts the proposal, declaring that he'll stake his life on this chance. Kim Ho lays out the plan. Jo Byok will live in the training room, and he'll have the pass within 2 weeks. While Jo Byok gets to work, Kim Ho has another deal to make. Arriving at a place labeled Workshop 4, he steps inside to find a messy workshop, with a lone student hunched over a workbench, completely absorbed. Kim Ho cheerfully greets the senior, explaining his interest in the Magical Engineering Club. But the student immediately dismisses him. He clarifies that he was sent here from the main workshop, which only seems to annoy the crafter even more. The student lifts his goggles with a scowl, telling him to take a quick look around, and then get out. Kim Ho just smiles, promising to be quiet as he observes the senior's work from behind. He instantly recognizes the skill at play, a B-rank magical engineering ability, just what he was looking for. With a subtle gesture, he activates his copy ability. And just like that, the B-rank skill is his. First goal, achieved. With his first objective complete, Kim Ho begins searching the messy workshop for his next prize. A sly grin spreads across his face as his eyes land on the jackpot. He innocently picks up a glowing blueprint, presenting it to the senior and asking if it has any value. The engineer scoffs, calling it high-spec trash that's impossible to build, so Kim Ho offers to take it. But instead of taking it for free, he offers a trade, a heat catalyst reagent he just bought for 1,000 points. The senior's eyes widen. While not rare, those reagents are essential consumables he always needs more of. He accepts the deal, handing over the useless blueprint in exchange for the valuable potion. As Kim Ho walks away, he's inwardly celebrating. He just saved 1,000 points and made the senior feel like a genius. But as he looks at his new acquisition, a quest notification pops up. The mysterious cube. It's anything but trash. The quest seems like a pointless hassle, and with a confident smirk, he knows he's the only one who would bother. Because the final reward for this trash quest is an S-rank item, the Cube of Life. And as someone who's raised countless S-rank heroes, Hyunwoo knows its true potential. He heads straight for a mana training room, confident he knows a shortcut to craft it. With a smirk, he activates his amplification skill, temporarily boosting his engineering rank to S. He begins manipulating the intricate cube, but the 1-minute duration on his skill is unforgiving. As the timer ticks down, he quickly calculates that this will take at least 3 days of work. And just like that, the skill expires, his rank drops, and the cube becomes unworkable once more. He can't touch it now, so he uses the cooldown time to meditate and refine his own mana core. 1 hour of meditation, 1 minute of intense crafting. He establishes a grueling cycle. He has to finish this cube before Friday, because he knows a major event is right around the corner. After days of relentless work, Friday finally arrives, and it's time for school. Kim Ho gets to class early, where he's greeted by a surprised Seo Ye-in. She seems to have been waiting for him, and shyly asks if Hyunwoo has arrived yet. Before he can answer, she pushes a small paper bag towards him. It's cookies she made. He's delighted, pulling out what he thinks is a dinosaur cookie, completely missing her flustered look. Just then, Lee Seong-hyun arrives, greeting them and asking Kim Ho how the special training room was. The son of the swordmaster is practically glowing, saying he's on the verge of a breakthrough thanks to the training. Kim Ho promises to get him a full season pass, solidifying his new alliance, as Seo Ye-in quietly realizes the cookies were bears. But their morning chat is cut short as the instructor walks in, demanding everyone settle down. He gets straight to business, projecting a massive hologram of an arena, and announcing that the deathmatch battles start today. The instructor lays down the rules: 10-minute deathmatches, with a minimum of 3 for every first year. He warns them that failure to participate will result in a penalty, and just as he dismisses them, Kim Ho gets a notification. A new subquest appears, and he's filled with confidence this time. He's definitely going to win. Wasting no time, he turns to Lee Song-hyun, ready to hit the arena and profit from the first day match replays. But before he can take a step, a hand gently tugs on his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. It's Seo Ye-in, who shyly but firmly tells him that she's free to train today. The sudden interruption sends a wave of shock through the classroom, even surprising Lee Seong-hyun. Kim Ho quickly understands she's asking about the magic bullet training they discussed, and he immediately agrees. Lee Seong-hyun just smiles and says he'll see them later, as Seo Ye-in quietly confirms their arrangement. The scene is set, and that afternoon, all eyes turn to the colossal arena. As Kim Ho and Lee Seong-hyun arrive, they immediately draw unwanted attention. From a balcony above, a student recognizes Kim Ho as the guy who forfeited against Song Chun-hai. His friend scoffs, calling him the coward they've heard so much about, completely unaware that Seong-hyun is right there. The son of the swordmaster clenches his fist, barely containing his fury at the disrespect. But he plays it cool, turning to Kim Ho and casually asking about his placement score, mentioning he got 300 points himself. The red-haired student, Yang Ji-hong, overhears this and can't believe his ears the same score as that coward. He furiously shouts down, questioning how Seong-hyun could possibly be on the same level as a weakling. Kim Ho just smiles, remembering the name Song Chun-hai belonged to the girl who got fried by lightning. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he puts the pieces together, much to Yang Ji-hong's confusion. He turns to the fuming student and tells him how lucky it is that they ended up with the exact same score. Yang Ji-hong furiously points his spear, demanding the coward face him so he can demonstrate the true wall between their levels. With that, the system locks them in. Kim Ho and Yang Ji-hong are officially set to duel in the arena. He crouches, declaring with absolute certainty that he'll finish this pathetic fight in just one blow. Kim Ho cracks a confident smile, agreeing to end it quickly, as his simple staff begins to hum with familiar blue energy. The match begins, and Yang Ji-hong explodes forward, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful overhead strike. But Kim Ho doesn't even flinch, his eyes calmly fixed on the incoming spear tip with a look of utter pity. A jolt of lightning courses through Yang Ji-hong's body, and he's suddenly paralyzed, completely stunned that he fell for the exact same trap. Kim Ho looks down on him, offering a chilling apology. Unlike Song Chun-hai, he has no intention of making this quick or clean. Yang Ji-hong's plea for mercy is cut short by a merciless beatdown, his screams echoing as the blows land. Standing over the twitching body, Kim Ho casually wonders aloud how the coward managed to win, the scoreboard confirming his absolute victory. Still trembling on the ground, Yang Ji-hong insists he was just caught off guard and would win in a rematch. Kim Ho's grin is pure malice as he calls his bluff, instantly resetting the duel for another round. And just as quickly, it's over, with Kim Ho standing over the unconscious body, sarcastically asking if has improved at all. Yang Ji-hong, now with a swollen face, snaps, screaming for this humiliating lesson to finally stop. Feigning boredom, Kim Ho decides he's tired and will wrap things up for the day, much to the others' relief. He glances at his subquest, 2 out of 3 matches complete, and decides to play hard to get. Kim Ho casually offers to teach him, if he really wants to learn how to fight properly. But there's a catch. Of course he holds out his hand, demanding payment for his tuition. Yang Ji-hong begrudgingly offers a spiritual pill made by his family, a rare item that piques Kim Ho's interest. With the payment secured, Kim Ho adds one final condition. This little training session stays between them. With the payment now in hand, Kim Ho smirks, promising to spar until his new student is satisfied. A moment later, Yang Jihong is face down on the floor again, the scoreboard officially declaring his defeat. But this time, instead of anger, the battered student gets to his knees, asking Kim Ho to wait so he can properly apologize. He admits with a bruised face that he judged him too quickly and that he's clearly no coward. Kim Ho just turns his back, telling him it's better if everyone keeps thinking he is one. A flicker of understanding crosses Yang Jihong's face, a swollen smile forming as he thinks he can't be the only one to suffer this lesson, right? Elsewhere, Hyunwoo finds Kim Ho, announcing he's already got 2 wins under his belt. He tells his friend to go on ahead while he queues up for his final match. After parting ways, Kim Ho meets Seo Ye-in outside the Mana training room, ready for their appointment. Inside, he begins their special lecture on magic bullets, much to her starstruck excitement. Kim Ho begins the lesson, instructing her to first form a simple magic bullet. He's genuinely impressed by her raw talent, but questions how she lost her match with just a basic mana construct. Today's lesson, he explains, is about distribution, managing the exact amount of mana per shot. This triggers a memory of her previous fight, a nail-bitingly close duel against a student named Kwok Ji-cheol. Her opponent had confidently hidden himself with a projection ghillie, thinking there was no way she'd find him. But to Seo Ye-in's mana-sensitive eyes, the unnatural energy flow gave his position away instantly. Kwok Ji-cheol smirked from behind his shield, positive that even if she found him, she couldn't break through. He foolishly underestimated her, thinking her attack was nothing compared to Chun-Hai's defenses. And in the next moment, his supposedly impenetrable barrier shatters like glass. A confident, almost cruel, smile spreads across Seo Ye-in's face as she takes aim. Late at night, while the academy sleeps, one man is hard at work. The scarred exam instructor is reviewing footage, impressed by Yang Jihong's peak control. He notes that in both her matches, she completely toyed with her opponents. But that's not what's truly bothering him. Another student's progress is what seems impossible. He pulls up Seo Ye-in's placement exam, remembering how her bullets were just raw lumps of mana. Now, he watches today's recording in disbelief as she fires a perfectly shaped magic bullet. A memory clicks into place. He remembers overhearing her speaking with Kim Ho about this exact training. Staring at Kim Ho's face in the recording, the instructor's mind races. Who is this kid, really? At that very moment, the student in question is focused on a project of his own. And with a satisfied smile, Kim Ho holds up his work, a complex magical circuit, now finally complete. The result of his hard work. A B-rank cube of life, which enhances the effect of life. Type items. He even managed to level up his Amplify skill, making its once crippling mana drain far more manageable. Now that all preparations are complete, he figures it's time to do a little advertising. And what a stroke of luck, he immediately spots the perfect potential client just down the hall. It's the promising druid, Park Na-ri, and he has a feeling she'll be very interested in his work. He knows animals are highly sensitive to life energy, so he just casually strolls past her. Just as he predicted, her little tiger companion, Biam, perks up and takes notice. The tiny creature leaps from her shoulder, making himself comfortable inside the glowing cube. Park Na-ri is stunned, but as a druid, she too can now sense the immense life energy radiating from it. Playing it cool, Kim Ho feigns being in a rush, asking her to please take her tiger back. She catches up to him, asking if he's in class 3, still holding on to her very excited tiger. Kim Ho just smiles and walks away, his mission a complete success. With that, the news will spread, and now it's time for the main event. Elsewhere, a lecture on combat strategy drones on, the words washing over the bored students. Hyunwoo patiently watches the clock, tapping his fingers as the final minute ticks down to lunchtime. The teacher ends the class a little early, snapping her textbook shut with a decisive thud. A student stretches out in relief, glad the lecture is over, but then he freezes, noticing something odd. A strange, crackling red orb of energy has appeared in the middle of the lecture hall, pulsing ominously. Without warning, it erupts in a violent flash, blasting through the rows of students and filling the air with screams. The light fades as quickly as it came, leaving everyone dazed and confused, wondering what just happened. But the student feels a searing heat on his forehead, and to his horror, he's been branded with the number 1. The confusion spreads as students notice the glowing red marks appearing on each other's foreheads. A system message announces the start of a surprise inspection at the academy, the infamous ban wave. This event uses a special field to detect and flag any student carrying forbidden or restricted items. Hyunwoo, however, is completely unfazed, recognizing the sound of someone getting caught nearby, probably Jo Byok. He glances over at Seo Ye-in and her friend, noting with interest that some students seem to be exempt entirely. His attention then lands on the student who was hit first, now sweating and panicking about his brand. Hyunwoo casually approaches him, mocking him lightly for not being prepared for the inspection. The student frantically tries to hide his inventory, which is packed with items that will get him expelled. Seeing his chance, Hyunwoo calmly offers to help the desperate boy out of his predicament. The student's pride shatters instantly, and he grabs Hyunwoo, begging him for salvation and promising anything in return. With a sly smile, Hyunwoo accepts, telling the boy he'll owe him one for this. He then pulls out a mysterious cube covered in green vines, a perfect place to hide any banned items. Huddled under the desk, the student hesitates, but Hyunwoo warns him time is running out. The approaching footsteps of the committee are all the motivation he needs, and he frantically agrees. Just then, the disciplinary committee bursts in, a wave of electric magic freezing everyone in their tracks. Chunhai immediately spots the two boys hiding under the table and demands to know what they're doing. Hyunwoo pops up with a breezy smile, claiming they were just taking a little break. The student tries to play along, but Chunhai isn't buying their terrible acting for a second. She presents a glowing blue crystal, confident that this little device will expose whatever they're hiding. But when Hyunwoo takes it, the crystal remains inert, leaving Chunhee utterly speechless. It didn't react at all. Hyunwoo casually asks if he can go now, since the crystal clearly isn't working, and a fuming Chunhee reluctantly dismisses him. As he walks off with a smirk, a sudden scream of disbelief echoes from the classroom behind him. The student he helped is staring at a ring Hyunwoo left behind, realizing its true purpose, an item that can evade the ban wave. Now outside, the grateful student thanks Hyunwoo profusely, admitting he and his items would have been done for without his help. Hyunwoo just gives him a sly wink, telling him to consider it a debt that he'll collect on later. The student eagerly agrees, ready to head to their clubroom to unlock the forbidden items. Their destination is the infamous Thieves Club, a notorious group known for trading illegal goods and stirring up chaos. He nervously knocks on the door, calling out for his sis, only for his sentence to get cut short. The door flies open and Hez sent flying by a brutal kick, much to Hyunwoo's surprise. A furious woman in a suit starts stomping him into the pavement, yelling at him for slacking off. Unfazed by the brutal welcome, Hyunwoo steps forward and introduces himself. The woman finally takes her foot off the student, introducing herself as Dang-gyu Young, the club president. She smirks, having heard about his supposed ban wave evading item, and tells him to show her what he's got. Now inside the clubroom, she examines the glowing cube, genuinely surprised that the rumors were actually true. A greedy look crosses her face as she holds the artifact, musing how easy it would be to just take it for herself. Hyunwoo just smiles, casually informing her that she'd be caught in an instant. He mocks her slightly, saying the leader of the infamous Thieves Club should know about Magitech's anti-theft systems. She leans back in her chair, getting down to business, knowing he came here for a reason. Hyunwoo states his case plainly. They're broke, and don't have much to offer for a trade. But the favor he needs, he assures her, is something well within her club's capabilities, piquing her interest. Hyunwoo lays his cards on the table. He wants her to take him into the temporary storage. She's taken aback, staring at him intensely. What's his real angle here? This is the fabled vault where confiscated items are held before mysteriously vanishing forever. He correctly guesses her club is already planning a raid, but she suspects he's a spy from the disciplinary committee. He casually waves her suspicion away, claiming he's no friend of theirs and just needs an item from the vault. But she's not about to give him a free ride. Her club did all the recon, and he can't just piggyback on their work. She reminds him of the obvious problem. The place is guarded by the committee, making the escape near impossible. With a confident smirk, Hyunwoo offers to handle that little detail for her, a proposal she can't easily refuse. Her eyes then drift to the glowing cube, and a plan begins to form a way to guarantee they get the loot out clean. He lays out his final offer, a confident glint in his eye, knowing she can't possibly refuse. And so, under the cover of darkness, the Thieves Club gathers outside the Academy's vault. Their president, Dang-gyu Young, now fully kitted out in stealth gear, confirms if everyone is present. Her members are all accounted for, but their eyes are fixed on the unfamiliar face among them. She casually introduces Hyunwoo, explaining that he's a last-minute addition to the team. The others are immediately skeptical, questioning the wisdom of bringing a rookie on such a vital mission. Their tech expert calls out the time just 1 minute left before they have to move in. Dang-gyu Young gives Hyunwoo a final warning. Keep a low profile, and don't get greedy. With the final order given, she dissolves into the shadows, and the heist officially begins. With the signal given, the entire Thieves Club surges forward as one silent shadow. Hyunwoo observes their B-rank silent steps, thinking to himself that his Magitech skill is now obsolete. He casually reaches out, activating his copy ability, and instantly stealing their stealth skill for himself. Meanwhile, a disciplinary committee member is on patrol, humming a tune without a care in the world, His quiet night is interrupted by the sudden appearance of ethereal purple butterflies. Before he can even process the strange sight, the butterflies erupt into a vortex of dark magic. In an instant, the guard is bound, gagged, and completely neutralized on the floor. Hyun-woo steps past the incapacitated guard, grumbling about the excessive layers of security spells. But just as he moves on, another club member is spotted by a different guard, and the mission's stealth is broken. The second guard raises the alarm, shouting that he's found an intruder. But before he can even finish his sentence, he and the clumsy thief are wrapped in shadow bindings. Hyun-woo casually drags the neutralized guard along, telling him to just make it easy on himself. Their leader, Dang Yu-young, points the way forward, ordering the team to prep for a breach. She pulls out a magical device, a scrying mirror, to peek around the corner. And her face falls of all people. Kwak Ji-cheol is standing guard inside. Hyun-woo glances at the mirror, noting the guard's A-rank Hell Cleaver, and realizing his friend is outmatched. Dang Yu-young leans in, surprising him by asking if he knows how to use the Shadow Dream skill. He admits he's only learned the C-rank basics, but she insists there's no time to explain. She says C-rank is enough, but with a flick of his wrist, Hyun-woo amplifies her skill straight to A-rank. She's completely stunned by the power-up, but he just urges her forward. There's no time to waste. Her mind races, questioning just who this mysterious new recruit really is. Shaking off her shock, she unleashes the fully powered Shadow Dream skill. Inside, Kwak Ji-cheol is suddenly swarmed by a vortex of purple butterflies, recognizing it as a suction-type spell. He tries to fight back, swinging his massive cleaver to cut through the magical onslaught, but the sheer volume of the attack easily overwhelms him, enveloping him completely. Back at the door, the two thieves watch as the spell violently consumes their target. Dang Yu-young is in awe that Brute was neutralized in a single blow with what felt like true A-rank firepower. She eyes him suspiciously, telling him they will definitely be having a talk later. But right now, they finish the mission. Dang Yu-young orders her crew to grab what they came for and prepare to leave. With the others occupied, Hyun-woo thinks it's time for a little shopping of his own. He knows the academy only bans items based on side effects that harm the body or mind. Items with elemental penalties, like a shock stone that causes paralysis, are fair game for someone with his S-rank resistance. After pocketing a few useful materials, he turns his attention to the skill books, seeking out the most powerful ones. His eyes are drawn to a specific book, one that practically hums with a faint, fiery energy. He grins, a combat skill, exactly what he needs. He figures there's no time like the present to learn it. But just then, the door creaks open, and a committee member casually asks if they're working hard, his eyes locking onto the intruders. And it's not just any committee member, but the student council president, Song Chun-ki, flanked by Guak Seung-jae. Dang Yu-young scoffs, but inside, she knows this is the worst-case scenario. The president isn't here to chat. He gives them one simple command: surrender now. She glances back at the two of them, realizing a direct confrontation would be suicide. In a split-second decision, she yells for her crew to split up and scatter. A skill called Shadowhaven erupts, engulfing her and the other thieves in a dome of pure darkness. The shadows dissipate almost instantly, leaving the president and Guak standing in a now empty room. Guak immediately raises a communication orb, reporting the breach and demanding no one escapes. But amidst the ensuing chaos, one of the thieves is already sprinting down the hall, making a clean getaway. That getaway, however, isn't nearly as clean as he hoped. An earthen projectile narrowly misses his head, shattering against the corridor wall. He turns, his eyes widening in disbelief. Guak Seung-jae of the Disciplinary Committee is blocking his path. Guak calmly states he's identified the other thieves, but can't place this mysterious freshman. Hyun-woo remains silent, a smart move that Guak mockingly acknowledges. Since surrender is clearly off the table, Guak attacks, sending sharp stone pillars erupting from the ground. But our boy isn't just some common thief. He summons a crackling hummingbird made of pure lightning. Guak scoffs at the display, recognizing the skill but convinced it's completely useless against him. He couldn't be more wrong, as the lightning bird effortlessly weaves through his barrage of rock. The hummingbird slams into Guak, who barely manages to block it, shocked by the freshman's incredible control. Before he can even react, Hyun-woo is on him, hoisting him over his shoulder with a condescending remark. But his victory lap is cut short by a sudden, jarring sensation. Guak's earthen tendrils erupt from the walls, trapping Hyun-woo midair, robbing him of his advantage. Now free, Guak declares it's time to end this little game. He unleashes his full power, sending massive stone pillars raining down from the ceiling. The disciplinary committee member smirks, thinking the cocky little thief is finished. No one has ever taken that hit and walked away, but then he feels a strange, overwhelming heat. From the smoke, Hyunwoo stands unharmed, his fist now engulfed in blistering flames, a skill he shouldn't have. Guok scrambles in terror, recognizing the blaze as a forbidden skill, and desperately throws up a threefold stone wall. But Hyunwoo's fist glows with incandescent power, ready to unleash hell. With a devastating inferno fist, he smashes right through the pathetic defense like it was made of paper. Looking at his hand, Hyunwoo realizes this new power is much harder to control than he expected. He assesses the aftermath. Guok is down but not seriously hurt, which is good, but his affiliations are a problem. This is going to be annoying. The Disciplinary Committee and the Emerald Tower will be digging for his identity. Just then, he hears voices approaching his cue to disappear before he gets caught. Chun-hai and another committee member burst in, finding their senior on the floor and rushing to help. Meanwhile, in the Disciplinary Committee's room of truth, Moyoung-jun sits with an unimpressed look on her face. She gets up to leave, tired of the games, as the Student Council president watches with a knowing smirk. Oh, Si-hoon, head of the Disciplinary Committee, slides a ledger across the desk with a practiced smile, suggesting cooperation is the easy way out. But the Thieves Club president, Dang Yu-young, feigns ignorance, even as she internally confirms who the ledger implicates. He drops the friendly act, pressing her. He knows she's aware that a lot of valuable items have vanished from storage. She coolly denies everything, but he warns her that stonewalling will bring punishment down on her entire club. With a smirk, she calls his bluff, ready to take full responsibility. Oh, Se-hoon simply sighs, having expected nothing less. The interrogation ends. She heads for the door, unfazed as he announces that disciplinary action will begin the next day. Her loyal club members are waiting outside, but she waves off their concerns, telling them to wait until they're back in the club room. But she freezes mid-step, her eyes scanning the group. A quick head count confirms her sudden fear one of them is missing. Before she can process it, Chun-hai from the Disciplinary Committee appears behind her, her voice sharp with accusation. She drops the bombshell. One of Ju-young's club members attacked Guok Seung, Ye with an inferno fist, and now all eyes are on the Thieves Club. Gu-young smirks, not with worry, but with genuine admiration for the skill it took to put Guok Sung-jae in the infirmary. Inside the Thieves Club room, her first concern isn't the Disciplinary Committee, but Kim Ho's well-being. She grabs his hand, stunned to find it completely unscathed, after he supposedly used the volatile inferno fist. He just smiles, coolly explaining that he'd never use such a move without taking the proper precautions. With business out of the way, she asks if the items are safe, and he reveals a glowing cube, packed to the brim. Her collected demeanor shatters in an instant, her eyes sparkling as she fawns over the beautiful, stolen loot. Spreading the treasures out on the table, she declares their deal a resounding success. But as Kim Ho turns to leave, she stops him, an idea clearly forming in her mind. She points right at him, promising to take good care of him if he joins her club. Her recruitment pitch? She's been watching him and thinks his arrogance and greed make him a perfect thief. But Kim Ho isn't interested in her club, bluntly declining the offer and leaving her stunned. She wonders if it's because of the life cube, but he casually states he's just going to sell it. His price? 4 season passes to the special training room, an amount she thinks is absurdly high. He just smirks, hinting that the cube has a powerful primary ability she knows nothing about. Her interest is piqued, and he offers to show her the item's description if she'll do him a favor. The request is simple. Just deliver a message to the head of the Magic Engineering Club. The message? That a freshman just completed a 10x10x10 cube, a calculated arrogant flex. She agrees, and the item's stats pop up, revealing it boosts all life-type items by 1.3 times. Her jaw drops. An item this broken is worth every penny he's asking for, and more. As he turns to leave, she stops him, her offer to join the club now more serious than ever. Kim Ho calmly accepts her proposal, a confident little smile playing on his lips. A few days later, he's walking through the academy campus with Seo Ye-in. He casually asks if she rested well, noticing how tired she seems already on a Monday morning. But his attention is already elsewhere, on the 2 students obviously tailing them from a distance. Finding them annoying, he decides to deal with them now and tells Seo Ye-in to go on ahead. He makes up a quick excuse, saying something has come up that he needs to take care of. She gives a questioning look back at the 2 followers but ultimately agrees and keeps walking. With her safely out of the way, Kim Ho pivots and confronts his pursuers head-on. The duo, a green-haired guy and a blue-haired girl, seem pleased, introducing themselves as members of the Emerald Magic Tower. The girl explains with a chipper smile that their captain sent them with a simple mission, to bring him in. Kim Ho cuts them off, stating flatly that he's not part of their tower. The green-haired student just smirks, cracking his knuckles and saying that talking is a waste of time. He grins, convinced that some people only learn their lesson after a good old-fashioned beatdown. But Kim Ho simply agrees and with a casual flick of his wrist, zaps them both with a surge of lightning. As her partner collapses, the girl can only stare in shock, recognizing the signature skill of the hummingbird. Completely unfazed, Kim Ho gestures for them to bring it on, telling them to hurry up because he's on a schedule. She immediately panics, waving her hands and apologizing profusely, realizing they've made a terrible mistake. She promises to take her fallen comrade and leave, as Kim Ho dryly notes that at least one of them is smart. As she drags him away, the guy is still fuming, insisting it was a lucky shot and vowing revenge for the humiliation. Fed up with his whining, his partner just knocks him out cold with a decisive chop to the back of the head. And just as one pair of troublemakers is dealt with, another cocky student gets sniped out of nowhere. Before her partner can even process what happened, he gets hit with a dart of his own. The two of them collapse onto the pavement, yet another example for anyone thinking of picking a fight. Meanwhile, Kim Ho finally arrives in class, finding Seo Ye-in already dozing off on his desk. He tunes into the lecture just in time to hear the key detail. Their next raid is a time attack. The instructor explains the rules for the Goblin Swamp. 5 minutes to find and destroy a totem. As soon as class is dismissed, a classmate named Shin Byung-chul eagerly asks Hyun-woo to team up. But Hyun-woo, ever the wingman, smoothly passes the offer over to Kim Ho instead. Kim Ho smirks, agreeing that since the choice was made for him, he'll partner with Shin Hyung. But a firm hand on his arm stops him. Seo Yen glares, making it clear he's going with her. Meanwhile, in a dark library, the two students who ambushed Hyun-woo are paying the price. Their leader scoffs at how they've tarnished his name, especially after one's brother also failed. He can't believe a whole squad of them lost to a so-called coward. With a final surge of magic, he throws the boy to the floor, disgusted by his weakness. Watching from their chairs, the true masterminds had a bad feeling about this from the start. The prestige of the Emerald Magic Tower and the Great Nature Club has been dragged through the mud. But the leader, Mok Jong-hwa, is focused. Hyun-woo's mysterious box is worth the trouble. The defeated student scrambles to his feet, desperately promising to make up for his failure. He pleads that he was just caught off guard, begging for one more chance to prove his worth. Mok Jong-hwa leans back, offering a cold ultimatum. Fail again, and you're out of the club for good. Energized by the second chance, the lackey screams his confidence for all to hear. Mok Jong-hwa lends him a powerful golem, ordering him to crush his opponents this time. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo and Seo Ye-in are casually warming up in the Goblin Swamp. He checks the subquest. To get the best rewards, they need to clear both dungeons in under a minute. A solo run would be a piece of cake for him, but the duo dungeon is the real problem. He could just feed Seo Ye in the attack patterns for an easy clear, but that wouldn't help her grow. She has to learn for herself in these practice runs. Just then, a much stronger enemy emerges from the shadows, a submerged goblin. Hyun-woo stops in his tracks, not to fight, but to pose a question. He asks if they should avoid it, but she's already thinking ahead, wondering if beating it will earn her points. Learning that the boss monster is worth 120 points, Seo Ye-in's eyes harden with resolve. She's going to catch it. Hyun-woo grins, happy to play support as she fires a glowing bird construct right at the goblin. But this isn't some low-level fodder. The creature bats her attack aside with a contemptuous swing. It snarls, completely unfazed, its glowing eyes locking onto Seo Ye-in. A surge of power crackles around the goblin as it prepares its counterattack. Its red eyes burn with pure malice, ready to crush the student who dared to challenge it. In a blur of motion, it closes the distance between them, a massive blade held high. The weapon comes crashing down, aimed right for Seo Ye-in's head. For a split second, she looks up, caught off guard by its sheer speed and ferocity. But Hyun-woo calmly intervenes, using amplification to instantly boost her hummingbird's rank from E to C. The empowered hummingbird, now crackling with blinding blue light, slams directly into the goblin. It can't even scream as the energy engulfs it, and Seo Ye-in coolly watches her target dissolve. The results pop up, 11 goblins defeated, earning them a solid 649 points. Hyun-woo remarks that their time is getting better, but he knows they can shave off even more. After a brief pause, Seo Ye-in swallows her pride, and asks for another private lesson on magic bullets. A small smirk plays on Hyun-woo's lips. He can tell that close call with the boss monster wounded her pride. She immediately agrees to stop practicing and head straight for the training center. Inside the shooting range, he tells her they're going to learn a new skill today: ejection. He points out that her magic bullets and gun are perfect, but she's only using them as tools. To show her what he means, he conjures a glowing bullet, telling her to imagine her hand is the gun. He explains that the basic principle is simple: concentrate mana, then release it with a flick. It's a lot like creating a magic bullet, and he suggests she try it with just her bare hands first. Seo Yaein focuses, gathering a swirl of green mana around her fingertips, ready to give it a shot. Hyunwoo adjusts her form, telling her that, for now, just sending the mana flying is a success. He tells her to keep practicing while he runs out to grab them some dinner. But before he can leave, she quickly stops him, a determined look in her eyes. She hands him a black card, insisting he use it, and he can only smirk. Rich girls really are different. Later, at a local cafe, he spots two familiar faces, Chun, Hai, and Han Somin from the Disciplinary Committee. Han Somin sees him and immediately waves, her greeting echoing through the quiet shop. Chun Hai, however, is less than thrilled, a vein popping on her forehead. Why did it have to be him? Chun Hai suddenly stands, telling Han Somin she has something to confirm before marching over. She confronts Hyunwoo directly, demanding to see his hand, much to his confusion. Her mind races with all the clues. The Inferno Fist user, the expert hummingbird, the Thieves Club connection. The possibility that he's the one they're looking for feels almost certain. She tries to play it off as a simple palm reading, thinking about the burn marks Inferno Fist should leave. Hyunwoo just finds it surprising, and she smirks, taking his reaction as a sign of guilt. But when he calmly presents his hand, she's stunned to see absolutely nothing. Unwilling to accept it, she grabs his other hand, her mind reeling. How could it be perfectly fine? He clasps her hands together, playfully asking how long she plans on holding on. Flustered, she pulls away and apologizes for the intrusion. But he stops her before she can run. Not letting her off the hook, he playfully asks for the results of his reading, wondering about his love life. Flustered and cornered, Chun-Hai can only lash out, warning him that he's going to have a hard time. She storms off, leaving Hyunwoo to watch her go, satisfied that he successfully dodged the real questions. The next day, it's back to business, as he and Seo Yaein begin their practical training. She's all focus, her dual pistols glowing with mana as she readies her attack. Her first shots slam into a goblin, stopping the creature dead in its tracks. The impact sends it reeling backwards, stunned and sizzling with residual energy. Together, they move on to the stronger target, unleashing a coordinated barrage. A single, perfectly aimed shot pierces straight through the goblin's skull in a gory explosion. The system window pops up with a massive score, and Hyunwoo looks at his hands, a plan perfectly executed. Hyunwoo can't help but praise her, noting that their hard work resulted in a flawless battle. And for the first time, a genuine, warm smile graces Seo Yaein's face. As students head into their respective portals, he gives her one last piece of advice for her solo dungeon. Now that she's self-sufficient, Hyunwoo can finally focus on his own secret quests. He steps into his personal instance, the Goblin Swamp, his hand already crackling with fiery mana. Deciding to end this quickly, he winds up for a single, decisive strike. A colossal wave of flame erupts forward, instantly incinerating the entire goblin horde. He stands alone in the scorched, empty field, the job done in a single, overwhelming attack. Looking at his near-perfect score, he smirks. That was probably overkill, he'd better delete the replay. The system confirms his quest is complete, upgrading his reward to the highest possible grade. With his quest complete, he eyes the reward options, but there's no contest. He was aiming for this all along, selecting the Blessing of the West Wind to round out his support skills. But the moment he steps out of the portal, he's stopped by a stern-looking man asking if he's Kim Ho. The man introduces himself as Mok Jonghwa of the Emerald Magic Tower, alongside Ha Suyan of the Great Nature Club. They move to a cafe, where Ha Suyan starts by apologizing for her rude behavior during their last encounter. Hyunwoo cuts right to the chase. He knows they're here because of the rumors about his special item. Without any hesitation, he materializes the legendary Seed of the World tree right there on the table. Before anyone can react, Park Nari's little tiger leaps from her arms, drawn by an irresistible force. It lands right on the artifact and curls up, purring, confirming everything they'd heard was true. Ha Suyan, stunned by the potent life energy, asks if she can see the item's official description. With their club's honor on the line, they swear to protect the information, and Hyunwoo agrees to let them see. The item's description pops up, and they can't believe their eyes. A 1.3 times boost to life items is absurdly powerful. Ha Suyan immediately cuts to the chase, asking if he would ever consider selling such a priceless cube. Mok Jonghwa adds his plea, insisting that an item of this caliber belongs with someone who can truly use it. Hyunwoo just smiles, enjoying their desperation, as he pretends to hesitate over their very generous offer. Leaning in, they beg him to name his price, promising they'll do whatever it takes to make a deal. He starts his list with 4 special engineering room season passes, a rare and valuable request on its own. But his final demand leaves them utterly speechless. He wants a blank skill book. Mok Jonghwa slams the table in outrage, calling him greedy for asking for something so legendary. Unbothered, Hyunwoo simply pulls the item back, casually saying if they can't pay, the deal is off. Desperate not to lose the deal, Mok Jonghwa grabs the artifact, pleading for him to wait, but a new voice pipes up. It's the druid, Park Nari, who calmly reveals she has a blank skill book. She's never found a skill worthy of such a rare item, so it's just been sitting in her inventory. And more importantly, she adds with a knowing smile, she can see just how much Hyunwoo's little tiger familiar adores the mossy cube. With a soft sigh, Ha-Soo-yeon gives her friend the go-ahead to make the trade. Without wasting another second, the priceless artifact is exchanged for the legendary skill book. Hyunwoo holds his prize, pleased with how smoothly things went, and declares their business concluded. But suddenly, Kwak Ji-cheol slams his hands on the table, shouting that he has business with Kim Ho, and challenges him to a duel. Kim Ho, however, doesn't miss a beat, coolly crossing his arms and shutting him down with a simple no thanks. Kwak Ji-cheol is absolutely fuming, demanding to know why Kim Ho thinks he can just refuse an honorable duel. But Hyunwoo chimes in, sarcastically asking how honorable it was for Kwak Ji-cheol to gang up on someone before. Kim Ho simply states he has no time for worthless endeavors, even telling him to just pretend he won. Seeing the duel slipping away, Mok Jonghwa intervenes, pulling out a production VIP ticket to raise the stakes. Now that gets Kim Ho's attention, a sly grin spreading across his face as he calmly accepts the challenge. Kwak Ji-cheol tries to seize control by letting him pick the date, but Kim Ho already has a condition. He needs 2 days, holding up the legendary skill book he just acquired, explaining that he plans to master it first. Mok Jonghwa scoffs at the very idea, finding it utterly ridiculous that anyone could learn a skill that fast. Unfazed, Kim Ho just smirks, telling them both to look forward to seeing what he can do, and with the terms set, the scene shifts to the arena 2 days later, where their duel is about to begin. From the stands, his friends watch with concern, wondering why Kim Ho would accept a duel when Mok Jonghwa is clearly scheming. Lee Seong-hyun, however, remains unbothered, sure that Kim Ho only accepts fights he knows he can win. But Dang Yu-young's suspicion lingers, Shelby watching their every move for signs of foul play. Down below, Kwak Ji-cheol smugly congratulates Kim Ho for not running away. Mok Jonghwa, acting as referee, adds that the duel will be recorded for everyone to view, hoping to corner him. Without a hint of hesitation, Kim Ho coolly agrees to the terms. A wicked grin spreads across Kwak Ji-cheol's face, thinking his opponent just walked right into their trap. With the rules set, both combatants are enveloped in light as the duel officially begins. The system announces the map. A 10-minute deathmatch in the ruthless Dark Zone. Kwak Ji-cheol immediately starts shouting, promising that Kim Ho's luck has run out, and he'll now see the real difference in their levels. But while Kwak Ji-cheol talks a big game, Kim Ho simply makes his move. The green-haired punk stumbles back in utter shock, realizing he's been hit by his own Earth Gatling spell. Before he can even process it, he's slammed onto the ground, with Kim Ho asking what he was planning on showing him. He even mocks the guy for being so dramatic about falling on a dirt floor. Humiliated, Kwak Ji-cheol pours his rage into a new attack, summoning a massive earth cluster. With a furious roar, he hurls the boulder forward, determined to crush his opponent. Yet Kim Ho just watches it approach, a picture of absolute calm, not even bothering to flinch. With a lazy flick of his finger, he effortlessly halts the massive projectile in midair. And then, he reveals his own trump card, a colossal tree golem erupting from the ground behind him. Back in the viewing room, Mok Jonghwa explodes in anger, screaming at how unfair this beatdown is. Another member of the disciplinary committee joins in, accusing Mok Jonghwa of being shameless for this display. Jo Byok, however, seems completely unbothered, noting that crushing a simple golem won't be an issue. Mo Young-jun isn't so sure, worrying that someone should step in before Jo Byok has to use his dangerous Inferno Fist. But in the arena, Kwak Ji-cheol is savoring his moment, certain this golem will finally end Kim Ho's winning streak. The scene flashes back 2 days, to Kim Ho calmly preparing in the mana training room. He was contemplating a fundamental question. What is the most useful type of supporter? The answer, he knew, changed with every situation from healers to buffers to debuffers. But for a true all-rounder, a jack of all trades, he knew there was one skill that stood above all others. Back in the present, Kwak Ji-cheol laughs maniacally, daring Kim Ho to try any tricks as he prepares to crush him. And as if answering the challenge, the colossal tree golem's fist clenches, its eye glowing with destructive intent. The golem's massive fist smashes into the ground, but Kim Ho is already airborne, effortlessly dodging the attack. As he lands, green mana swirls around his feet. This is the path he chose. The path of a wind-type support. And for this exact moment, He knew the single most optimal skill to replicate from a blank spellbook. He unleashes a torrent of focused wind, completely enveloping the towering golem as Kwak Ji-cheol can only watch in disbelief. A system window confirms it. Wind force, enhanced by multiple blessings and amplified to its peak. The scoreboard officially declares Kim Ho the winner, and a satisfied smirk crosses his face. The Emerald Tower's leader is stunned, sputtering that they gave him a golem and he still won. Gritting his teeth, he hands over the promised prize, a VIP production ticket. But Kim Ho has another suggestion, slyly offering to keep this embarrassing replay footage private. Realizing he's being outplayed, the leader glares, asking what kind of price this clever merchant wants for his silence. Kim Ho smoothly tells the Emerald Tower's leader he wants nothing for now, just a small favor down the line, and the deal is struck. As the defeated student is carried away, Kim Ho reflects that his generous offer was anything but. He has his own reasons for keeping the replay private. The longer his new Windforce skill stays a secret, the better. Just then, his friends approach to congratulate him on a job well done. His earnest classmate presents him with a pass, completely shocked that he's already managed to get his hands on one. With a confident wink, he reminds her that he did promise to get it within 2 weeks. Mo Young-jun playfully drapes her arm over him, marveling at his knack for milking profit from any situation. He seizes the opportunity to bring up that favor he asked her about concerning the Magic Engineering Club. She explains that, coincidentally, the club has been asking to meet with him very soon. Perfect timing, he thinks with a smile, deciding they should head over to see them right away. Arriving at the Magic Engineering Workshop, Kim Ho can't help but be impressed by how fancy it is. He's immediately approached by a senior student who cuts right to the chase, confirming his identity. This is Bong Jae-sok, the third-year head of the club, and he's already heard the details from Dang Yu-young. Without any pleasantries, he tells Kim Ho to follow him, clearly in a rush to get down to business. Once they're behind closed doors, the club president wastes no time asking if it's true he completed the cube. Now seated in his office, Bong Jae-sok states that while the cube design belongs to his club, he's not interested in drama. He admits no one else could have built it anyway, so he's willing to call it even if he can just see the completed device. Kim Ho calmly delivers the bad news. He doesn't have the cube anymore, leaving the club head stunned. When he vaguely explains he let nature take care of it, Bong Jae-sok slams the table, furious at the waste of time. But just as he's about to leave, Kim Ho stops him, asking if he really thought he'd come empty-handed as he slides over a document. Bong Jae-suk's eyes go wide in utter disbelief. This is the actual blueprint for the 10x10x10 cube. He can't believe someone was crazy enough to record it, but his excitement turns to panic when he sees it's incomplete. He desperately asks if Kim Ho has the rest, and our boy calmly confirms that he's kept it safe. With all the leverage in his hands, Kim Ho lays out his simple demand: access to Workshop No. 1's equipment. The deal is struck instantly, and Bong Jae-sok practically begs for the rest of the blueprint, his pride completely forgotten. Now that business is done, the club head makes a last-ditch effort to recruit him, but Kim Ho politely passes on the offer. Disappointed but understanding, Bong Jae-sok tells him to just keep bringing blueprints like this and he's free to use the workshop. Kim Ho gives a simple thanks and heads out, leaving the club president to marvel at his straightforward attitude. But alone, his true intentions surface with a confident smirk. The groundwork is done, and his plan to craft a terminal-grade weapon can begin. Meanwhile, across campus, Disciplinary Committee member Kwak Sung-jae is being urged to reconsider something as he walks toward the infirmary. Mok Jong-hwa, head of the Emerald Magic Tower, confronts him, arguing that the family name has been tarnished regardless. Kwak Sung-jae readily admits his sibling was at fault for acting out of line, but he raises a critical question. Are they absolutely certain that first year took down the golem all by himself? This strikes a nerve, and Mok Jong-hwa bristles, accusing the disciplinary committee of interfering. Kwak Sung-jae calmly pushes back, stating he's only asking for a fair judgment. Letting out an annoyed sigh, Mok Jong-hwa gets straight to the point and is asked to just give him a chance. The Tower Master lays out his terms. Kwak Ji-cheol's fate will be decided by his ranking after 2 months. He asks if there are any objections, but Kwak Sung-jae agrees immediately, saying 2 months is more than enough. With a final, dismissive grunt, Mok Jong-hwa turns and walks away, the deal now struck. He leaves Kwak Sung-jae standing alone in the hallway, the weight of the next 2 months now settled. As he walks away, Kwak Sung-jae suddenly calls out Chun-hae's name, startling her. He turns, a smug look on his face, revealing he knew she was spying on him the entire time. She cuts to the chase, asking if he could actually defeat Kim Ho in a real fight. Kwak Sung-jae hesitates, admitting that he honestly isn't sure, which surprises Chun-hae. She confirms she checked Kim Ho's hands after the fight. There wasn't a single scratch on them. This new information makes him pause, wondering if his entire theory about the boy was wrong. Yet he can't reconcile the image of the unassuming student with the masked fighter's arrogant gaze. He apologizes, asking her to continue keeping a close eye on their mysterious first year. But Chunhye needs no apology, vowing with a confident smile that she'll be the one to catch him slipping. The scene changes to week 3, as the scarred instructor announces the next trial, a 2v2 deathmatch. To address the students' shortcomings, the academy announces a new mentoring program. While others hesitate, a friend turns to find Kim Ho has already signed up, seeing no reason to wait. He explains it's a golden opportunity to learn from top-ranking upperclassmen or even graduates. His practical logic immediately wins over his friend, who quickly registers herself with a smile. Kim Ho then turns his attention to Seo Yeon, who just groans that it's annoying and she'd rather sleep. He knows she desperately needs this mentorship to reach her potential and wonders how he can possibly convince her. Just then, his other friend asks to team up for this week's 2v2 match, and Kim Ho agrees. Suddenly, a previously sleeping Seo Yeon sits up, rubbing her eyes and asking if she can team up with him too. Seeing he has 2 volunteers, Kim Ho simply decides they'll each take one of the week's 2 matches. His friend heads off to train, leaving Kim Ho alone with the now very awake and interested Seo Yeon. The next day, Kim Ho waits for his partner for the second match. Lee Sung-hyun arrives, apologizing for the delay, but Kim Ho waves it off. Still, Kim Ho can't help but notice something different about him. His aura is significantly sharper. He's already reached C rank, a growth spurt that even Kim Ho finds impressive. As they prepare, Seong-hyun asks how the match with Seo Yeon went, prompting a troubled sigh from our guy. He recalls the fight, a blistering inferno unleashed by their opponent. They were up against Hong Yeon-hwa, a prodigy from the Ruby Magic Tower. He knew it would be tough, but the sheer one-sidedness of the battle was shocking. He watched as Seo Yeon's health just melted away under the relentless assault. It laid bare her fatal flaw. For all her firepower, she has absolutely no defensive capabilities. If she had no defense, then he would just have to create an opening himself. He remembers launching himself forward, right past her frontline tank. With a flash of green energy, he applied a buff to his temporary ally. He then reached out, not to attack, but to take control of what was left on the field. Hong Yeon-hwa's eyes widened as her opponent's rifle suddenly swiveled to aim at her. Before she could even react, a binding skill erupted from the ground, trapping her instantly. It was a messy win, but a win nonetheless, all thanks to his quick thinking. He tells Seong-yeon he even suggested a mentoring program for her through the matchmaking system, but Seo Yeon didn't seem interested, which frustrated him to no end. He mutters that she needs a proper beating, and right on cue, the system chimes. A match has been found. With a shimmer of light, Hyun-woo and Seong-hyun find themselves teleported into a desert arena. Seong-hyun looks around, completely bewildered by the sudden matchmaking battle. And of course, their opponents are none other than Seo Yeon herself, partnered with a swordsman named Jang Sam. A wicked little smile creeps across Hyun-woo's face. This is the perfect chance to teach her a lesson. When Seong-hyun asks if they can actually win, Hyun-woo's response is simple and full of confidence. Of course, the moment the match starts, Seong-hyun calls out that he'll handle Seo Yeon as they both charge forward. Just as predicted, she immediately tosses a smoke bomb to cover her position. But such a basic trick is useless. Hyun-woo and Seong-hyun simply leap right through the smoke. Seo Yeon is waiting, her twin pistols already drawn and glowing with mana, but Hyun-woo is already on top of her, staff raised high and ready to bring it down. She reacts instantly, aiming her rifle, but she's already lost the initiative. With a flick of his wrist, Hyun-woo easily bats her weapon away, completely disarming her. He then abandons his staff, winding up a fist crackling with green energy. But the punch stops just an inch from her nose, a pure display of overwhelming control. He follows up with a simple, humiliating flick right to her forehead. Standing over the now kneeling gunslinger, he smugly asks if she's had enough. Her pride completely shattered, Seo Yeon grits her teeth and forfeits the match. With his side of the fight over, Hyun-woo turns his attention to his partner. He recalls hearing about a hidden prospect on the other team, and his gaze immediately locks onto Jang Sam's grip. Something about it has felt wrong from the very start. But Hyun-woo suddenly calls for them to stop, leaving Lee Seong-hyun completely baffled. He directs his gaze straight at Jang Sam, telling him to quit hiding his skills and fight for real. Jang Sam plays coy, claiming he has no idea what Hyun-woo is talking about and that this is his full strength. Unfazed, Hyun-woo offers some motivation, suggesting they can even make the replay private if he's worried. Then he drops the bombshell, offering information on the ghostly shadow technique if Jang Sam wins. The martial artist is completely stunned. How could this kid possibly know about that? Hyun-woo just smirks, reminding him that the information is his for the taking if he's good enough. That's all it takes. Jang Sam's hand tightens on the hilt of his sword. He accepts the deal, drawing his blade as a sinister purple aura begins to emanate from it. Lee Seonghyun feels the shift in pressure instantly and prepares to go all out as well. Lee Seonghyun takes a sharp breath, steeling himself for the true fight to begin. Without a word, Jang Sam leaps forward, his blade descending with blinding speed. The son of the swordmaster barely brings his own sword up in time, the impact nearly knocking him off his feet. But Jang Sam is relentless. A storm of precise, powerful slashes that give no room to breathe. Lee Seonghyun is forced onto the defensive, gritting his teeth as he's pushed back step by step. A cold certainty flashes in Jang Sam's eyes. He decides to end this now. But beneath his bangs, Lee Seonghyun's expression is anything but defeated. A trickle of blood runs from his lip, but his focus has never been sharper. He endures the final barrage, seeing the one perfect opening he needs. Then he unleashes his own skill, Rapid Current, engulfing a stunned Jang Sam in a torrent of pure energy. Lee Seonghyun stands exhausted, his ultimate attack spent, sword still glowing faintly. But across the sand, Jang Sam stands completely unfazed, as if he just weathered a light breeze. Before another move can be made, Hyunwoo steps in, calmly telling them both the match is over. He gathers a soft green light in his hand, preparing a spell to pacify the arena. A system window declares victory for Hyunwoo's team as both fighters are gently put to sleep. Looking down at the unconscious son of the swordmaster, Hyunwoo reflects on the outcome. He acknowledges that while technically a win, they were outclassed. Lee Seong. Hyun isn't quite there yet. Suddenly, Jang Sam's eyes snap open, his focus returning instantly. He stares at the low screen, struggling to believe he was actually defeated. Hyunwoo tells him it was a good match, and that the result on the board doesn't tell the whole story. Jang Sam stops him, needing to know if the skills he was hiding were obvious. Hyunwoo cracks a slight smile, admitting they were, mostly because his sword grip looked so unnatural. Jang Sam is baffled how could being too ordinary be a tell. Hyunwoo explains that in a school for monsters like this, blending in perfectly is the biggest red flag. Taking the advice to heart, Jang Sam tries to ask about the ghost shadow step technique, but Hyunwoo reminds him that was a prize for winning, and he'll have to try again next time. With their conversation over, they teleport back to the real world, leaving Jang Sam to stew in his defeat. Back in the academy hall, Hyunwoo asks a now-conscious Lee Seong-hyun for his thoughts on the match. The son of the swordmaster admits that while the strategy was good, his own weapon is a serious concern. Hyunwoo suggests the simple fix of getting a better sword, only for his teammate to awkwardly confess he's broke. Hyunwoo smirks, reminding him that money isn't the only currency here, and asks how many points he has. Lee Seong-hyun checks his device, revealing he saved up about 5,000 points, which Hyunwoo confirms is plenty. Without hesitation, Hyunwoo guides the purchase. 1 E rank and 1 D rank longsword, plus 3 thermal catalyst reagents. Handing over the strange purple vials, he explains their crafting materials for an item he'll make, leaving his teammates speechless with gratitude. Later that evening, with the duels over, Hyunwoo heads to the 4th workshop, not just for his friend, but to prepare his own gear. He finds another student already inside, completely engrossed in his work, and startled by Hyunwoo's sudden arrival. Hyunwoo nonchalantly mentions hearing that this student got chewed out for tinkering with a blueprint he shouldn't have. Feigning an apology for the intrusion, he places a hand on the student's shoulder, and his copy ability activates instantly, stealing the B-rank Magi engineering skill. With this new power secured, Hyunwoo can finally let go of a weaker skill, a necessary sacrifice for a massive upgrade. He knows he won't always find perfect blueprints, but a workshop full of failed projects is a goldmine of pre-crafted parts. He muses that for most people, dismantling parts is a fool's errand but normally doesn't apply to him. The engineering student watches from afar, beads of sweat forming as Hyunwoo works with an impossible focus. Unable to stand it, he asks what's going on, only to be told Hyunwoo is just gathering some materials. Timidly, he asks if he can observe, and Hyunwoo grants permission without even looking up from his desk. A few moments later, the student is holding a vial of pristine liquid, absolutely stunned by the flawless extraction. He realizes this is his chance. He has to ask now, while the opportunity is right in front of him. Working up his courage, he proposes a trade, and Hyunwoo turns with a knowing smile, instantly agreeing. Hyunwoo lists off a few very specific, high-grade components he needs, causing the student to hesitate. He's worried their professor will be furious again, but Hyunwoo calmly reassures him that a simple trade is no big deal. To ease his fears, Hyunwoo even suggests getting official permission, an idea the student jumps on, ready to send the message himself. The message shows as read, but there's no reply from the professor, which the student just writes off as him being busy. But before he can even process that thought, The workshop door slams open, and the professor himself storms in. Bong Jae-seok stares down at Hyunwoo, demanding to know if he's the one who dismantled the previous item. Unfazed, Hyunwoo sees this not as a threat, but an opportunity, presenting a failed but valuable item from his inventory. He coolly asks if the professor can dismantle this one, and Bong Jae-seok admits it would be a very time-consuming job. He makes it clear that such a task won't be cheap, and he expects to be compensated accordingly. Perfect. Hyunwoo grins, explaining that he also needs materials, and suggests they simply trade goods. The professor agrees, telling Hyunwoo to just message him a list of what he needs before turning to leave. Seeing his chance, the other student quickly steps in, asking Hyunwoo for a small favor. He points to his own project, offering to get Hyunwoo anything he wants if he'll just dismantle it for him, and Hyunwoo casually accepts. The next morning arrives, and after a long night of work, Hyunwoo decides he'll finish the rest after class. He strolls into the lecture hall, thinking he has plenty of time for a nap, but his eyes catch something unexpected. It's Seo Ye-in, already at her desk, and he can't help but wonder why she's here after vanishing yesterday. She's completely passed out, so he figures she must be skipped breakfast, and offers to get her something. Her only response is a stubborn grunt. Looks like she's still holding a grudge from their match. She hides her face in embarrassment as he explains that the spar was one-sided for a very specific reason. He was just trying to point out a weakness she likely already felt. Her fighting style crumbles when her position is compromised. With her magic bullets now stable, he suggests she get a support skill, and her ears perk up, asking if he'll train her. Hyunwoo smiles, saying he'd like to, but this is something she'd learn far better from another gunner. He encourages her to find a mentor, and with that, she finally relents, accepting his advice and the bread. He notices Seo Ye-in is already signing up for a mentor, a good decision. Just then, Kim Ho walks up, checking to see if Hyunwoo has recovered from his last fight. Hyunwoo assures him he's in perfect condition, but he's eager to test the new weapon he bought. With a sly grin, Kim Ho tells him he's got just the thing to help with that. He offers Hyunwoo what looks like a simple paperclip, causing a moment of confusion. But Kim Ho explains it's an item to protect weapon durability, and Hyunwoo gratefully clips it to his uniform. The next duel is announced, and the scoreboard pairs Hyunwoo with a new face, Bukgung Hanseol. Their opponents step forward Park Nari, the druid, with that little tiger perched on her shoulder. Hyunwoo's eyes narrow. He remembers Kim Ho's specific warning to be cautious of that spirit beast. Across the arena, Park Nari gives her companion a reassuring pat, telling her tiger to get ready. With a burst of green energy, the tiny tiger leaps from her shoulder. In an instant, it explodes in size, becoming a massive, ferocious spirit beast standing beside the druid. With a roar, the monster charges, a blur of orange and black aimed directly at Hyunwoo. But Hyunwoo stands his ground, shouting for his partner to make her move now. Bukgung Hanseol responds instantly, her eyes glowing with a chilling light as she channels her power. She meets the charge head-on, slamming an icy snow soul palm right into the beast's face. For a moment, it seems to work, but a flicker of surprise crosses her face. The tiger isn't stopping. A system window flashes, revealing the truth. The beast's health is tied to Park Na-ri herself. Shaking off the ice, the tiger swings a massive paw, sending Bukgung flying through the air. Hyunwoo looks on in shock as the unstoppable paw descends to crush him. With a grunt, Hyunwoo blocks the blow, but his sword shatters on impact, a harsh reminder of an E-rank weapon's limits. He slides back across the field, the massive tiger barely fazed by his desperate defense. Regrouping with Bukgung Hanseol, they both realize this direct approach is getting them nowhere. They watch as the beast's health stays at a perfect 100%, constantly recovering. It's a classic strategy. Use the spirit beast as an invincible tank, while the caster stays safely in the back. A silent understanding passes between them. If the pet is a wall, then they just have to get over it. They bolt past the tiger, a pincer attack aimed directly at the defenseless-looking Park Nari. But she just smirks, revealing a glowing green gem. She'd been waiting for this exact move. Thick, thorny vines erupt from the earth, forming a protective Gaia barrier around her and her partner. Hyunwoo and Bukgung Hanseol are stopped in their tracks, their brilliant plan completely shut down. They unleash their strongest skills, Hyunwoo's Clearstream and Hanseol's Snow Soul Palm, slamming into the barrier. But it holds firm. Hyunwoo grits his teeth, realizing he needs to pour even more power into the next hit to break through. Before he gets the chance, the spirit beast Buma is on him, its jaws clamping down as his world goes dark. The next day, footage of their failed assault plays back on a monitor, a voice noting he fought well for his level. Hyunwoo sits with his friend Kim Ho, asking him what he would have done in that impossible situation. Kim Ho is brutally honest. Strategy meant nothing here. The gap in their raw stats was just too severe. He explains that Park Na-ri is a rising star, fully kitted out by her club with premium skills and rare items. Hearing this, Hyun-woo slumps a little, understanding that losing to an opponent with such overwhelming preparation was inevitable. Kim-ho concedes that trying to match her gear is impossible, but his expression shifts. He hints that there are other ways to win, and Hyun-woo's eyes light up. There's a countermeasure? Kim-ho grins, revealing the ultimate counter, a demon sword. A must-have debuff item for any top swordsman. Hyun-woo is stunned. A demon sword? He'd never even heard of such a thing. But Kim-ho waves it off for now. The first priority is simply making sure Hyun-woo's weapon doesn't break again. He needs durability artifacts, specifically B rank or higher. But Hyun-woo knows those are incredibly hard to come by. Not a problem, Kim-ho says with a confident thumbs up, explaining they can get one from the Dungeon Association's underground dungeon. Hyun-woo points out the obvious flaw with duel season underway. That's impossible. Kim-ho sips his drink, casually adding that their schedule doesn't matter, because they aren't qualified to enter anyway. Unlike the surface dungeons, the underground is real, life-or-death combat, far too dangerous for freshmen. Hyun-woo's hope deflates, so there's no way to get the item after all, at least not for now. A sly smile creeps across Kim-ho's face as he whispers that it's only impossible officially. He reveals his master plan. They can just sneak in, because that's what his errand service is for. Hyun-woo is stunned to see he's contacted Shin Byung-chul, the guy who runs the whole operation. And right on cue, Shin Byung-chul arrives, asking how he can be of service. Kim-ho gets straight to the point, telling him they need access to a dungeon on Monday evening. He gives him the target. Dungeon number 388. Shin Byung-chul checks his notes, his face twisting with concern. That's a D-rank, 4-man dungeon. He asks who the other party members are, clearly expecting a full team. Kim-ho coolly confirms it's just the two of them, brushing off Shin Byung-chul's warnings about the risk. Reluctantly, Shin Byung-chul agrees, jotting down the details for their illicit raid. As for payment, he waves it off completely, saying this settles the debt he owes Kim-ho from the bandwave incident. Kim-ho muses to himself, a bit surprised that paying off the debt was Shin Byung-chul's first thought. He correctly guesses that his contact isn't too familiar with the underground, as Shin Byung-chul admits he's only been there once. Still, the guy promises his full dedication, eager to prove his worth. With the first part settled, Kim-ho casually adds one more thing to the list. Dungeon number 104. Shin Byung-chul freezes. That's the B-rank Black Serpent Fang, a deep-level dungeon way out of his league. Kim-ho just tells him to ask his chief about it, and with that, Shin Byung-chul agrees to make the inquiry and departs. Later, Hyun-woo sits with Kim-ho, ready to hear the plan and asking what his role will be. Kim-ho explains their first stop is the D-rank dungeon, where Hyun-woo will get his weapon. After that, they'll need to negotiate with the Thieves' Club about the Black Serpent Fang and prepare their items. Hyun-woo knows the risks of a deep-level dungeon, but his resolve is firm. He's ready. Kim-ho explains that for their coordination to be perfect, Hyun-woo needs to know the dungeons inside and out. He transfers the data, and Hyun-woo is stunned. These are complete, detailed walkthroughs for both dungeons. With a confident smile, Kim-ho gives him one simple, absolute order: memorize every single word. The scene shifts to workshop number 1, where another part of the plan is coming together. Kim-ho arrives just as Bong Jae-seok is finishing up, having successfully gathered all the rare materials requested. A moment later, Kim-ho holds up the finished product, a complex magical device glowing with power. Jae-seok is amazed, muttering that Kim-ho has once again created something truly fascinating. He correctly identifies it as the head of a scepter, but Kim-ho reveals he hasn't found a suitable main body for it yet. He's in no rush, planning to take his time to find the perfect component, hinting he'll find it deep within the dungeons. With his new weapon piece ready, Kim-ho thanks his friend for the help before heading out to prepare for the real battle. Back in the classroom, the instructor lays out this week's mission, a 2-person dungeon sweep. He stresses that both the terrain and the teammate will be completely randomized for this test. With a final word of advice to work together, the instructor dismisses the class. Jo Byok notes that their usual team-up is off the table, and Kim-ho agrees they're on their own. Seeing Seo Ye-in looking drained, Kim-ho advises her to pause the mana bullet training for now. She and Jo Byok agree to focus on fundamentals, but Kim-ho has no intention of taking it slow. Practice mode? A waste of time for someone like him. He dives straight into the random dungeon. He eyes the mission details, dead set on a perfect 100% score, no matter who he gets partnered with. The ideal partner, he muses, would have a great combat skill for him to copy and overwrite his magi tech. Just then, a shimmering portal opens behind him, and his randomly assigned partner starts to appear. Kim Ho's eyes narrow in confusion and then dawning recognition. Of all the people in the academy, it had to be her Manhwa. She's just as thrilled to see him, recoiling in pure horror at the sight of her fated rival. He mentally shrugs it off. They've fought plenty of times, and he's crushed her every single one, so her intimidation is only natural. His goal is a perfect clear, and a little tension might just make things go faster. He cuts through the awkward silence, asking why she's just standing around like a statue. With a flash of dark energy in his eyes, he commands her to get moving. Now, without another word, they break into a sprint, plunging into the dungeon forest. Manhwa is already regretting everything, wishing she'd just taken the day off. She'd been so desperate to save face, and now she was stuck with the one person she never wanted to see again. Kim Ho casually raises his hand, wondering aloud where they should go next. A wave of green energy washes over the area, and suddenly, the path ahead is cleared of monsters. Manhwa is stunned. The dungeon is supposed to be difficult, but mobs are dropping at every turn. But Kim Ho doesn't even wait for her, simply dashing forward and leaving a few stragglers behind. She clenches her teeth in frustration. Is he really just going to leave her to clean up his mess? With a reluctant blast of combustion, she incinerates the last few goblins herself. She sprints to catch up, yelling at him to wait, but he just tells her to keep up. As she follows his lead, a strange feeling starts to creep in. Something is off about this whole mission about him. He hasn't hesitated even once. He's just charging forward, blasting a path without a shred of doubt, as if he's done this 1,000 times. She watches him effortlessly clear a path, not a single wasted motion. It's an unnerving thought, but it feels like he's done this hundreds of times before. Just as she's lost in thought, Kim Ho suddenly grabs her arm, telling her to hold up. His eyes are fixed on a small opening in the bushes, and he suggests they take a closer look. Manhwa examines the hole, concluding it's just a goblin burrow, far too small for a person. So she's completely baffled when he turns to her and tells her to check it out. Her? His eyes flash with a faint golden light, a silent pressure that asks if she's unwilling to do it. Gritting her teeth, the proud S-rank mage gets on her hands and knees, preparing to crawl inside. Kim Ho just watches, completely bewildered. Why is she going in? He only wanted her to use a fire spell. A moment later, a brilliant magical glow erupts from the dark opening. Kim Ho watches the massive fiery explosion, casually impressed by the Ruby Tower Master's power. A soot-covered Manhwa emerges from the burrow, utterly humiliated and questioning her decisions. She quickly tries to save face, telling herself this kind of dirty work is just part of dungeon crawling. He calmly notes they at least took care of the goblins before they could swarm out. A system window confirms it. Only one monster remains, which means the boss is next. But just as he realizes this, a massive axe blade slices through the air right beside his head. Without a second of hesitation, his hand shoots out and grabs her wrist. He yanks her back hard, pulling her into his arms while chiding her for losing focus in a dungeon. Pressed against him, Manhwa can only stare, completely flustered by the sudden danger and close contact. The axe completes its swing as Kim Ho explains that her massive explosion must have given away their location. And there he is. A hulking orc, clearly the dungeon boss, ready for a fight. Pulling Manhwa along, Kim Ho suggests they just stay sharp and finish this quickly together. But he glances over, noticing she's still breathing heavily, clearly shaken from the close call. He feels a little responsible and figures this is the perfect chance to rebuild her confidence. So with a calm smile, he drops a bombshell. She's going to take the boss on alone. She's stunned, but he just gives her a simple, encouraging nod, telling her she can handle it. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly agrees, planting her feet to face the challenge. With Kim Ho watching from a safe distance, she begins to gather an immense amount of fiery mana. Her eyes glow with power as she unleashes her skill, Overheat, ready to show him what she's really capable of. The orc boss turns, drawn by the sudden, overwhelming surge of magical energy, and the boss lets out a furious roar, its red eyes locked onto its new target. It closes the distance in an instant, swinging its massive axe with shocking speed. Manhwa barely has time to react as the huge blade comes crashing down, but with a burst of her own, she dodges aside, refusing to be intimidated. She immediately counters, unleashing a concentrated flame orb straight at the monster's face. A flicker of a smirk appears, a direct hit that has to have done some serious damage. But through the smoke, the orc's eye glares back, completely unfazed. Her confidence shatters as she realizes the awful truth. This dungeon has a damage reduction trait. Before she can fully process this, the orc winds up for another bone-crushing swing. She leaps over the beast, knowing she has to end this before her overheat buff runs out. But her brief respite is cut short, as a second axe comes flying out of nowhere. It's too late to dodge, she braces for impact, desperately trying to form a barrier. Then, Kim Ho steps in, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a bored look on his face. Hong Yonhua stumbles back, her mind reeling with the simple fact that she's still alive. He calmly tells her to stop holding back and use that skill instead. He suggests the Fire Pillar, a name that makes her visibly cringe, a ghost of a past she'd rather forget. She starts to explain its limited range, but he cuts her off. He'll hold the orc down for her. Without another word, he shoots forward, a blur of green energy closing the distance instantly. With a simple gesture, he freezes the orc in its tracks, locking it in place. Left with no time to even process, Hong Yonhua can only focus on her role and summon the flames. The orc growls, finally noticing the glowing magic circle forming right under its feet. Hong Yonhua panics, but Kim Ho simply tells her to ignore it and keep going. With a confident smirk, he apologizes to the monster in advance. It's going to have to play with him a little longer as he slams it down with a wave of energy. With the beast pinned, the massive magic circle activates, bathing the area in a brilliant red light. She screams that the spell is ready, urging him to get out of the blast zone immediately. He briefly considers just tanking the hit, but decides to humor her and play along. The orc thrashes wildly, but Kim Ho's binding holds it completely immobile. He casually backs away, asking if this is far enough, and she gives him the all clear. Now, with everything in place, she focuses her power, ready to end this in a single shot. With a final cry, Hong Yonhua unleashes her ultimate spell, Fire Pillar. The orc can only watch in horror as it's completely engulfed by the raging inferno. Kim Ho watches the destruction unfold, a faint smile on his face. Just as he expected, a massive vortex of flames tears through the area, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. As the flames die down, a system window confirms their victory, and she breathes a sigh of relief. He calmly notes that the fight ended pretty quickly, and they handled the boss well together. He even adds with a smirk that he thinks he might have overdone his part a little. This seems to catch her off guard, and she hesitates for a moment before turning to him. Gathering her courage, she says she has a favor to ask, making him wonder what's up. The next thing he knows, she's on her hands and knees, stammering out her strange request. She timidly asks if he could maybe set their battle replay to private. She's so mortified that she even promises to make up for any points he'll lose. Before he can even answer, she shoves a massive ruby into his hand, saying this should cover it. Kim Ho stares at the gem, completely baffled. A whole ruby just to hide a replay? But his serious expression makes her panic, thinking he's demanding an even higher price. She's about to offer him a bigger one when he quickly puts a stop to her misunderstanding. With a reassuring thumbs up, he tells Hong Yonhua that she worked hard. The sudden praise just makes her even more flustered, denying she did anything special. She quickly returns the compliment before making a hasty retreat through a portal, much to his amusement. As she vanishes, he reflects that her movements were impressive. The rumors about her skills were no joke. Her close-quarters combat was surprisingly impressive, making it clear which skill he needed to copy. He already has his own fire skill, Inferno Fist, but her overheat skill is different. Since it's a physical ability, his own ash-like trait will give it a massive power boost. With that settled, his attention shifts to the payment she left behind, a massive ruby. He figures he'll deal with the gem later. Tonight, he's headed for the dungeon's basement. Arriving on the ground floor, he finds that his party members haven't shown up yet. While he waits, he checks his rewards for the strategy battle and finds he's earned a new copy trait slot. Just as he's hoping to find a useful trait in the dungeon, an annoyed voice calls out from behind him. His two teammates finally appear, with Lee Seong-hyun eager to prove his worth on this run. Before they head in, their new companion reveals he came prepared for this little unauthorized trip. He hands them two items, a second year's tie pin and a John Doe badge. The combination, he explains, will make their faces look completely ordinary to any onlookers. It works like a charm. Their features blur, making them unrecognizable to anyone just passing by. With their identities concealed, Kim Ho confidently leads the way, ready to descend. The team begins their long trek down a massive, spiraling staircase deep into the dungeon. Lee Seong-hyun's friend is stunned by the scale of the place, wondering how deep the D-rank zone is. Kim Ho explains that they're taking the long way because they're sneaking in, unable to use the teleporters. He then playfully suggests a skilled guide could have hacked them anyway, just as they finally arrive at their destination. They've arrived at their clandestine destination, dungeon number 388. The purple portal to the altar of the feathered serpent hums with latent power. Just as Lee Seong-hyun's team prepares to enter, confident in their plan, his face suddenly sours as he spots some unwelcome company nearby. He immediately starts complaining about another pair of students, blaming them for a previous failure. As Kim Ho's party glances over, the other team gives them a passing look, but with no recognition at all. A small smirk from Kim Ho confirms that the anonymous badges are working perfectly. Lee Seonghyun wants to rush in to avoid any more encounters, but their guide stops him. He calmly explains that he needs to handle the dungeon's security system first. With a soft click, their support student announces he's disabled all the security devices. He'll stay behind as a lookout, telling the others to finish quickly and come back. Lee Seonghyun's team wastes no time, pressing forward into the jungle. Before them stands their objective, the core of the dungeon, the feathered serpent altar. His companion suddenly recalls a warning from Kim Ho's strategy guide about barbarians. And right on cue, a shadowy figure in the trees draws back its bowstring. An arrow slices through the air, whizzing past his head with deadly precision. It thuds into a nearby tree, a clear and immediate threat from their unseen enemies. A faint smirk plays on his lips. Speak of the devil, the barbarians have arrived. From the jungle depths, tattooed warriors emerge, their intentions chillingly clear. They need a sacrifice. The students are completely surrounded, but the support member just scoffs at their logic. Why throw spears if you want them alive? But thinking things through isn't on the agenda. As the barbarians charge forward with a ferocious roar, his teammate gives him a knowing look, asking if it's time, and Lee Seonghyun confirms they'll stick to the plan. The support student's hand begins to glow, weaving a vortex of green magical energy. A powerful binding spell erupts, ensnaring the charging warriors and slowing their clumsy advance. This is the only opening Lee Seonghyun needs, his blade already leaving its sheath. With a single, fluid arc of his sword, he effortlessly carves through the immobilized barbarians. The first wave is down, and with a quick word of luck, the two split up to handle the next phase. His teammate just scoffs at the barbarians' shouts, finding their obsession with strong sacrifices a bit pathetic. Lee Seonghyun, on the other hand, wastes no time, declaring himself their opponent and preparing to get this over with. With the main force occupied, his support peels off into the rainforest, following a different route entirely. He smirks, recalling the dungeon's public objective: stop the barbarians' ritual at the altar. But anyone who takes that direct route will miss the far more valuable hidden piece. To get the real prize, you have to dig where no one else thinks to look, like their now vulnerable village. He confirms his theory. Most warriors are gone, and he's not worried. Lee Seonghyun can handle them. So he casually strolls out to greet the last two guards, who see him as a gift from the gods. As spears fly, he sighs, wondering if capture alive is the only phrase these brutes know. He has no time for these grunts, and with a flick of his wrist, he says as much. Green energy erupts, binding the two warriors as he demands they bring him their chief. Still, he allows them to grab him, musing that everything is proceeding exactly as planned. They drag him through the camp, right towards the biggest tent that has to be the one. Inside, a powerful artifact pulses with a golden light, waiting. As he's thrown inside, Kim Ho finally meets the man he came to see. The barbarian chief marvels at his energy, deeming him a worthy sacrifice for their ritual. But Kim Ho is just bored of the topic, igniting his inferno fist with a smirk. To get the hidden piece, he needs the chief occupied right here, and this is how he'll do it. All he has to do is play around until his partner finds the hidden piece. The chief's golden weapon isn't elemental, meaning a single clean hit would be fatal. But Kim Ho's already absorbed the Inferno Fist, pushing his physical stats to their absolute peak. With a smirk, he stops the chief's attack with one hand. It's nothing to him now. He counters with a powerful kick, sending the barbarian leader flying back into a protective barrier. The chief stares in disbelief as Kim Ho's fist simply phases through his guard. The punch connects, shattering the barrier behind him with a deafening crash. Kim Ho looks at his own hand, impressed. This power easily smashes through D-rank defenses. But as the dust clears, the chief rises, barely scratched. A boss-level threat, indeed. Kim Ho mocks the chief with a smug grin, pointing out how sloppy his offense has become. The barbarian leader's face twists in rage, promising a painful death as he charges a powerful blast. But Kim Ho knows that these ritual-obsessed priests have a fatal weakness. They tend to run. So to keep a boss like this from escaping, you have to make them too furious to think straight. And as he effortlessly weaves through a barrage of golden beams, his theory proves correct. With the chief fully aggroed, he knows the plan is working. The rest is up to the team. Elsewhere, the sounds of battle echo as determined footsteps tread through pools of blood. One of Lee Seonghyun's teammates stands ready, her face splattered, but her gaze unbroken. And at the top of the blood-soaked stairs, the son of the swordmaster looks down upon his handiwork. But his moment of victory is shattered by an ominous shadow rising from below. A hulking barbarian emerges, hoisting a massive log as if it were a twig. Lee Seonghyun barely manages to parry the crushing blow, his sword straining. The sheer force sends him skidding back across the stone floor. He instantly recognizes this enemy, the dungeon's mid-boss, the sub-priest known as Fatty. As expected, he showed up right on schedule, But fighting him is just the first step. The real prize is the hidden item he's here to claim, the feathered serpent shaman sword. But he remembers the guide's warning. Fatty isn't the only problem here. A poison needle suddenly zips past his face, a silent, deadly greeting. And there he is, the second sub-priest, the one they call Skinny, has arrived. Lee Song-hyun knows taking them on together is a terrible idea. A careful approach would be best. But there's no time for that. He resolves to make this a quick and decisive battle. As if on cue, the poison master Skinny unleashes another deadly dart from his blowgun. Lee Seong-hyun effortlessly dodges, the projectile thudding harmlessly into the stone floor. He weaves past Fatty's thunderous swing, the wind from the club just barely grazing his cheek. With practiced ease, he ducks low, the massive log sailing right over his head. But their pincer attack is relentless. He realizes that at this rate, he's just wasting time. Fine. If they won't give him an opening, he'll just have to force one himself. He lunges forward in a flash, sinking his sword into Fatty's leg with a savage cry. With one opponent hobbled, he closes his eyes, gathering his power for the finishing blow. His eyes snap open, brimming with a cold, focused light. The poison master can only watch in horror as the attack comes for him. His hulking partner shares the same look of disbelief, completely outplayed. With a single, elegant motion, Lee Seong-hyun unleashes the clearstream cut. The wave of energy sends both sub-priests flying, clearing the path to the altar. He stands victorious, thinking he's taken care of them but knowing he must remain cautious. A pained groan confirms his suspicion. The big one is tough and still breathing. But priorities are priorities. Finishing him off can wait. The hidden piece comes first. The downed barbarian can only seethe, unable to stop what's about to happen. With the immediate threats dealt with, Lee Seong-hyun reaches for his real prize. But just as he claims his reward, a massive log hurtles through the air. It's a final, desperate attack from the downed sub-priest. The projectile slams into the altar, right where Lee Seong-hyun was standing. The barbarian's eyes flare with shock and fury. He missed. Holding the feathered serpent shaman sword, Seong-hyun admits that was a close one. But now that the hidden piece is his, it's time to end this for good. With a furious roar, the sub-priest charges forward for one last clash. Lee Seong-hyun meets his rage with a calm focus, his blade glowing with power. A moment later, the barbarian falls, utterly defeated. The entire feathered serpent altar village has been subdued, its warriors lying motionless. Elsewhere, Kim Ho's eyes narrow. He's done playing games. He effortlessly dodges the barbarian chief, thinking that Lee Seong-hyun must have reached the sword by now. Suddenly, the chief's eyes widen in shock. He whips his head around, sensing a powerful aura from the altar. His sacred sword has been taken. A system notification confirms it for Kim Ho, who smiles, satisfied that his chosen pawn has passed the test. Now, before he deals the final blow, it's time to claim his prize. His copy ability activates, stealing the chief's priest trait and its incredibly useful mana sensitivity. The desperate chief tries to rush to the altar, but Kim Ho casually kicks him back, asking where he's off to in such a hurry. With a smirk, he tells the barbarian it's already over, as his own fist ignites with brilliant red flames. A single, fiery punch engulfs the chief, ending the battle in a blaze of overwhelming power. With the flames still smoldering around him, a system window announces the dungeon has been cleared. Just then, Lee Seong-hyun arrives on the scene, and Kim Ho greets him with a calm, knowing smile. Seong-hyun's eyes are immediately drawn to the sacred sword in his hand, its dark aura pulsing with power. Kim Ho gestures towards the spoils of their victory, which have just materialized from thin air. The dungeon's clear reward, a set of random item boxes, ready for the taking. But Seong-hyun couldn't care less about the boxes. Holding his new sword, he knows this is all the prize he needs. He tells Kim Ho to take the rest of the rewards, and our protagonist, ever so generous, doesn't refuse. Kim Ho then reminds him they need to leave, explaining that a cleared dungeon doesn't stay open forever. They step through the portal, and the waiting instructor can't hide his surprise at their speed, though Kim Ho simply smirks. Just as he explained, Seong-hyun watches in amazement as the dungeon entrance behind them begins to collapse. Kim Ho calmly explains that once a dungeon's core is destroyed, it seals itself off to regenerate. Shin Byung-chul chimes in, noting the real problem is the evidence of the clear, which is impossible to erase. He warns that someone will be coming to assess the situation, so they need to disappear, and fast. After a long climb back up, Shin Byung-chul is completely winded, cursing the endless stairs. Kim Ho just smirks, remarking that of course going up is harder than going down. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shin Byung-chul is glad they didn't run into anyone, and asks for his badge and pin back. Kim Ho hands them over, and his female teammate thanks Shin Byung-chul for the assist, while Kim Ho hints at needing his help again. Flattered, Shin Byung-chul puffs out his chest, acting like it was just a simple service he provides. But his bravado evaporates when two familiar faces from the disciplinary committee suddenly appear, waving hello. It's Han So-min and her partner, and Shin Byung-chul can only sweat, thinking of all the times to run into them. Why now? Chun-hai's aura crackles as she demands to know why they're in the dungeon building so late at night. Shin Byung-chul tries to play it off cool, saying they were obviously there to raid the dungeon. He then gets a little too cocky, nudging Kim-ho to back him up and stop being so quiet. Kim-ho realizes this idiot is trying to push the problem onto him, but decides to play along to get out of there. He confirms they just finished a raid, but when he asks for their completion rate, Chun-hai stonewalls him. Shin Byung-chul scoffs, guessing she's just embarrassed about a low score, which clearly strikes a nerve. A competitive smirk crosses her face as she guarantees her completion percentage is higher than theirs. Shin Byung-chul's eyes light up, immediately proposing a bet to see who did better and asking for the stakes. She agrees instantly. The loser has to grant a favor or truthfully answer any one question. With the terms set, Kim-ho and Chun-hai prepare to reveal their scores, their auras flaring in anticipation. A silent countdown begins as the two rivals prepare to reveal their scores. On the final count, they both pull up their system windows, the tension thick. Chun-hai's screen flashes to 97%, and her confident expression immediately shatters, because Kim-ho's screen displays a perfect 100%, turning her to stone in sheer disbelief. As his teammates celebrate, Kim-ho announces he'll hold on to that wish ticket as a debt and makes his exit. The scene shifts to the next day, a moment of calm after the storm. Kim-ho, Mo Young-jun, and Seo Ye-in are enjoying a break from their grueling training schedule. Mo Young-jun asks what this meeting is for, a bit confused by the sudden invitation. With a sly smile, Kim-ho explains he wants to introduce them to another perk of being a hero. He materializes 2 dungeon reward boxes, ready to show them the addictive fun of unboxing loot. With a click, Kim-ho cracks open the first box, a brilliant golden light spilling out. Mo Young-jun and Seo Ye-in lean in, their eyes fixed on the spectacle, captivated by the glow. Out pops an rank up scroll, a decent start, he muses, but just an appetizer. He immediately moves on to the next box, his movements smooth and confident. This time, a brilliant blue light erupts, and his teammates can't hide their surprise. A D-rank priest's black bracelet materializes, and Kim-ho's face lights up with a satisfied smirk. A rank-up scroll and a priest-specific accessory, he thinks to himself. That's already a huge win. Turning to his friend, he offers Mo Young-jun the chance to try his own luck. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Young-jun accepts, eagerly opening the last remaining box. But all he gets is an F-rank wooden cup, prompting a dry cough and a smug jab from Kim-ho about his terrible luck. Seo Ye-in steps forward, telling Kim-ho not to apologize since she insisted on this anyway. Mo Young-jun can only sigh, admitting he's never had a knack for these random boxes. But the moment Seo Ye-in opens it, a brilliant golden light bursts forth, shocking them all. The item inside materializes, a B-rank feather cushion, of all things. Kim-ho is absolutely stunned. Pulling a B-rank item from a D-rank box is miraculous. He quickly checks its stats. It's a powerful support item that cures mental fatigue. While it's a shame for him, he knows lifestyle items like this have their own dedicated market. His mind begins to calculate the best way to sell it, maybe through an auction, but he's cut short. He looks up to find Seo Ye-in just staring at him, holding the softly glowing pillow. Then, with a completely straight face, she asks if he wants it. Kim-ho's mind races, realizing the cushion's true value isn't in money. With its fatigue recovery, it could drastically cut down Seo Ye-in's rest time. More waking hours means more training for her, an investment far more valuable than gold. He pushes the pillow towards her, telling her to take it, much to her surprise. She asks if he's serious, and he just gives a warm smile, confirming it's a gift. Seo Ye-in stares, completely taken aback by the sudden, generous act. Then, she pulls the cushion into a tight hug, a soft thank you escaping her lips. Just as Kim-ho is about to relax, his phone suddenly starts buzzing. He glances at the screen and sees the name, Shin Byung-chul. What could he want? He answers, only to hear that things have gotten messy with the deep dungeon request, and now Shin Byung-chul's sister is demanding to see him. And so, Kim-ho makes his way to the thieves' club room. He steps inside, where Shin Byung-chul's sister greets him, saying they've been waiting. Her clubmates immediately start sizing him up, asking if this is the famous junior she's been working with. One of them leans in, mentioning he heard Kim-ho even started a fight with the Magic Engineering Club for them. He smirks, teasing her about her newfound protectiveness, just as a dark tendril of energy snakes out behind him. Before he can say another word, the tendril snaps forward, gagging him completely. With a single sharp tug, The sister yanks him out of his seat, telling him to get out and stop interfering. She turns back to Kim Ho, calmly telling him to ignore her subordinate's nonsense. He just smiles and agrees, which seems to fluster her even more. She wanted him to at least think it over. Shaking it off, she gets serious, declaring it's time to skip the small talk and get straight to business. She gets right to it, explaining that the Black Serpent request they accepted has run into a snag. A bid was placed on it. Kim Ho doesn't even flinch, immediately asking if it's a regular bid or the much rarer priority bid. And her answer is the one he didn't want to hear. A priority bid that complicates things immensely, and the gears in his head start turning. See, at this academy, dungeons can only be entered by a limited number of people before the core is destroyed and it seals itself. To fairly manage the competition for the best dungeons, the academy introduced a bidding system. The standard method is a regular bid, where parties with the highest success rates get first dibs. But there's a trump card that can overturn all of that: the priority bid ticket. Using one of these rare tickets allows a club to ignore all other requirements and jump to the front of the line. And right now, that's exactly what's happened. Another club has claimed the Black Serpent dungeon for themselves. Kim Ho notes that since they're entering unofficially, access isn't the problem, but she counters. Once they clear it, the club who placed that bid will be furious. She drops the name. The club that placed the bid is the Swordsmanship Club, one of the top 2 clubs in the entire academy, and she needs to know if he's serious about provoking them. Kim Ho doesn't even blink, confirming he's pushing through no matter what. He'll handle the fallout himself, a statement that clearly surprises her. A heavy sigh, and she slaps the table, deciding to trust her brilliant junior must have something up his sleeve. Fine, she's in. A smirk spreads across her face as she stands up, ready to go. Just then, her brother Shin Byung-chul walks in, shocked she's planning on going herself. Kim Ho grins, adding a little condition. They'll need extra pay for this, because if they're doing it right. He asks who she plans on taking, and she reminds him of Go Hyunwoo, that handsome kid from the Emerald Duel. She crosses her arms, calculating their chances. A B-rank dungeon with just 2 people seems possible, but it's a tight squeeze. One of her club members immediately objects, questioning how a freshman could possibly clear a B-rank dungeon. The sister recalls seeing this girl during the storage infiltration, but of course, Go Hyunwoo was wearing a perception-distorting mask back then, so she couldn't possibly know his real identity. She leans over to another member, getting the quiet go-ahead to spill the secret. Taking a deep breath, she prepares to drop a bombshell on her skeptical junior. She reveals his true identity. He's Inferno Fist, and the girl's jaw just about hits the floor. With that settled, Kim Ho slaps a document onto the table, demanding everyone's attention. His senior picks it up, her eyes widening. It's a complete strategy guide for the Black Snake dungeon. As the others crowd around, they see the objective. Go in, grab only the best loot, and get out fast. They all look up from the paper, a single thought in their minds. This isn't a raid, it's a heist. The girl in the beanie smirks, telling her senior that Kim Ho is the perfect underhanded talent for their club. After reviewing the plan, the senior agrees it looks solid, relying on Byung-chul to dismantle all the traps. But Byung-chul jolts upright in shock, realizing he's the one who has to go into the danger zone. All his previous bragging about being a rising star vanishes as he stammers that a B-rank dungeon is a life-or-death situation. He crosses his arms stubbornly, absolutely refusing to participate. Kim Ho calmly warns him he'll regret this, but Byung-chul shouts back that no amount of money is worth his life. With a flick of the page, Kim Ho reveals the grand prize, the legendary item known as the Ghostly Shadow. He explains it's a hidden piece that no stealth class can afford to pass up, one that even the assassin Jang Sam coveted. The senior looks up in disbelief. She thought it was just an urban legend, but Kim Ho confirms its existence. With her mind made up, she decides the club will go even without their mechanic, but Byung-chul quietly mutters for his sister to wait. And just like that, Byung-chul's cowardice vanishes, replaced by a smug grin as he declares that a true man always rises to the challenge. His sister can't help but tease him for his sudden bravery, while Kim Ho simply confirms that he'll see them on Friday. A few days later, on the evening of the raid, Kim Ho heads to the mana training room. He knows he needs to make some preparations before diving into a deep dungeon. His D-rank core is already feeling weak. Combining the priest trait he copied with the priest's black bracelet, he plans to rapidly build his mana and force his core to rank up. Next up is the E-rank rank-up scroll he'd saved, which he immediately uses on his difficult-to-level main skill, Amplify. System windows flash before his eyes. Amplify is now D-rank, and his core has successfully leveled to C-rank. Perfect. He stands, feeling the new power coursing through him. This should be enough for what's to come. Just as He's about to leave, a voice calls out, and he turns to see Lee Seong-hyun, the swordmaster's son. Seong-hyun smiles, impressed that Kim Ho was also doing some last-minute training before the dungeon crawl. Turns out Seong-hyun was also getting some last-minute prep in, testing a new sword, and feeling confident he could wield it in a real fight. With both of them ready, he claps Kim Ho on the shoulder, declaring it's time to go. They arrive at the eerie dungeon district, the full moon hanging ominously in the sky. The rest of their raid party is already waiting, and Seong-hyun tells them they're heading in immediately. But Kim Ho hesitates, asking if it's really okay to go in without the special item Shin Byung-chul gave them. Seong-hyun just smirks, saying they won't need it. At his signal, his teammate steps forward. She calmly tells Kim Ho to just watch, unleashing a swarm of ethereal purple butterflies from her hands. The beautiful, shadowy insects flood the dungeon entrance, flying deep into the winding passages. Kim Ho realizes in an instant she's scouting the entire dungeon layout with her butterflies. With their path laid out, the party charges in, following the glowing swarm into the darkness. The butterflies effortlessly guide them past the dungeon's initial defenses, disabling traps just before they can trigger. Shin Byung-chul's sister leads the way, her swarm creating a safe corridor through the hostile territory. But after a short sprint, she suddenly halts the party, holding up a hand. She announces that this is as far as she goes. She'll be guarding the entrance from here. The path ahead, she warns them, is the true beginning, the domain of the infamous Black Snake Guild. With a final, chilling wish for them to return alive, she gestures towards a shimmering purple portal. Kim Ho, Lee Seong-hyun, and a visibly tense Shin Byung-chul step through into the dungeon's depths. Almost immediately, Kim Ho notices that Shin Byung-chul has been acting strangely restless. Is he really this nervous over a simple B-rank dungeon? Kim Ho thinks to himself that if this continues, their plan is doomed. Deciding he needs to boost the guy's morale, he turns and calls out his name, trying to snap him out of it. With a sly grin, Kim Ho leans in and asks if Shin Byung-chul is scared, figuring a little provocation is just what he needs. Shin Byung-chul immediately scoffs, defensively asking what on earth he's talking about, but Kim Ho just calmly points out that his legs are shaking uncontrollably. With a nervous laugh and a bead of sweat, Byung-chul insists it's just a habit, nothing more. His weak denial is cut short, however, as he finally takes in the view around them. They've stepped not into a cave, but a massive, traditional-style town, the B-rank dungeon known as the Black Snake's Lair. As they look on, Lee Seong-hyun is the first to notice that something feels deeply wrong. For a place so crowded with people, there's an eerie, unsettling silence hanging in the air. Kim Ho explains that recent incidents have plagued the area, but this unfortunate situation is something they can exploit. Their goal is simple: follow the guide, grab the loot, and get out. And with that, he leads them toward their first destination. Their first destination turns out to be a traditional duck soup restaurant. The team settles in, with Kim Ho confidently placing an order for everyone. A cheerful young waiter with his hair in a bun happily confirms their food is on its way. As they wait, Kim Ho quietly explains the real reason they're here. He tells them a group of thugs periodically kidnaps young men, and their next target is that very waiter. True to his word, the food arrives in a flash, much to the team's surprise. The waiter proudly explains his father's hard work before wishing them a good meal, completely oblivious. But just then, the door slides open, and a group of masked men step inside, their presence instantly chilling the air. The waiter's face drains of color as he rushes over, assuming they're here for protection money. His teammate asks if these are the guys, and with a simple nod, Kim Ho confirms their hunt has begun. The low-ranking warriors of the Black Snake Room corner their target, telling the boy he's coming with them, but his father suddenly rushes forward, screaming that they can't take his son. The old man's desperate charge is stopped effortlessly by one of the thugs. He can only stare in shock as a hand grips his face. A brutal knee slams into him, sending him flying backward. He crashes hard onto the wooden floor as Kim Ho and his team watch on. The lead thug turns back to the waiter, coldly telling him to come along quietly. He flashes the hilt of his sword, an unspoken threat hanging in the air. The waiter is frozen in fear, tears welling in his eyes as the thugs close in. On the floor, his father can only watch in utter despair, his son about to be dragged away. But just as all hope seems lost, Kim Ho calmly addresses the fallen old man. He and his team stand over the father, making a simple, confident promise to bring his son back. Overwhelmed with relief, the old man grasps his hands, swearing he'll give them anything they want. A wicked little smile plays on Kim Ho's lips as he tells the man he'll be holding him to that promise. He activates one of his skills, his vision locking onto the kidnapper's trail. They spot the group in the distance. They haven't gotten far yet, so it's time to move. But the thugs are already aware, noting that their pursuers have followed them right into a deserted alleyway. Kim Ho just smirks. If they're waiting for a fight, Well, that just makes things a whole lot easier. They round the corner, and the thugs turn to face them, mocking their little hero act. Unfazed, Kim Ho cracks his knuckles, coolly stating that they simply saw an injustice and couldn't ignore it. The lead thug sneers that their courage is commendable but foolish, promising their sense of justice will lead to their deaths. But Kim Ho has only one instruction for his companions. Whatever happens, don't damage the clothes. As a blade slices toward him, he simply raises a hand, a pulse of energy stopping the attack in its tracks. He effortlessly twists the man's arm, thinking to himself how useless these petty tricks are. With cold focus, he prepares to end this little skirmish. In a single fluid movement, he grabs the thug by the face and slams him down hard into the pavement, completely neutralizing him. One down. Kim Ho glances over, seeing the others haven't quite settled their own scores yet. Lee Seong-hyun, the swordmaster's son, charges in with a powerful swing of his own, but his opponent lands a swift kick to his stomach, making Jo Byok call out in alarm. Kim Ho watches with a tired expression, thinking that while they won, his team's performance was far from perfect. He glances over as his two teammates just stomp on the downed thug. What a messy way to fight. Brushing his hands clean, he decides enough is enough. This little incident is over. The others are surprised to learn these were just low-ranking goons, but Kim Ho knows they're tougher than they look. With the situation handled, he turns to the waiter they rescued, telling him it's time for them to leave. The young man rushes past them, calling out to his father in a tearful reunion. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the father holds his son tight, thanking the students for their incredible help. But Kim Ho cuts the moment short, coolly stating that they still need to settle the bill for their services. He points past them to a small statue on a shelf, declaring that he'll take that as his payment. Without a moment's hesitation, the grateful father agrees, telling him to take whatever he wants. Kim Ho casually announces he'll finish his meal, prompting the grateful father to offer to reheat it immediately. Settled back at the table, his teammates examine the peculiar statue he just acquired. Lee Seong-hyun muses that it looks like something used in a formation, while Jo Byok remains clueless. Kim Ho confirms their suspicions, explaining that it's not just part of a formation, it's the key to breaking one. Jo Byok is stunned, realizing this small statue holds far more power than he could have imagined. Kim Ho then tosses it over, telling him to hold on to it, for it contains the martial principles of its carver and will surely be useful later. With the meal finally finished, and their bowls scraped clean, it's time to get down to business. As the trio arrives before the imposing gate of the Black Snake Room, Kim Ho turns to his team, ready to give them one last briefing before they dive in. The plan is simple and brutally effective. He will personally tie up the main force, leaving the rest for them to handle. Their objective is a simple smash and grab. Use a diversionary tactic to secure the target items. But there's a critical catch. Unlike their last raid, the master of this place is simply too strong to be defeated. So, they'll have to finish this another way. Kim Ho asks if they've prepared the items he listed in the guide. With a confident nod, they confirm. He hands over B-rank escape scrolls and in-ear communicators. They all sync up their comms as he announces he'll be acting alone from now on. He gives them a final look of assurance, telling them to stick to the guide but to remain vigilant. Lee Seong-hyun and Jo Byok wish him luck, putting their full faith in his plan. With the team briefed, the operation begins. A masked guard stands watch before the ominous Black Snake Room, but his watch is interrupted by a sudden presence from above. He calls out, demanding to know who goes there. Atop the wall, Kim Ho stands ready, his fist already wreathed in flame as the guard shouts his challenge again. The guard scoffs that silence won't save him, but his threat dies on his lips as he sees what's happening to Kim Ho's hand. With a confident smirk, Kim Ho reveals his fist, now completely wreathed in roaring golden flames. All the guard can do is stare, his eyes wide with pure shock at the sudden display of power. Kim Ho unleashes a wave of fire, blasting the guard right off his feet and through the building's entrance. In an instant, the entire structure is engulfed in a raging inferno, black smoke billowing into the sky. He calmly watches the blaze he created, finding the sight of the fire almost fascinating. Hearing the distant shouts of panic, he realizes their response is far too slow for his liking. So, he decides to give them a little push, taking a deep breath to amplify his voice. "Enemy attack!" he shouts with a triumphant grin, making his presence known to everyone. Just as he hoped, guards swarm from every direction, but he just scoffs, unimpressed by their numbers. Surrounded by swords, he just scoffs, telling them he's exactly who he announced he was, the enemy. The lead guard can only conclude this man is utterly insane before giving the order to attack. As they descend upon him, Kim Ho embraces the label, a faint smile playing on his lips. He drops low in a fluid motion, letting two blades slice harmlessly through the air above him. Instead of retreating, he launches himself directly into the heart of their formation. His fist ignites with blistering energy, a wild grin promising to show them what real craziness looks like. He slams his hand into the ground, detonating a massive pillar of fire that engulfs them all. When the smoke clears, he's the only one left standing in a crater of ash and ruin. Surely, he thinks, a scene this big is more than enough to have gotten his target's attention. And just then, a powerful new figure emerges, recognizing the handiwork of the Flame Tyrant. Kim Ho remains perfectly calm, noting that his target seems to think he's arrived ahead of schedule. The Housemaster, a man known as the Black Serpent, radiates a dark aura, promising to make him pay for the damages with his life. Internally, Kim Ho scoffs at being mistaken for the Flame Tyrant, realizing this misunderstanding will make things much easier. He puts on a cocky smirk, dismissing the man as a lowlife from an unorthodox faction not even worth answering. The sheer audacity of the young man leaves the Black Serpent momentarily stunned, his anger boiling over. He roars that if this boy is truly the Flame Tyrant's disciple, he should prove it with his skills and lunges forward. But Kim Ho dodges the sudden attack with almost lazy grace, cheekily complaining that he wasn't done talking. The old master is shocked by his speed, his hand contorting as his nails sharpen into wicked-looking claws. Our hero immediately recognizes the technique, a deadly combination of claw arts and poison. Infuriated by his evasiveness, the Black Serpent lashes out again, screaming that he's as slippery as an eel. Kim Ho smirks, his strategy clear in his mind. All he has to do is avoid those poison-laced claws. He effortlessly sidesteps a furious swipe, cheekily thinking that he's always been a bit fast on his feet. Pausing his evasion for a moment, he looks at the master's hand and asks if he shouldn't wash them. The Black Serpent freezes mid-motion, utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of the question. Kim Ho continues his taunts, saying he won't even get close until the master's hands are clean. The old man's face contorts with rage, his poison aura practically vibrating with fury. He swears to grant the boy a painful death, but Kim Ho just mocks him for being too slow. The master again screams at him to stop running, but our hero reveals he'll keep it up until he gets a call. His true plan is simple: keep the housemaster completely focused on him and then run when he gets the signal. But he knows he can't make it too obvious, and he can see the Black Serpent is already getting suspicious. Realizing he needs to land a hit, Kim Ho decides it's time to give the old man what he wants. With a smirk, he activates his skills, Inferno Fist and Overheat, cloaking himself in a fiery red aura. The Black Serpent's eyes narrow, recognizing the unmistakable power of the Flame Tyrant's disciple. Kim Ho just shrugs it off, his fist practically glowing with condensed flame. He then launches himself into the air, and the master can only stare in disbelief. The old man scoffs, thinking this is a foolish move. His fancy footwork won't save him in the air. But as the poison claws lunge forward, Kim Ho's expression remains completely calm. He twists his body with impossible grace, easily evading the master's attack mid-flight. With a condescending look, he asks the master if he really thought it would be that simple. Combining wind force with his Inferno Fist, he drives a flaming punch straight down toward his stunned opponent. The fiery punch lands true, but Kim Ho knows this is hardly enough to finish a housemaster. The old man is sent flying, his body crashing through the building like a rag doll. Because this isn't just some underworld gang. The Black Serpent House is a holdover from the Great War of the past. Kim Ho watches the dust settle, his expression unchanged, as if he knew this was coming. The Black Serpent rises from the rubble, admitting he gravely underestimated his opponent's mastery of void steps. Kim Ho's eyes narrow. He can feel the master's energy shifting, preparing to get serious. The man's true identity is revealed. A pavilion lord of the heavenly demon cult, his body surging with demonic power as he swears to rip Kim Ho apart. Meanwhile, the distraction is working perfectly, as guards rush in a panic toward the main gate. Oh Sehun and his partner slip past the chaos, hoping they've managed to get through without a fight. They spot their objective, a heavily guarded door that can only lead to the treasury. Oh Sehun tries to blend in, shouting that the intruders are at the main gate, a performance his partner finds quite impressive. But their smooth infiltration comes to a grinding halt when a veteran guard with a nasty scar eyes them suspiciously. Just like that, their cover is blown. The guard calmly identifies them as the real intruders. He draws his blade, conceding they were skilled to make it this far, but smugly declares their luck has run out. Damn it. Oh Sehun reels, wondering how they were possibly discovered when their disguises were flawless. The guard explains that no true member of the house would be unaware of how many have died trying to get in. And, more importantly, he's never seen a face as pretty as Oh Sehun's among their ranks. Oh Sehun is absolutely floored he got caught because he's too handsome, even with a mask on. His partner just smiles, thanking the guard for the compliment before softly counting down from 1. In a flash of steel, she's already behind him, the guard slumping as she asks him to please understand their position. With the guard down, The other infiltrator draws his own blade, ready to cut down anyone else who stands in their way. He turns to find his partner, Shin Byung-chul, already fiddling with a complex vault door. Byung-chul mutters that his job isn't to fight. He was brought along as the technician. His partner just grins, reminding Byung-chul that he's heard he's a highly skilled professional. In fact, he has very high expectations for him. A little flattery goes a long way, and Byung-chul puffs up his chest, promising to put on a show. He flashes his specialized lockpicks, announcing the grand performance of Shin Byung-chul is about to begin. His hands become a blur, the tools dancing across the intricate locking mechanism. With intense focus, he works the tumblers, listening for the faintest click. And just like that, the heavy door swings open, their path cleared without a sound. His partner is stunned by the speed, but Byung-chul just gives a smug little grin, telling him the path is open. As they head in, the swordsman scoffs at the apparent lack of security, calling their enemies amateurs. But the moment his foot touches the stone floor, there's a telltale click of a pressure plate. His eyes dart to the side, catching a sudden glint of light from a hidden mechanism in the wall. A dart whistles past his cheek, a near-fatal mistake that leaves him frozen in shock. He can only stare at the wall, shaken, admitting they would have been in real danger if not for Byung-chul. The technician lectures him on the price of carelessness, and his partner quickly agrees, vowing to trust him completely. Finally, getting the respect he deserves, Byung-chul takes charge, ordering the swordsman to follow him without question. He begins guiding him through the corridor, calling out the exact safe spots to step. The once cocky partner now moves with caution, pressing his hand exactly where the expert tells him to. He gives his partner the signal, telling him to pull the hidden lever now. As the mechanism whirs to life, Shin Byung-chul is already on the ground, deftly disabling the trap. With a final, satisfying clunk, the corridor goes silent. He declares the way is safe. The swordsman is floored, admitting Byung-chul's skills are even better than the rumors. But their progress halts at a dead end, prompting the swordsman to question their path. Byung-chul smirks, revealing he built this false wall himself and just needs his partner to cut it down. With a surge of energy, the swordsman's blade carves through the stone wall in a single, brilliant arc. Behind the rubble lies the real prize, a massive vault door covered in intricate clockwork. Before getting to work, Byung-chul asks his partner to hand over the Daruma statue they found earlier. He deduces it must be a key component for this lock as well, and begins to expertly pick the complex mechanism. After dismantling the other parts, Byung-chul slots the final component into place. With a series of heavy clicks, the massive clockwork gears begin to turn. The vault doors swing open, revealing a treasure room that takes their breath away. His partner is stunned, wondering how much a single item in here would be worth. But Byung-chul warns him not to get greedy, pointing out a specific, trapped chest. He knows from the guide that the black talisman on it will release a deadly poison if touched. The sheer temptation makes him scold himself out loud, much to his partner's confusion. The swordsman then remembers the guide mentioned one specific item that wasn't trapped. His gaze sweeps the room until he spots a small, unassuming box glowing faintly. He grabs at the chief's black chest. With their objective secured, they agree it's time to go. With the prize secured, Shin Byung-chul confidently leads the way out, boasting that he's already disabled every trap. He smirks, almost disappointed, saying it would be more fun if something actually showed up to challenge them. His partner shoots him a sharp look, warning him not to jinx their clean getaway, but he just waves it off. Then, she stops dead, her expression frozen in shock. Hess confused for a second, wondering what's wrong, but his own eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes his careless words have manifested into a terrifying reality. Standing at the end of the hall is a figure they were never meant to meet, the one person the guide warned them about. The mysterious old man stands over one of their fallen enemies, calmly complimenting their handiwork. Unfazed, the girl steps forward, demanding to know if he's an elder of the heavenly demon cult. A heavy pressure fills the air. This is Baekhyuk Seo, a living legend known only as the White Snake. Hes not just some elder. Hes the vice chief of the Black Snake faction, and one half of the demonic cult's most feared duo. He is a ghost within the faction, a specter whose appearance signals nothing but misfortune. The girl's blood runs cold as she realizes their good luck has finally, catastrophically, run out. His power is immeasurable, and she knows challenging him head-on is a suicide mission. Without a second thought, she shoves a glowing talisman into Shin Byung-chul's hand, urging him to escape. She tells him to go. The gap in their skills is too vast for them both to make it out alive. The White Snake compliments her impressive achievements, acknowledging her skill even as he prepares to end her. But his tone turns grim. It's a shame, he muses, that he must personally crush such a budding talent. He tells her to blame her own fate for crossing paths with him as a dark, lethal energy coils around his hand. As a final, Mocking courtesy, he offers her the first move, a sliver of mercy before the end. She accepts, unleashing a torrent of lightning energy and rocketing towards him with her signature skill, Rapid Stream. Her technique is incredible, controlling not just the wind but the very flow of chi itself. But her all-out assault is met by a swirling, effortless counter from the white snake. To her shock, her blade is caught not by steel, but by a flexible, whip-like soft sword. He easily bypasses her guard, striking her down with a venomous technique of his own. Coughing up blood, she realizes her attack was a reckless, all-or-nothing gambit. The elder looks down on her, coldly stating that he has no mercy to give. Just one clash was enough to leave her this broken. The gap in their power is a chasm. If a simple attack won't work, she knows she has to use her absolute best move. Gritting her teeth, she forces herself to her feet, her blade glowing with renewed power. The white snake smirks. A splendid display, he muses, but not nearly enough to touch him. She pours all her remaining strength into her blade, knowing this one strike has to land. But as he moves, she sees a flicker of something familiar in his posture. His stance, it perfectly matches the lines she'd seen on the Daruma statue. A single, perfect trajectory, and she's just found the exact spot to strike. She unleashes the clear stream technique, a brilliant wave of azure energy. The white snake is genuinely surprised, admitting her skill is excellent for her age, but her near-perfect attack is still effortlessly brushed aside, leaving her stunned. He declares that any more mercy would be an insult. It's time he showed his true power. A strange, web-like aura begins to crackle and form around his body. The sheer pressure of his energy makes her skin tingle, a true sign of the danger to come. His killing intent manifests as a colossal spectral serpent, its crimson eyes glaring down at her with suffocating pressure. She recognizes the technique instantly. It's one of the legendary seasonal arts, an attack she knows she can't possibly block. But her resolve hardens. She thinks of her sex's long-held wish and the will her master entrusted to her. And, of course, the friends like Kim Ho and Jo Byuk who are waiting for her, believing in her. She grits her teeth, pouring every last ounce of her will into her blade. She will not fall here. The white snake prepares to end it, declaring that this next move will be his last. As the deadly energy rushes toward her, she braces herself, her expression one of pure focus. But instead of a hard block, she creates a swirling vortex of blue energy, a fluid defense that meets the attack. The old master recognizes her form, a technique that uses extreme softness to deflect a powerful blow. He scoffs, warning her not to think that such a move will be enough to stop him, nor to hope for his pity. He roars that she will leave her bones here, putting all his power into the strike. The white snake unleashes his ultimate technique, a massive serpent of pure energy. She grips her sword, channeling every last bit of her strength into her defense. The colossal force slams into her tiny vortex, threatening to swallow her whole. The elder watches, his expression hardening, impressed but certain this is the end. Bloodied and bruised, her will to survive still burns brightly in her eyes. She skids backward, tearing up the stone floor, but miraculously, she holds on. But the white snake suddenly coughs, shocked to see a new figure has appeared. She looks up from the ground, utterly baffled. She hadn't even seen them move. In that critical instant, another blade had appeared, deflecting the fatal blow. The elder reflects on the moment. An unseen force had intervened, and the sword itself was a masterpiece. But who was this boy who suddenly appeared, wielding such an extraordinary blade? With a quiet resolve, the white snake sheathes his own weapon, deciding the duel is over. He simply tells them to leave, much to the battered girl's complete and utter confusion. The elder reminds her that he doesn't lie. He had promised his last technique would be the final one. A flicker of realization hits her. He meant it was his last attack, not her last moment. He gives them his word, telling them to take their injured comrade and go. He will not pursue. As they retreat, the wounded man whispers nervously, worried the old master will strike them from behind. But their mysterious savior just looks back, vowing to visit again, and the elder agrees to wait. It seems the feared white snake, at the very least, is a man who keeps his word. Having escaped, Shin Byung-chul sees they aren't being pursued and tells his injured comrade to recover for a bit. He pulls out a shimmering blue flask, offering it to her as her eyes widen in surprise. She instantly recognizes the rare item, a high potion, and quickly drinks it down. The powerful elixir works immediately, and she thanks him, feeling much better. She comments on how costly such a rare item must have been, but he just shrugs it off as a necessary expense. Impressed, she teases him for being bold when it matters, and he puffs out his chest with a bit of pride. But then she gets serious, asking about his vow to visit the old master again. He confirms his intent, but reveals a critical problem. The Swordsmanship Club has already bid on this dungeon. This means the entire pagoda is about to be conquered and cleared by a different team. And once they defeat the Black Serpent, the whole dungeon will reset, wiping everyone's memories clean. She grips her sword, a smirk playing on her lips. Whether he remembers her doesn't matter. What matters is that their duel isn't over. He let them live out of a warrior's pride. He wants to face her again when she's grown stronger, so their match is merely postponed. As they vanish into the shadows, she vows to return one day to settle things as true warriors. Meanwhile, the Black Serpent is absolutely seething, his purple aura flaring with rage. He roars that Kim Ho is disgracing the Flame Tyrant's name, but our hero just smiles. Hess already told him Hess not his disciple, just as a message comes in through his earpiece. With the mission complete, Kim Ho decides it's time to wrap things up here as well. The enraged master bellows that he won't be allowed to leave so easily, but Kim Ho just looks back with a smug grin, utterly unconcerned. Not like you can catch me anyway. With a final taunt, Kim Ho bursts into motion, leaving the furious Black Serpent to chase after him. The old master roars, his eyes glowing with purple energy, refusing to let this upstart just walk away. In an instant, he springs his trap, the Celestial Net, a cage of violent energy that slams Kim Ho to the ground. But our boy isn't fazed, planting his feet firmly to brace against the immense pressure. Instead, he activates Amplify, instantly boosting his Inferno Fist from a measly C rank straight to A rank. He then combines that blazing power with the cutting force of wind, creating something entirely new. Trapped inside the net, Kim Ho prepares to shatter his prison with one decisive blow. He unleashes a spiraling vortex of flame and wind that tears through the master's technique. The attack erupts into a massive explosion, completely engulfing the courtyard and the stunned Black Serpent. Kim Ho glances back, a little strained but giving a confident wink, his point more than proven. His hand is burnt from the recoil, but for the power he just unleashed, he'll take it. Still, he's certain that massive explosion wasn't enough to kill the Black Serpent Master. It did, however, buy him some precious time to escape, and he's not about to waste it. He finally reaches a safer part of the village, confident he's far enough away for now. The next step is to escape this dungeon, imagining the absolute fury the Master will feel. He finds the abandoned house they agreed on, hoping his allies are safe inside. He cautiously slides the door open, ready to meet them. And there they are, Shin Byung-chul and the top-knot swordsman, relieved he made it. But something's off. He asks why his ally looks so pale. Certain mere guards couldn't be the cause. With a knowing smirk, the swordsman confirms Kim Ho's sudden realization. He didn't fight guards, he fought the White Snake. The swordsman commends his work, handing over a B-rank emergency escape scroll for their exit. Kim Ho rips it open, acknowledging they took too long and their friends outside must be worried sick. A swirling purple portal tears through reality, offering the three of them a quick way out. They step through confidently, Shin Byung-chul happily announcing their return to his sister. But the top-knot swordsman is still tense, warning that they need to escape before they get caught. Suddenly, a mysterious dark energy washes over two figures waiting for them in the hall. He's shocked by the sudden black curtain, but Shin Byung-chul just calmly tells him not to worry. This is his sister's skill, a powerful stealth ability known as the Shadow Pouch. Surrounded by ethereal butterflies, the entire team is now concealed within a pocket of shadow space. As they walk, his sister checks in on the mission, and Kim Ho confirms everything went smoothly. Shin Byung-chul's sister praises Kim Ho, impressed that a first year could clear a B-rank dungeon, but her expression suddenly hardens. Her scouting familiars have picked someone up, and it's not a teacher, it's a student named Guak Sung-jae. The team quickly whispers their alibi. They were just looking around, nothing more. A figure materializes from a swirling green aura, stepping into the hallway. It's Sung-jae, and in his hand is a cage containing one of her captured shadow butterflies. He explains that he found the little scout on another floor, and simply followed it here. He calmly lists their offenses. A first year in the basement with upperclassmen, one of whom is the Thieving Club's vice president. With the evidence in hand, he formally requests they all report to the Disciplinary Committee room. But instead of panic, Shin Byung-chul's sister just gives him a confident smirk, casually agreeing to go. And just like that, they're escorted into the Lion's Den, the Disciplinary Committee head's office. Guak Sung-jae presents the caught students, reporting that he found them near the basement entrance. The committee head begins his questioning, asking if they were on their way down into the restricted area. But Sung-jae calmly corrects him, no. He found them on their way up. That single detail hangs in the air, and the head's expression shifts. A subtle green aura flares around Sung-jae as he stands by, ready to analyze their every move. The head instantly realizes what this means. They had already finished whatever they were doing down there. He decides to play it cool, offering them all a seat and something to drink, a classic interrogation tactic. While the boys nervously insist they're fine, Shin Byung-chul's sister casually asks for some honey water. A sly smile spreads across the head's face. He informs her he has some right here, ready to serve. The disciplinary committee head steeples his fingers, pondering the situation. Something isn't adding up. He turns his attention to Shin Byung-chul's sister, who has her arm casually slung around Kim Ho, asking if he's a new recruit. She smirks, clarifying that Kim Ho is still independent for now, and advises him to think carefully before joining any club. The head cuts to the chase, demanding to know why she brought a first year to the restricted basement. Her excuse is flimsy, she just wanted to show him, and when asked if they entered the dungeon, she gives a flat no. He then focuses his sharp gaze on Kim Ho, reminding him that first years are explicitly forbidden down there. Kim Ho, unbothered, admits he knew the rules but simply couldn't resist his own curiosity. The head scoffs at the excuse, but Kim Ho just offers a simple, almost bored, apology for breaking the rules. Just as he's about to lay out his evidence, starting with Seung-jae checking the basement, he stops. A message buzzes on his phone. It's from Seung-jae, reporting that there are no records of an unauthorized clear tonight. And internally, she's laughing. They know she used an escape scroll, but that's the genius of it, no clear means no record. The head has no choice but to let them go with a slap on the wrist, and she couldn't be happier to see the back of him. Later, inside the disciplinary committee room, a different conversation is taking place, as he calls on Chun-hai. Kwak Seung-jae wants her assessment of the situation, and she's more than ready to provide it. She begins her breakdown. The team was far too flashy. With 2 vice presidents and Shin Byung-chul, it was obvious overkill. A combination like that wasn't for sightseeing. They were clearly aiming for a high-level dungeon and had to bypass security. Then she drops her biggest clue. She noticed Go Hyun-woo, a top 1-0 first year, looked like he'd sustained internal injuries. Seung-jae immediately catches her meaning. For a prodigy like that to get hurt, it means they challenged at least a D or C rank dungeon, with a small but terrifying possibility it was even B rank. He presses for more, asking if she saw Kim Ha's hand, but she falters, admitting she didn't get a good look. But Seung-jae interrupts her, revealing he saw something she missed, a fresh burn mark on Kim Ho's right hand. Chun-hai admits it's hard to connect that to the warehouse incident, but one thing is certain, the burn is recent. Seung-jae's mind races with the implications. If that's the case, he realizes, the next time they enter a dungeon, that's when he'll finally catch them. A few days pass, and Kim Ho runs into Lee Seong-hyun, noting that he seems to have recovered well. Seong-hyun confirms he rested all weekend, but Kim Ho presses, saying he was lucky to survive the Whitesnake at all. He's curious how exactly did Seong-hyun manage to escape from such a powerful foe. With a hint of embarrassment, Seong-hyun explains that he had to use his sect's sacred treasure. Kim Ho listens intently as Seong-hyun recalls sensing he couldn't block the Whitesnake's final attack. It was a last resort, he claims. A shameful way to survive that he can't even face his master over. Kim Ho's mind races a treasure that can block the Whitesnake. Must be at least S rank, maybe even higher. He knows that for a proud martial artist like Seong-hyun, using it to simply escape must have been a huge blow to his ego. So he offers some words of comfort, acknowledging the difficult choice, which seems to genuinely surprise the swordsman. Seong-hyun vows to become worthy of his sect's prestige before the two start heading to class. They walk in and spot Seo Ye-in, who's uncharacteristically early for once. But then a savory, delicious aroma hits Seong-hyun, and his entire demeanor changes to one of high alert. Seo Ye-in just gives them a shy little wave from her desk. Kim Ho's senses are screaming too. The smell is potent, overwhelming the entire classroom. Their investigation leads them to a simple paper bag, and a horrifying realization dawns upon them: it's a cookie. And Seo Ye-in, the culprit, innocently holds one out, asking if they'd like to have some. Kim Ho dangles the questionable treat with a chillingly sweet smile, asking her what exactly it's supposed to be. The question hangs in the air, a silent threat that puts both him and Seong-hyun on edge. Seong-hyun panics, thinking he can't let his friends suffer the same fate he did. He must prevent this. So he intercepts, snatching the cookie and praising its lively fish-like appearance, trying to smooth things over. Seo Ye-in just looks flustered, thinking she must have messed up the shape, while Seong-hyun watches nervously. But Kim Ho cuts through the awkwardness, leaning in to ask her if it was supposed to be a rabbit. He then takes a bite, and to everyone's shock, he declares it delicious, complimenting her improved skills. While he offers her another, Seong-hyun collapses in the background, mourning his friend's worthy sacrifice. Kim Ho ignores the drama, turning to his friend and saying they should get something done before more people arrive. Has talking, of course, about opening their rewards, summoning the shimmering ark's black chest. Seong-hyun is practically giddy with anticipation, but Kim Ho calmly tells him not to get his hopes up just yet. He explains the chest itself has fixed loot. The real prize are the 2 B-rank random boxes waiting inside. It might seem shabby compared to a full clear, but scoring 2 B-rank boxes for their limited efforts is a massive win. One box is particularly interesting, the Ark's Ingot box, which guarantees high-grade weapon crafting materials. And this gives Kim Ho an idea, remembering a key moment with Seo Ye and that he needs to verify. He recalls the time she performed a miracle, pulling a B-rank item from a worthless D-rank box, hinting at a hidden luck trait. So, putting his theory to the test, he asks her to open the valuable ingot box for them. His gamble is simple. Her incredible luck might just pull an item far beyond their expectations. As she opens it, a blinding golden light floods the room, stunning both Kim Ho and Seong Hyun into silence. She pulls out an A-rank 10,000-year cold iron ingot, leaving her to wonder why on earth she's just so lucky. Riding the high, Kim Ho decides to press his luck, and asks Seo Ye in to open the other box too. This time, a golden light reveals a valuable C-rank elixir, a decent haul by any standard. Kim Ho processes the results, 1 jackpot, 1 medium win. He starts to wonder if her ability isn't just luck, but has a specific activation condition. Still, he gives her a grateful thumbs up, telling her she was a huge help. And for a moment, Seo Ye-in seems genuinely happy, a small, satisfied smile on her face. Now his attention turns to the A-rank ingot. He needs to get it to a master blacksmith immediately. He arrives at the workshop during lunchtime, only to be told the production queue is completely full for the semester. His attempt to speak with the club president is instantly shot down by an arrogant student blacksmith. The blacksmith scoffs that they don't even make exceptions for famous families, telling him to get lost. But Kim Ho just smirks, revealing a production VIP ticket that makes all those rules simply disappear. The blacksmith's arrogance finally gives way to curiosity, asking what a first year with a VIP ticket could possibly want. Kim Ho simply presents a blueprint he prepared, suggesting it would be faster for the man to see for himself. The blacksmith's eyes widen in surprise. He recognizes the intricate design of magic equipment, realizing this kid is no ordinary student. A grin spreads across his face. While he doesn't normally make magic items, he'll gladly make an exception for a project this interesting. When asked about materials, Kim Ho reveals the main component, the glowing, A-rank 10,000-year cold iron ingot. And for the submaterial, he presents a priest's black bracelet, a rare artifact forged from black mithril. The blacksmith is truly impressed now. This first year had a VIP ticket, an unusual request, and now legendary materials to back it up. He confidently holds both items, telling Kim Ho the project will take about a week to complete. But Kim Ho just smirks, knowing a true craftsman won't be able to resist those materials. He'll be getting a call in a few days, not a week. With his custom gear now in production, he turns and heads straight for the arena, not a single moment to waste. An announcement echoes through the hall. The first mentoring session is starting now. Kim Ho barely registers it, thinking to himself how quickly time has flown by. But as he makes his way to the arena, a voice calls out, making him turn in surprise. It's the ever-energetic Han So-man, dragging along the disciplinary committee member, Chun-Hai. Han So-man immediately gets to the point, confirming his status as a caster-type all-rounder. Her eyes sparkle with a mischievous plan, revealing that Chun-Hee also applied for the same role. But a flustered Chun-Hai immediately shouts her down, telling her to stop her nonsense. Han So-man just shrugs, wishing Kim Ho good luck before heading off to her assigned area. He continues on his way, walking through the grand, sunlit corridors of the academy. But he senses someone behind him, turning to find Chun-Hai, and asks why she's following him. Chun-Hai defensively insists she isn't following him and tells him to just walk ahead. So he does, and she immediately falls into step right behind him. The awkward silence is almost deafening as they continue down the hall together. Kim Ho finally stops, a realization dawning on him they're both headed to area 163H. Her shocked expression confirms his suspicion, leaving her completely speechless. But looking ahead, he sees another familiar face, Kwak Ji-cheol, who also applied as an all-rounder. And right next to him, looking equally confused, is Hong Yeonhwa of the famed Ruby Magic Tower. What a lineup! Kim Ho internally lists the familiar faces, wondering who their mentor could be. As they all stand there, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the hall. A figure with long dark green hair appears below, looking up at her new mentees. A small smirk plays on Kim Ho's lips. So this is what that guy meant by see you on Monday. And there she is, their new mentor, Dang Yu, Young, the vice president of the thieving club. She leads the group of prodigies out onto a grand, sunlit courtyard. She explains they've all gathered under her to become all-rounder type mages. But to do that, she needs to know what they're working with, to see just how skilled they really are. With a snap of her fingers, she declares their first test will be a PvP match in a custom arena. This isn't just practice either. This match will substitute for their entire week's mentoring. The first rule is that they'll face a strong opponent, and with a cocky grin, she reveals that opponent is her. She admits that a third-year fighting first-years is a bit harsh, so she's adding a few custom rules. To even the odds, she presents a bracelet that will limit all of her skills down to C rank. She lays out the win condition, managed to remove all 3 stickers from her body, and victory is theirs. But there's a final, crucial rule. This is a 2-man test, so they'll have to work together. With all the rules explained, she asks for questions, but the mentees just stare back, completely silent. Taking their silence as understanding, she flashes a peace sign, telling them to enter the arena in pairs when they're ready. In pairs, the words hang in the air, and a sudden, cold realization dawns on the entire group. A flash of memory hits them, a vision of Kim Ho, a lone figure standing amidst total destruction. Hong Yunhwa's mind screams a desperate warning. Whatever happens, they must avoid that guy. Chunhai remembers it too, that terrifying moment from the exam when he single-handedly cleared the raid. Their shared trauma unites them in a single thought. They absolutely cannot team up with Kim Ho. Instantly, a frantic scramble begins as they all rush to partner with anyone but him. And in the mad dash, Hong Yunhwa is the one left behind, realizing with dawning horror what that means for her. Her worst fear manifests as a terrifying vision of Kim Ho, who casually suggests they do their best together. She's still shrieking internally while Kim Ho just stands there, completely unfazed by her breakdown. He sighs, wondering how long she's going to keep this up, and decides to check his quests while he waits. The PvP subquest pops up. Remove 3 stickers from their opponents, with a reward that scales with completion time. So dragging it out is a disadvantage. His mind is made up, he needs to finish this today. Just then, a flash of light signals the end of a match, and Kim Ho notes that it's already over. 2 of their classmates, Chunhai and Kwak Ji-cheol, stumble out of the arena, utterly defeated and in awe of the third year's power. Dang Yu-young calls for the next pair, and Kim Ho and a still traumatized Hong Yunhwa step into the arena. The mentor smirks, impressed that even with her rank, the skill gap she just witnessed was absolutely enormous. Their third-year opponent smirks, wondering if these two even have a plan. Kim Ho's brilliant strategy? He tells Hong Yunhwa to try fighting solo first, much to her shock. He explains that she can't expect him to carry her every time. This is mentoring, a chance for her to learn. With no other choice, Hong Yunhwa steps forward, her staff materializing with a blue glow. Her opponent seems amused by this one-on-one tactic, casually summoning a swarm of purple shadow butterflies. She immediately launches a blast of dark energy, forcing Hong Yunhwa to brace herself against the impact. Gritting her teeth, Hong Yunhwa retaliates, conjuring her own spell, a blazing flame arrow. Kim Ho watches from the sidelines, noting her plan to test the waters before closing in a solid, if basic, idea. But as she fires, their opponent moves like a phantom, weaving through the butterflies and dodging the arrow with ease. In a flash, she's right beside Hong Yunhwa, whispering that while the attempt was cute, it's nowhere near enough. A brutal punch slams directly into Hong Yunhwa's stomach. The impact sends her stumbling backward, completely off balance. But even as she reels, her hand snaps out, crushing one of the shadow butterflies. Her opponent merely smirks, unleashing another blast of dark, swirling energy. She's a little impressed though, admitting that reacting from that distance was pretty good. Suddenly, a hand grasps Hong Yunhwa's wrist. Kim Ho has finally decided to move. He calmly reassures their opponent that he has no plans to make this a 2-on-1 fight. Instead, he leans in, whispering a new strategy. Stop the ranged attacks and get in close. She's stunned, but he insists that she has to at least try, even if she's destined to lose. With renewed determination, Hong Yunhwa activates a skill, her body igniting with golden energy as she goes all out with overheat. Taking his advice to heart, she unleashes a searing lava whip, closing the distance in a flash. Her opponent watches the charge, unfazed, thinking it's a bold but predictable strategy. After all, she muses with a smirk, it's a useless plan if your attacks can't even land. The fiery whip makes contact, or seems to, but the impact feels strangely empty. Hong Yunhwa is stunned, but her opponent simply praises her for correctly targeting the sticker on her body. But that's where the praise ends, as dark energy gathers around her feet. She explodes forward in a brutal counterkick, vowing not to go down so easily. The sheer speed is shocking. Hong Yunhwa realizes she used the blast as a propellant. Before she can even turn, a voice whispers from behind her, mocking her for losing sight of her target. In the next instant, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring her legs completely. A shadowy butterfly flutters past Hong Yunhwa's face, a grim reminder of the tracking spell she couldn't shake. With a surge of dark power, Shin Byung-chul's sister prepares to end this once and for all. The blast sends the Ruby Tower Master stumbling to the ground, utterly defeated. Her opponent lectures her with a condescending smile, saying some lessons can only be learned by getting hit. Suddenly, Dang Yu Young and Kim Ho appear, announcing that the fight is officially over. Hong Yunhua protests, insisting she can still fight, but Kim Ho calmly tells her it's pointless. He gives her a nod of acknowledgement for her hard work and tells her to go rest. With the other students gone, only the two of them are left standing in the dusty arena. Kim Ho finally asks the question he's been wondering. Why did she even agree to mentor him? She smugly explains that Oh Sehun personally begged her, offering to wipe her entire disciplinary record clean. Kim Ho muses that while he can't picture the disciplinary head begging, it was a fair deal. Before they begin, however, he has one small favor to ask his new mentor. With a knowing look, he requests that they start this week's match with the replays turned off. Her eyes narrow with a smirk. She realizes he's planning to go all in, and her curiosity is piqued. She agrees to disable the recording, teasing that he should be thankful for the special treatment. With the formalities out of the way, her aura erupts as she dares him to show her what he's got. He calmly adjusts his tie, politely asking her to teach him a lesson, and in an instant, he activates his skill, Amplification, pushing his overheat trait from rank D to B. A torrent of raw power floods his body, far more than he can handle for long. He has to end this fast. Kim Ho surges forward, his body blazing with power, knowing his copied B-rank skills far outclass her current restricted state. She's stunned by the sheer speed of his approach, her shadow butterflies scattering in surprise. He smirks, realizing that his amplified overheat must be completely overwhelming from her point of view. With his opponent reeling, he confidently announces it's time for the next step. She panics, desperately asking for just a moment to get her bearings and prepare. But Kim Ho gives no quarter, swatting her away and reminding her that a real fight doesn't wait. Annoyed, she blasts out a wave of shadow energy, trying to force some space between them. But she's not just fighting one opponent. Dang Yu Young suddenly appears, conjuring a sphere of wind force. The gale slams directly into her, shattering her stance and throwing her completely off balance. As she stumbles, she realizes her fatal mistake. Kim Ho is already right beside her, ready to land the finishing blow. He lands another decisive strike, sending a shockwave through her. She stumbles back, complaining that he's already landed 2 hits and needs to give her time to prepare. But Kim Ho just smirks, stating that giving an opponent time is a surefire way to lose. He declares that it's time for the third and final one, and he'll be taking that as well. With a powerful motion, he grabs and hurls her across the training ground. As she rights herself, she grits her teeth, realizing she let her guard down after he survived the Black Serpent. It's time to treat him as a real threat, and she unleashes a storm of dark energy. Her ultimate skill, Shadow Garden, erupts from the ground, creating a deadly territory. Kim Ho stands unfazed within the swirling darkness, perfectly aware of how the ability works. He knows it's a stalling tactic. She's trying to wait out his overheat before making her next move. Hess already calculated her weakness. A C-rank core can't possibly sustain a domain spell for long. She, however, makes a critical miscalculation, thinking he's locked out of his other skills. Shed planned to buy some time, but he's already closing the distance, charging head-on. In a panic, she lashes out with a high kick, a desperate attempt to create space. But Kim Ho effortlessly catches her attack with a single, glowing hand. A slight push is all it takes to send her tumbling backward to the ground. He calmly stands over her, declaring that he'll be taking the last one, too. With the fight concluded, she snaps back to her instructor role, yelling at the others for just watching. The other students can only murmur amongst themselves, noticing his outfit and stickers have changed. Annoyed, she scraps her feedback plan and just tells them all their close combat skills are pathetic. She lectures them, saying if they're supposed to be all-rounders, they need better countermeasures for close combat. So, today's mentoring will focus entirely on that, and she expects them to manage since their foundations are solid. She offers a new challenge to earn points, then dismisses the class for the day. As the others walk off, Kim Ho checks his quest log, seeing a new event bonus that will accelerate his growth. His mentor turns, surprised he's still here, questioning if he even needs her help. She seems skeptical, wondering what she could possibly teach someone who grows so fast on his own. But he smiles, insisting he needs her help to learn a very specific evasion-type trait. His internal monologue reveals the truth. To get the huge training bonus, he must receive help from this mentor. An evasion trait. Now she's interested. She agrees to take a look, stretching as she tells him to get ready. But before they begin, she points to her wrist, telling him to remove his rank-restricting bracelet first. He explains that taking it off is a necessary condition, increasing his chances of acquiring the trait. The instructor is taken aback as a system window reveals its name, Distortion. She asks what kind of strange effect it has, but he just smiles, promising to show her once he's mastered it. Intrigued, she agrees, telling him to get ready to dodge as she removes her own restrictive bracelet. With a soft clatter, Kim-ho drops his own limiter to the ground, freeing his full potential. A terrifying wave of purple energy erupts from his mentor, her smile turning sinister as she dares him to prove his worth. Without another word, she lashes out, sending a whip of dark energy screaming toward him. Kim-ho watches it approach, his mind racing, recognizing the technique as a throwing art. But it was just a feint. She used needles to distract him before melting into the floor using Shadow Leap. He immediately understands the move, a high-level skill that consumes an insane amount of mana. He realizes the sheer scale of her power is far beyond anything he's faced before. She emerges from the shadows with a vicious slash, a move he barely manages to parry. To use a B-rank skill so casually, her mana core had to be at least A rank. But her overwhelming strength was actually part of his plan all along. He just needs to dodge and build stacks to acquire the rare skill, Distortion. All those grueling dungeon fights were preparation for this very moment. He sidesteps another attack, ready for the next. But she suddenly freezes mid-swing. And then, she just plops down on the ground, completely spent, announcing she's done. She stretches out, complaining about how much she hates mentoring, much to his surprise. The fearsome instructor invites him to rest with her, and Kim-ho agrees to a short break. She admits his dodging is impressive, but Kim-ho just calmly states, this is a skill he built over 200 lifetimes. As they sit, she starts to feel like she's the one getting played in this so-called mentorship. She snaps, accusing him of hiding things, and threatening to upload the whole session as proof. But Kim-ho knows he has all the leverage. The secret behind his distortion trait is information she can't afford to lose. So when she asks what he wants, he simply requests one wish ticket from her. The instructor's mind races with suspicion, imagining him demanding something absurd later on. He offers a compromise. She can hear the request later and refuse it if she wants, which she grudgingly accepts. A deal is struck, and though she wonders what he's planning, she brushes it off as unimportant. The scene then shifts to another circular arena somewhere else in the academy. There, a silver-haired girl stands alone in the cracked arena, letting out a bored yawn. Her boredom is cut short by an approaching figure, who remarks that it's been a while. A woman in a sharp suit appears, adjusting her glasses and addressing the girl as my lady. She's here to inform her that during the mentoring period, they will be engaging in PvP matches. In fact, she coolly reveals that she is the formidable opponent mentioned in this week's rules. But before they get into the details, she wants to personally check how much her young lady has grown. For the first lesson, she presents a barrier bangle on her wrist, causing the girl to flinch. A brilliant blue shield erupts around her as she warns her student not to underestimate it. With an unwavering gaze, she issues a simple, confident challenge. Come. But then we flash back 2 weeks, to this same woman receiving a shocking phone call. Her nameplate reads, An Jung-mi, and she can't believe what she's hearing about a mentoring assignment. An Jung-mi recalls her student, a girl who was always utterly unmotivated. It was a source of constant frustration, seeing such brilliant talent go to waste. So, to see an application from Seo Ye-in herself. Was this the effect of the Academy's new project? She thinks back on how she would have been grateful if the girl simply showed up to class. But whatever the reason, this was a golden opportunity she could not miss. A fire ignites within her. She vows to pour her entire soul into teaching this girl, and now, back in the present, she calms herself behind her barrier and declares the lesson will begin. Seo Ye-in stares back, her expression completely and utterly deadpan. An Jung-mi immediately recognizes that look of disapproval and begins to doubt her approach. But before she can adjust, her student nonchalantly summons a rifle, ready to go. The instructor is stunned. Just a month ago, Seo Ye-in's magic was a rough clump, but now it's a perfectly sculpted bullet. Still, she smirks confidently, knowing a precise bullet alone can't possibly pierce her shield without supporting skills. Her plan was simple. Praise the student's progress, then gently introduce her to the concept of projection. That plan evaporates as a powerful shot smashes through her barrier, sending her flying in utter disbelief. In that brief moment, all she can think is how truly magnificent her young student is. The next thing she knows, she's on the ground, completely taken out by a single attack. Waking up with a bandage on her forehead, she has to know how Seo Ye-in mastered both magic bullet and projection. She pushes, still incredulous. How did she not only master 2 skills in a month but also raise them to C rank? Seo Ye-in calmly explains that a student named Kim-ho taught her everything and suggested she attend this mentoring session. The instructor is floored but also deeply proud, asking what could have possibly motivated this sudden diligence. Seo Ye-in's mind flashes back to Kim-ho's guidance as she gives a simple, heartfelt reason for her hard work. Her instructor, An Young-mi is left utterly speechless by the vague response. But then, seeing the young lady's genuine smile, she realizes something profound and asks to meet this Kim Ho. The next day during lunch, Kim Ho sits down with one of the academy's instructors. The instructor is thrilled with his own mentoring group, finding the training to be excellent. When Kim Ho asks who's there, he learns that the formidable Han So-min is in the same group. Ah, that makes sense. Kim Ho had a feeling she ended up there, given all the sword club members he saw. The instructor laments that he already asked Han So-min for a spar, but she flat out refused him. Kim Ho mentions that he's in the same group as Song Chun-hai, Han So-min's close friend. He offers to find out what might persuade her, thinking to himself that he has a plan to get the info he needs. Just then, Seo Ye-in arrives, apparently a little late from her mentoring session. But she isn't alone. She's accompanied by a stern-looking woman who clearly isn't a student. This woman introduces herself as An Jung-mi, Seo Ye-in's official mentor. After Kim Ho and his friend introduce themselves, the atmosphere suddenly changes. The name Kim Ho makes An Jung-mi pause, her eyes narrowing with intense recognition. She immediately asks for a private moment, catching our hero completely off guard. His companion, sensing the shift in tone, wisely excuses himself to give them space. Once they're alone, An Jung-mi offers her business card, revealing her true identity. She's a team leader for the Haesung Group, a massive defense company, and suddenly Seo Ye-in's top-tier equipment makes perfect sense. Kim Ho pieces it together. For a team leader to call her young lady, she must be the granddaughter of someone very, very powerful. Seo Ye-in casually drops a bomb. This team leader is also her butler, a fact An Jung-mi humbly confirms. With pleasantries aside, An Jung-mi gets to the real reason she sought him out: to consult on the young lady's future. Kim Ho is floored. Him? A student? But she's adamant there is no one better suited for the job than him. The proof? He taught Ye in magic bullet and projection in a single month, a feat her private tutors utterly failed to accomplish. She praises him as an excellent teacher, but his mind snags on one key detail. Wait, no one else could teach her? He bluntly asks if she's just disobedient at home, and the sudden question sends a jolt through both women. An Jung-mi stammers out a weak excuse about her focusing on her interests, and he can practically smell the lie. Deciding to cut to the chase, he agrees. She's his friend, and hell help her. Seo Ye-in offers a quiet, thankful murmur. The team leader then reveals that Ye-in has already pushed both skills to C rank, news that genuinely impresses Kim Ho. He mulls it over. C rank is decent firepower, but she's still a glass cannon with no mobility or defense to speak of. So, Kim Ho lays it out. Before anything else, Ye-in needs a movement skill. The team leader couldn't agree more. He has the perfect solution already in mind, confidently recommending the skill. It's an advanced mobility skill that not only lightens the user's body, but also deflects incoming attacks. An Jung-mi doesn't hesitate for a second, promising to get the skill book immediately, as Seo Ye-in offers her thanks. But before they part ways, the team leader pulls up her inventory, telling him she has a little something for him. As a token of their gratitude, she presents him with a high-tier item: the Cloud Stepper shoes. Kim Ho can tell just by looking at them that they're incredibly expensive. A casual gift from Haesung is another player's treasure. But hey, he's not one to refuse. He's got plenty of his own needs, so he graciously accepts. With the business concluded, An Jung-mi formally asks him to continue taking good care of their young lady. A few hours later, Kim Ho walks the academy halls, content with the outcome and ready to let her team handle things for now. He muses on his next move. Setting up a spar for Han So-min seems like a good idea. But as he walks, a gloomy, shambling figure catches his eye. Is that Song Chun-hai? She looks completely drained, a far cry from the usual discipline committee member. He calls out her name, snapping her out of her daze. She instantly recovers her stern posture, asking what he wants with her. He casually notes that she looks like she had a rough time mentoring. She tries to deny it, but when he insists he saw the exhaustion on her face, she finally cracks. She admits she's tired, and defensively asks if he just wanted to make fun of her. Kim Ho says no, it was a coincidence, but he did have a question for her. When she refuses to answer, he simply smiles, thinking it can't be helped then. He dangles the one thing she can't refuse: the wish ticket she owes him. The memory of her raid completion forces her hand. She grits her teeth and tells him to just get on with it. His question completely blindsides her. He wants to know what Han So-min likes. Chun-hai is flabbergasted, snapping at him for not being clear, but he calmly replies that she didn't give him a chance. She agrees to help, but only for So-min's sake, warning him that her friend is not easily persuaded. That's fine by him. He'll try his own methods, but he appreciates her willingness to cooperate. She eyes him suspiciously, noting his unusually nice demeanor. then hastily insists this is all for Soman. His simple thank you is all it takes to leave the disciplinary committee member a flustered, blushing mess. As Kim Ho turns to leave, thinking their business is done, she suddenly calls out for him to wait. With a newfound determination, she proposes another bet, and he smirks, intrigued by the challenge. She lays out her terms for this week's PvP matches. A bet on who can remove more penalty stickers. Kim Ho smirks, thinking to himself that he's already cleared all of his, but decides not to mention it. He calmly asks what the stakes are, and she declares it's the same as last time, a wish ticket. He can already guess what she's after. She wants to know about the burn marks from the underground. He assures her the wound was minor and healed perfectly, adding that he won't lose anyway. With a confident smile, Kim Ho agrees to her challenge, putting another wish ticket on the line. Later, he arrives at a blacksmith's workshop after being called, but feels that something isn't right. The blacksmith's grim expression confirms it. There was an unexpected problem with his request. Fusing the two items was easy enough, he explains, but the real issue started right after. The gem's cold energy is abnormal. Even after multiple attempts, the furnace's heat just dissipates. Kim Ho's calm demeanor makes the blacksmith realize he must have anticipated this problem. The craftsman admits he has one last-ditch idea, though he has little faith in it himself. Already moving on, Kim Ho cuts straight to the chase, asking what he wants if it succeeds. His own request is simple: use any leftover materials to make him a small item. The blacksmith is taken aback but agrees, promising to contact him once everything is ready. Of course, Kim Ho knew a department head wouldn't give up on such a unique material. He already had the perfect solution prepared for melting the 10,000-year cold iron. He needs the help of a master fire mage, the head of the Ruby Magic Tower, Hong Yehua. Pulling out a brilliant gem, he figures this gift will at least get him in the door as a guest. Meanwhile, her sister is having a miserable week, getting beaten senseless in the name of mentoring. She can feel her skills improving, but the brutal training is taking its toll. Wondering how much more she can take, she drags herself back to her room to rest. She peeks inside, about to ask her sister about some cake, but freezes in her tracks. Because sitting on their sofa, cool as you please, is none other than Kim Ho himself. Her sister calmly tells him he can keep the gem, thanking him for the thought. Kim Ho confidently promises to take good care of Yanhua, leaving the poor girl utterly bewildered. With a final, slightly sinister smile in her direction, he announces his departure. The second he's gone, she explodes, demanding to know why he was here. Her sister calmly explains she heard they were training together now. Yanhua sputters, trying to justify her own lack of practice while her sister simply listens. Her sister calmly sips her tea, mockingly asking if it's nice having peers at her level, while Yanhua frantically questions the match rules. She can't believe she has to remove all the stickers, especially if Kim Ho is on their team. But Yehua's gaze turns to ice, her voice leaving no room for argument. She is doing all of them. The sudden shift in aura is enough to completely silence Yanhua, who can only stammer out a meek agreement. But her sister isn't finished just yet. She adds that she doesn't care about Kim Ho, but Yanhua must never, ever lose to Song Chunhai and Kwak Ji-chil. A spark of pride returns to Yanhua's eyes. That, at least, is something she can promise. And so the next day arrives, finding Yanhua standing in the circular arena, the weight of her sister's expectations on her shoulders. But what she doesn't know is that this was all set up, a flashback revealing her sister requesting this exact scenario from the principal. Yehua admitted her sister would likely fail, but insisted there was a purpose in forcing her to take on this impossible role. And as this grueling training unfolds, we learn Kim Ho has his own reasons for being here. He recalls a past deal. He needed a fire mage with a special trait, and that mage was Hong Yehua. It was a calculated favor that ultimately landed him ownership of the Ruby Magic Tower's assets. Back in the present, Yonhua's instructor notices a critical flaw in her progress. The girl is only focused on dodging and blocking, not on fighting back. Admitting she's tired, the instructor tosses her weapon to Kim Ho, telling him to take over. He steps up, rolling his shoulder, announcing the start of the second period. His challenge to the exhausted Yonhua is simple. Come at me. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he lays down the condition. He'll only dodge. She looks up, stunned, but he calmly tells her to relax and attack, asking if he's ever lied to her. Gathering her courage, Yanhua activates overheat, asking if he's absolutely sure he won't change his mind. The senior instructor crosses her arms, announcing she'll just watch from the side while they begin. Kim Ho realizes this is a test. The instructor is observing him to decide the future of Yanhua's training. Heeding a warning not to let her guard down, Yanhua unleashes an explosive combustion spell. But Kim Ho is already moving, casually dodging the blast with a calm expression. She presses the attack, bursting through the smoke to swing her fiery staff right at him. He sees her intent clearly. The explosion was just a smokescreen. Her movements are no longer simple. He ducks under another powerful swing, impressed. All that hardship definitely wasn't for nothing, but her improvement is still leagues away from his level. He plants his foot, preparing to counter. In an instant, he's behind her, noting that despite her growth, she still has a very long way to go. The instructor watches silently as Kim Ho continues to effortlessly weave through every attack. He smirks to himself, thinking this little dodging drill is a perfect way to push the instructor to create a more balanced training regimen. For Hong Yunhua, however, it's just pure hell, and the difficulty is only ramping up. Finally, she collapses onto the ground, completely spent, her staff clattering beside her. She can only stare in disbelief, muttering about what kind of monster can dodge that many attacks without a single scratch. Thinking she's done for the day, she tries to quietly sneak off before any more torture is assigned. But Kim Ho isn't finished with her yet. He calls out her name, and she freezes in place. He gets straight to the point, mentioning that she has a pretty unusual trait. She's completely stunned. How could he possibly know about her aqua flame? He just says her sister told him. A trait so rare that it manifests in only a tiny fraction of fire mages, the legendary aqua flame. A flame so potent it can burn even in the depths of the sea, granting absolute dominion over water and ice. But Hong Yunhua sighs in defeat, admitting he's right. Its growth stalled out before it even hit E rank. She knows the cruel irony all too well. The stronger the trait, the harder it is to grow. Kim Ho just smiles, adding that's only true under normal circumstances, and asks what if they could break that limit. Her eyes go wide with disbelief. Breakthrough? How could anyone possibly force Aquaflame to evolve? He explains that every trait has a wall, and hers requires burning a target that holds intense cold. She scoffs, saying she's tried that countless times on ice golems and spirits. He cuts her off, already knowing the answer. They all melted in an instant, didn't they? But, he continues with a sly grin, what if there was an item that was intensely cold but didn't melt so easily? With that, he leads her toward the one place that might just hold the key, a blacksmith's workshop. Trembling slightly, Hong Yunhua asks if this is really the solution he had in mind. The blacksmith scoffs, arms crossed, calling the idea reckless. He's already had a fire mage try and fail. Kim Ho steps forward, placing a hand on her shoulder, assuring the man that this will be different. The blacksmith's eyes narrow, weighing the boy's strange confidence. With a sigh, he relents, revealing an ingot shimmering with an unnatural, frosty aura. Yunhua glances back at Kim Ho, still unsure, but his calm smile gives her a sliver of hope. Her eyes lock onto the glowing gem. So this is it, the item that won't melt easily. Taking a deep breath, she focuses all her power, unleashing a concentrated fire pillar. The workshop is instantly engulfed in a blinding flash of orange light, pushing both men back. For the first time, she feels her flame piercing through the intense cold without being extinguished. The blacksmith finally sees a glimmer of hope, while Kim Ho calmly requests just a few more days to finish the job. A few days later, the scene shifts to the circular arena, where Kim Ho arrives for the final day of the mentoring session. Just then, Yanhua comes bounding over, greeting him cheerfully, but he notes the other two are already inside. He gives her a knowing smirk, casually pointing out that she must have ranked up. Her smug little act shatters in an instant, completely stunned that he could tell so easily. Kim Ho just chuckles, telling her the excitement is written all over her face. She touches her cheek, flustered, but he reminds her that while being happy is fine, she needs to focus on the sparring. Right on cue, his gaze drifts past her, a small smile playing on his lips. Perfect timing. A portal dissipates, revealing a girl with a green armband standing over a thoroughly defeated opponent. Yuanhua's confidence plummets as she gauges the girl's strength, realizing getting even one win today is going to be a monumental task. Kim Ho calmly walks over, calling out to the winner, Song Chun-hai. As he asks to speak with her, Yunhua watches from the sidelines, wondering what kind of relationship they have. She tries to analyze their interaction, thinking they don't seem all that close, but still, the thought lingers. She quickly shakes her head, getting annoyed with herself for even caring about their business. Suddenly, Kim Ho is right beside her, snapping her out of her thoughts and asking why she didn't answer his call. A little flustered, she asks if he's done talking, but he coolly explains he was just asking Chun-hai a question. He wanted to know how many stickers she got, and as for the others, he smirks, revealing they couldn't even get one. The wheels in Yanhua's mind begin to turn. If she can just get one win, she'd be ahead of both Topaz and Emerald. A knowing smile spreads across Kim Ho's face as he tells her, that sounds pretty doable, doesn't it? He gives her a simple instruction, do whatever she wants, because he'll be right there to support her. He gives her a sly wink, asking if she was planning on being a spectator again today. Caught completely off guard, Yanhua stammers that's not what she meant at all. but he just smiles reassuringly, telling her she's done well, and to just do what she practiced. Normally, his presence is overwhelming, but as she looks at his encouraging fist, she feels different. From across the arena, their instructor watches, warning them not to disappoint her like the others. A quick, knowing glance passes between them, a silent pact made before the battle begins. Gripping her staff, a newfound confidence surges through Yeonhwa. She knows she can do this. Flames erupt around her as she instantly activates her skills, including the powerful overheat trait. The instructor's eyes widen, questioning the reckless strategy of going all out from the start. But surrounded by a maelstrom of fire, Yeonhwa makes it clear that today will be different. With a determined snarl, she unleashes the full might of her fire magic. A massive vortex of flames engulfs the entire arena, aimed at her instructor, but her opponent simply smirks, calmly manifesting a sword of pure darkness. She meets the raging inferno with a casual sweep of her shadowy blade. The fire parts effortlessly before her, the attack completely nullified. A clear path is carved through the blaze, leaving Yeonhwa exposed and shocked. The instructor easily deciphers the strategy to burn away the shadows she relies on. Not giving up, Yeonhwa closes the distance, her fist wreathed in a fiery attack. But the instructor stops her dead, scoffing that such a weak blow won't even come close. Despite the taunt, Yeonhwa pours every last ounce of her power into the punch. The instructor suddenly realizes the punch was just a diversion for her real target. Yeonhwa's true plan unfolds: destroy the shadow weapon, then strike in the opening. And for a moment, it works perfectly, as she lands a solid blow on her distracted teacher. But the instructor's only reaction is a cold, knowing smile. Yeonhwa follows up with a kick, confused why isn't she dodging. It's then she sees them, the shadow butterflies that had been waiting patiently beneath her feet. The trap springs, erupting in a violent blast of dark magic. Yeonhwa is thrown back, but a sudden flash of green energy shields her from the worst of the impact. It was Kim Ho, reminding her from the sidelines never to let her guard down. The instructor glares, annoyed. With the strongest support interfering, she'll have to raise the difficulty. With a flash, the instructor appears behind her, daggers drawn, scolding her for losing focus. Hong Yehwa just barely manages to parry the surprise attack with her staff. Enraged, she channels magic into her weapon, refusing to let her teacher get away. She lunges forward with a powerful swing as the instructor smirks, noting her decent judgment. But her movements, while improved, are still far too predictable for a true master. The instructor easily dodges and counters with a fiery slash of her own. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Ho decides it's time to help out a little. With a faint smile, he snaps his fingers, and a vibrant green energy begins to swirl. This power flows from him, surging across the training ground with purpose. The sudden boost envelops both fighters, making them wonder how long their little spar can last now. With Kim Ho's power surging through her, he tells her now's her chance to grab the sticker. Hong Yehwa's hand snaps forward, seizing the opportunity he created. She snatches the sticker right off her instructor's back, who stumbles in surprise. For a moment, she can't believe it, she actually did it. Kim Ho watches approvingly from the side, impressed by her decisive action. But the instructor quickly recovers, reminding her student that the duel isn't over. With a playful smirk, she dares her to come and get the remaining stickers. Hong Yehua steals her resolve, wondering if she can really pull it off again. Igniting her staff, she summons her courage and charges back into the fray, only to be immediately and comically overwhelmed by her ridiculously powerful teacher. The scoreboard flashes the final result, a decisive win for the instructor, leaving Hong Yehua defeated on the training grounds. Still, the instructor admits to the group that she's impressed. Her effort wasn't wasted since someone actually managed to take a sticker. The other students are in disbelief. Wait, someone succeeded? It was Hong Yehua? Internally, Hong Yehua is absolutely beaming. A small, smug smile escapes. She finally surpassed Chunhai. Her poorly hidden glee does not go unnoticed, earning her a very annoyed glare from her rivals. But the instructor cuts the moment short, warning them not to celebrate just yet. She announces that these brutal one-on-one sparring sessions will now be a regular part of their training. With 3 weeks of mentoring left, she tells them to expect this daily, and dismisses them to get some rest. The reality of more training sinks in, and the students realize they need to recover for tomorrow's ordeal. As their teacher walks away, they're left to process the grueling schedule she just laid out for them. As the group disperses, Hong Yehua awkwardly grabs Kim Ho's arm, trying to find the right words. She stammers out a thank you, admitting his pressure created the opening she needed to win. But Kim Ho just smiles, telling her not to thank him, it was all her own effort. His humble words catch her completely off guard, making her wonder, had she been judging him wrong this whole time? Maybe he was a lot nicer than she'd assumed. She's so lost in thought that she doesn't even realize she's staring until he points it out. Mortified, she yelps, quickly thanks him again, and bolts out of there. Kim Ho is left standing there, utterly confused by her sudden and strange departure. But he's not alone for long, as a dark, menacing presence appears right behind him. It's their instructor, and from the way she stomps the ground, she is clearly furious about something. She admits his strange wind skill piqued her interest, but then dismisses it as the only decent thing he has. The instructor can't understand how a veteran of hundreds of graduations could be so weak. But he simply states that re-enrolling resets everything. Completely drained, she stretches and sighs, declaring she's too tired from handling the other 3 problem students to deal with his wordplay. She turns to leave, telling him to take it easy tomorrow, but Kim Ho quickly stops her in her tracks. A little surprised by his interruption, she turns back and asks if he needed something. He reminds her with a confident smile that his week isn't over yet, and she still owes him that lesson on the distortion skill. She complains, asking if he has no sympathy for a senior working on the weekend, but he just pushes, saying they're almost done. With a deep, regretful sigh, she finally agrees to the training, wondering why she ever made such a promise in the first place. And so the lesson begins, the two of them moving in a blur, dodging a storm of lethal purple energy slashes. He cheekily comments on her speed, and she retorts that if they're going to do this, they might as well finish it fast so she can finally rest. He continues to dodge her relentless attacks, inwardly impressed by how much her skills have improved. She grows impatient, demanding to know if he's any closer to unlocking the trait, but he just tells her to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a system window flashes before his eyes. There it is, the moment he's been waiting for. Thinking he's hit his limit, she warns him to be careful because she's about to get serious. She dashes forward with a final, vicious strike, shouting that she warned him, but her blades pass harmlessly through his body as a strange spatial energy distorts around him. Stumbling past him, she looks back in utter disbelief, certain that her attack should have landed. He calmly explains that he just learned it, the distortion trait, a skill that warps space to evade attacks. She immediately calls the ability broken, but he just shrugs, mentioning it has a massive 2-4-hour cooldown. Even so, she wants it, asking if she could learn it too. With a confident smirk, he says of course she can. All she has to do, he explains, is replicate his feat but against the Academy's terrifying faculty members. She balks at the suggestion those instructors are all at least A rank, but he simply says the choice is hers. He thanks her for the help and casually dismisses her, telling her to go rest now. But just as he turns to leave, she calls out, stopping him in his tracks. A confident smirk spreads across her face as she reminds him about the wish coupon he promised, declaring she's cashing it in now. She asks about his schedule for next week, and he confirms he's only busy with mentoring. Perfect. She tells him they're going somewhere together, leaving him wondering what could possibly require a wish coupon. Leaning in with a mischievous glint in her eye, she teases that telling him the plan beforehand would ruin the surprise. With a final wave, she walks off, promising to give him the details later, leaving him completely baffled. Walking through the halls, he mulls it over. A raid? He sighs, realizing his week might be packed with more than just mentoring. His thoughts are interrupted when he spots Seo Ye. Noticing her light steps, she's already learned Feather Step. Mana swirls around her feet as she glides almost silently across the floor. He calls out to her, asking if she's practicing the new skill, and she shyly confirms it. Kim Ho praises her hard work, curious about her progress, and she tells him it's already reached D rank. Just then, her butler An Jung-mi arrives, impressed that he noticed Seo Yeon's rapid progress. The butler seems surprised he knew, pushing up her glasses as she confirms the details. With a confident smirk, he chalks it up to his veteran intuition, saying he can spot these things at a glance. An Jung-mi explains that Seo Yeon actually achieved D rank over the weekend. She then launches into a dizzying explanation of the girl's entire training curriculum, leaving Kim Ho impressed. He thinks to himself that the plan is perfectly structured, but even so, he can already see one fatal flaw. Even An Jung-mi admits to her own concerns, wondering if her intense regimen is too much of a forced march for the girl. Kim Ho smoothly cuts in, saying that was the exact point he wanted to discuss with both of them. He turns to Seo Ye-in, asking for her honest opinion after 1 week of training with her new mentor. The girl's response is brutally honest. It's boring, and she's just being forced to do the same thing repeatedly. The butler immediately defends her methods, arguing that repetition is the very foundation of training. But Seo Ye-in clarifies with a pout. Training with Kim Ho is fine, it's the butler's version that's boring. This leaves both Kim Ho and An Jung-mi completely bewildered by her logic. He asks if there's anything else, and she adds that she can't even take naps because she keeps getting woken up. An Jung-mi retorts that 4-hour naps are excessive, a point Kim Ho has to silently concede. But he knows he can't just side with the butler, or he'll lose Seo Yaen's interest in training entirely. So he tries a different angle, asking her what she truly needs at this moment. Fidgeting, she mutters that she just wants to rest and recharge. Kim Ho seems to consider it, but An Jung-mi immediately protests. What about the schedule? He has to lean in and whisper his tactical retreat. If they push her, she might just shut down completely. The butler reluctantly concedes, just as a smug Seo Yaen peeks out from behind her new shield. With that settled, Kim Ho asks what she plans to do with her free time, wondering if she'll just sleep. She shakes her head, a determined glint in her eyes as she reveals her true desire. She wants to go downtown. The ever-dutiful butler immediately offers to escort her, but gets brutally shut down. She's boring. That one word strikes An Jung-mi like a bolt of lightning, leaving her completely stunned. Seo Yaen then turns her gaze to Kim Ho, her intention clear. He's the one who's going with her. Kim Ho feigns surprise, trying to play it cool as An Jung-mi looks on in utter disbelief. He explains that since he got her into this, he bears some responsibility, and besides, the practical benefits of helping her are too good to pass up. With the deal struck, Seo Yaen's face lights up. She promises to focus on her studies if he takes her out on the weekend. Later, back in the classroom, their instructor announces that the results for the fourth-week raid are out. The room buzzes with chatter as students pull up their scores, comparing their performances. A voice from the side pipes up, congratulating Kim Ho on his perfect score, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It's a friendly classmate named Woo Sung-jun, who casually asks how everyone else did. He cheerfully admits his own score wasn't the best, but glances over at their screens, satisfied with their results. But then he notices something odd. Seo Yaen's map is pristine, a far cry from the disaster he expected. He and Kim Ho share the exact same thought, realizing with a shudder that her drawing skills are nothing like her baking. With the scores checked, the instructor gets everyone's attention to explain this week's raid. The theme, he announces, is Guardian, where the primary role is to protect something. He explains that to clear these dungeons, one must break through whatever the Guardian is defending. To simulate this, they'll be using a defense rule on the old temple map. The objective is to protect a large goddess statue from harm for a set amount of time. He points out that the less damage the statue takes, the higher the score, with monster kills also counting. Kim Ho smirks to himself, already picturing the panicked faces of his three mentees. He glances over his team. Hyun Woo looks ready to go, which is a relief. Seo Yaen, on the other hand, looks utterly bothered by the whole thing. Her poor butler is in for it again. His mentees are already buzzing, nervously discussing the part where their mentor can add a random rule. Other students are already looking defeated, complaining about getting rolled in the last mission. Their muttering is cut short by a sharp command to shut up and listen. A new instructor steps forward, looking far too pleased with herself as she prepares to explain the additional rules. She pulls up a display, outlining the first rule, close combat. This means any ranged attacks will be severely weakened, only up close, and personal damage will count. Kim Ho listens quietly, thinking the rule isn't as vicious as he expected, but he knows better than to relax. And there's the other shoe. The second rule is Commander. She explains with a wicked smile that this rule will reinforce the monster's usually low intelligence. Then comes the real twist. She declares that she will be the one commanding them personally. The other students are floored by the news, while Kim Ho can only smirk. He knew a trap was coming, but she wasn't finished, adding one final chaotic rule. Everyone has to find a new partner. Chunhai immediately objects, worried that all the coordination they've built up will be for nothing. The instructor just scoffs, asking if she really planned to coast with the same partner until graduation. Chunhai is left stammering, completely shut down as the instructor calls out the first pair. And of course, she picks Kim Ho and a very surprised Song Chunhai to go first. With a single command, she orders the newly formed duo to step inside. They're instantly transported into a dilapidated old temple, its halls filled with rubble. Chunhai notes that while the temple has collapsed, a huge statue of a goddess still stands tall. Their instructor suddenly materializes, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she mocks their sightseeing. Dark energy swirls from her hand as she begins the test, and Kim Ho calmly notes she's already melting into the shadows to command her minions. With a 10-minute timer ticking down, Kim Ho simply agrees to begin. And just like that, the first wave materializes a snarling legion of goblins. Chunhai immediately tries to take command, declaring she'll handle the main gate. Kim Ho just smirks to himself. No reason to argue when she's volunteering for the hard part. With a determined glare, she gathers crackling blue energy, ready to unleash hell. She leaps into the horde, discharging a powerful electric shock right into a goblin's face. The energy arcs violently from one monster to the next, a storm of blue lightning. Her chain lightning spell roars to life, engulfing the battlefield and frying dozens of goblins. But her triumphant assault comes to a screeching halt as she realizes some are perfectly fine. Kim Ho casually explains from the back that the close combat rule doesn't apply to ranged targets. Chun-Hai quickly adapts, realizing she'll just have to take them all on individually. With a fierce look, she wraps herself in lightning, ready to brute force her way through the horde. Kim Ho watches from the back, calmly analyzing her reckless, skill-spamming style. Her mana pool is impressive, he admits, definitely at the B rank level. But there's a fatal flaw he noticed long ago. Her control is laughably poor. She just overwhelms everything with sheer quantity, favoring raw power over any kind of finesse. And when that sheer volume becomes too much for even her to handle, she gets sloppy. An opening appears, just as he predicted, and a single goblin slips right past her guard. It leaps through the air, club raised high, aiming to smash the seemingly defenseless support. But the attack is stopped dead, caught by a single hand clamped firmly around its throat. With a flick of his wrist, Kim Ho sends the goblin flying into its comrade, bowling them over like pins. Chun-Hai whirls around, furious, but he just calmly reminds her that she was the one who insisted on handling this alone. He flashes a confident smile, assuring her he'll protect the goddess statue and only the statue. She grits her teeth in frustration, telling him to just shut up and do his one job. Turning back to the horde, she declares she can hold them off for 10 minutes, ordering him to just catch any stragglers. But just a few minutes later, a sudden explosion erupts from the side, sending her stumbling. Her eyes widen in pure shock, realizing this attack was completely different from the others. From the smoke, a new, cunning-looking goblin emerges, a sinister sneer on its face. Seeing that the situation has changed, Kim Ho decides it's time to step in himself, much to her desperate relief. The goblin horde, now re-energized by their leader, lets out a chilling cry as they charge forward. Kim Ho calmly raises a hand, a faint green aura glowing as he dismisses the threat as nothing. With a simple push of wind force, he sends the first wave of goblins tumbling backward with ease. Chun-Hee glances over, baffled at how he's handling them, before forcing herself to focus on her own fight. But she's quickly becoming overwhelmed, the goblins relentlessly swarming her from every direction. She manages to unleash her hummingbird skill, zapping one of the larger goblins with a bolt of lightning. But in that moment, she realizes her fatal error. A single goblin has slipped right past her. She freezes in panic, trapped between two more goblins who have now closed in on her. Kim Ho watches it all unfold, noting how her panic made her completely oblivious to the flanking enemies. And just like that, it's over. The goblins reach their target, and a system alert declares the goddess statue has been destroyed. Chun-Hai can only stare in absolute shock, unable to process her complete and utter failure. The instructor dismisses them, noting that 5 minutes isn't too bad for a first try, while Chun-Hai is crushed by her failure. As they leave the testing area, the next team is called in, greeted with a remark about their early exit. The new pair, a wood magician and the fiery Hong Yehua, are already bickering, warning each other to stay out of the way. Kim Ho watches them with a smirk, thinking a wood and fire user duo is a terrible match, but their compatibility might just work. He then turns to his dejected partner, finally ready to have a little chat about what just happened. But Chun-Hai speaks first, demanding to know if he anticipated the breach, pointing out how eerily calm he was. He can't just tell her he knew everything, so he plays it off, admitting he simply suspected there was more to the test. With a senior like Dang Guyang in command, he explains, it was never going to be a straightforward fight. She accepts that, but then her suspicion returns. She asks why he was so passive when he clearly had the power to do more. A knowing smile spreads across Kim Ho's face as he reveals he was holding back to analyze her weaknesses and potential for growth. Chun-Hai isn't buying it, calling his analysis just plain complacency and throwing his own words back at him. She passionately quotes her grandfather, declaring that only those who stand firm in adversity can truly seize victory, and Kim Ho realizes he's heard that before. He casually asks if that was a saying from her grandfather, the famous Thunder Lord, leaving her stunned that he actually remembered. Kim Ho smirks, noting that the words of a legend aren't easily forgotten, which earns him a very pleased nod from Chun-Hai. Seeing she's gotten over her suspicion, he decides it's time to move this little heart-to-heart along. He admits he was passive for their first attempt, but now they need a real plan. She agrees immediately, and he can't help but think she's simpler than she looks. He lays down the hard truth, asking if she honestly believes they can stop every single goblin from getting through for 10 minutes straight. She concedes it'll be tough, so he takes command. Until they know more, he'll personally intercept any stragglers that get past her. Chun-Hai is taken aback by how well they're suddenly working together, but Kim Ho just teases her about the wish ticket he needed last time. She retorts that he still needed her help to persuade Soman, and he just smiles, confirming that Hyunwoo had passed on his thanks. With their plan set, Kim Ho playfully tries to claim another wish ticket, but Chun-hai instantly shuts him down. Just then, Kim Ho notices the other team's trial has come to an end. Over by the gate, Hong Ye-hwa and her partner look on as their time is recorded, just under 4 minutes. Chun-hai tries to rationalize their own failure, blaming it on her passive approach, and Kim Ho can see why she feels slighted. Suddenly, Hong Ye-hwa herself walks right up to Chun-hee, startling her with a silent, intense stare. Chun-hai's face contorts with rage as Hong Ye-hwa flashes a wicked, condescending smirk. Kim Ho watches the silent exchange, thinking to himself how terrible Chun-hai is at hiding her emotions. Now crackling with energy, Chun-hai glares at her rival's back, vowing to win their next encounter. Back at the starting line, she tells Kim Ho she's counting on him, and he promises to cover any goblin she misses. With a firm agreement, she takes her position, ready to execute their new, much more aggressive strategy. Chun-hai turns to Kim Ho, confirming she'll be trying something completely different this time. She crouches low, knowing the close combat rule limits her direct damage, so she'll just have to deal it continuously. With a ferocious glare, she slams her hands down, unleashing a powerful area of effect spell. Lightning Field. The goblin horde charges forward, and Kim Ho watches from the sidelines, ready for the show to begin. High-pitched shrieks fill the air as the goblins hit the invisible electric wall, a spectacle even the observing S-rank saint, Lee Seo, takes note of. A massive, intricate magic circle illuminates the ground, trapping the entire legion in its crackling embrace. A wicked smile spreads across Chun-hai's face. She's got them right where she wants them. Arcs of raw lightning tear through the goblin ranks, stunning and tossing the creatures aside. Kim Ho watches her massive AoE field with a critical eye, wondering if she's just using brute force to cover for a lack of fine control. But he quickly realizes that even if it can't kill them, it's more than enough to slow the horde to a crawl. With Chun-hai handling her side, Kim Ho decides it's time to focus on his own responsibilities. Suddenly, a nearby wall cracks and bursts open, revealing an unexpected breach. A squad of goblins pours through the hole, only to be met by his calmly raised hand. He greets them with a smirk, informing the confused monsters that this route is a dead end. A wave of force erupts from his palm, blasting the goblins back and sealing the passage. He glances at the timer. She's already passed the 5-minute mark, a massive improvement. But just as he thinks she's cruising, he knows the next big hurdle is about to arrive. Chun-hai feels a sudden, ominous energy fill the air, and even Kim Ho is caught off guard. The test administrator has thrown them a curveball, spawning the final boss right in the middle of the exam. A heavy presence descends upon the arena as the ground begins to tremble. A hulking goblin, the Decapitator, emerges with a wicked, crackling grin. But Chun-hee doesn't flinch, her eyes hardening with resolve. She meets its charge head-on, not just holding her ground but actually dominating the clash. Kim Ho watches, realizing the true test isn't a boss raid, but a defense mission. Just then, a goblin witch appears in the backlines, distracting Chun-hai mid-fight. Kim Ho immediately acts, telling her not to worry. He's got the mobs covered. He orders her to focus entirely on taking down the Decapitator first. Understanding his strategy, her expression shifts to one of pure concentration. She gathers her energy, focusing her full power on the single, primary target. A powerful kick, wreathed in lightning, slams into the boss. Chun-hai doesn't hesitate, unleashing a torrent of lightning on the goblin Decapitator. Kim Ho watches, satisfied she understood the plan. Kill the boss fast and get the data. With her handling the main threat, he activates his own abilities to clean up the trash mobs. He amplifies a C-rank wind skill to A rank, creating a vortex of pure power. The entire Goblin Legion is helpless, tossed into the air like weightless dolls. He effortlessly controls the swirling winds, redirecting their futile attacks. But just as he's enjoying himself, an axe whizzes past his head, barely missing. He's genuinely surprised who knew these goblins were smart enough to throw their weapons. Meanwhile, with all distractions gone, Chun-hai stares down the Decapitator. With crackling energy in her fists, she declares that this fight ends now. But the Decapitator wasn't aiming for her at all. It unleashes a shadowy curse that flies right past her. Chun-hai can only watch in horror as the attack streaks towards its true target. It slams directly into the goddess statue, shattering it instantly as its integrity drops to 0. With the objective destroyed, the simulation ends in failure just as the timer runs out. Kim Ho tries to console her, saying they were so close, but Chun-hai is trembling with frustration. He realizes his words aren't helping, seeing how deeply the loss has affected her. She clenches her fists, unable to accept his comfort after a victory she felt was certain. Their instructor steps forward, bringing the training session to a close for the day. She orders them all to review their performance before dismissing them with a stern look. The entire team is silent, the bitter taste of defeat hanging heavy in the air. As the defeated students file out, Kim Ho confronts the instructor, asking if she was too harsh on Chunhai. She shrugs it off, claiming she only set the objective and couldn't possibly have known a goblin would throw its sword. She even tries to lecture him, insisting that unexpected things happen in battle and enemies don't play by the rules. But Kim Ho isn't buying it for a second, pointing out the smug grin on her face that says she's enjoying this way too much. He decides to drop it, turning his attention to a system window reminding him that he needs to focus on his own growth. So far, he's just been getting by with raw wind force, but now it's time to learn an actual skill. He remembers one of his main skills from the game, the devastating spiral explosion, a core spell for any wind user. Of course, he can't just learn a high-tier spell instantly. He has to unlock the lower-tier magic first. With a new goal set, he turns back to the instructor, telling her he needs her help this week to learn a new skill. She immediately picks up on his intent, asking if he means wind magic, and he confirms it with a confident smile. The instructor immediately gets suspicious, refusing to be a training dummy for his new skill. Kim Ho smoothly assures her it's strictly for the upcoming conquest mission against monsters. Internally, he's amazed at how easily she bought his little white lie. The next day at lunch, Han So-man tries to cheer up the still gloomy Chunhai, but her enthusiasm about bagel sandwiches falls flat, as Chunhai is lost in thought. Their quiet meal is interrupted when a tray clatters down on their table. It's Kim Ho, casually asking to join them so they can talk strategy for the mission. Chunhai argues their old plan was fine, but Kim Ho cuts right to the chase. He states the obvious. The real problem was simply failing to deal with the decapitator. She realizes he has a plan, and he prompts her to remember the creature's final actions. A flashback hits her, the decapitator's furious roar right before its devastating attack. It finally clicks. The roar wasn't just noise, it was a clear signal. She understands now, promising to watch for its movements, while Kim Ho just casually confirms her theory mid-bite. With the lesson taught, he and Han So-man get up to leave, saying they'll see them later in class. He offers a simple, confident wave, his job of fixing their strategy complete. Han So-man can't help but smile, relieved to see her friend's gloomy mood has finally lifted. Later that day, after school, Kim Ho and Chunhai stand waiting in the arena. They're watching another team's attempt, and Chunhai notes they're lasting surprisingly long. Kim Ho agrees, but he's unbothered, remarking that as long as they handle the decapitator, it'll be a breeze. The timer hits 0, revealing the other team Hong Yehua and her partner standing victorious in a golden circle. As they exit, Kim Ho casually asks if they succeeded, and Hong Yehua confirms their victory with a confident smirk. The smug look on their faces grates on Chunhai, but Kim Ho calmly tells her there's no need to be impatient. That just fuels her fire, and with new determination, she declares they're heading in right now to clear it. The moment the challenge begins, Chunhai unleashes a massive lightning field across the floor. She doesn't wait for a single goblin to approach, instead charging directly into the enemy lines. Her first strike is a crackling, lightning-infused fist that smashes into a goblin's face. She seizes another by the throat, arcs of electricity coursing through her fingers and into the monster. With a sharp cry, she summons a familiar made of pure lightning to attack the others. Surrounded by stunned enemies, she stands confidently as precious seconds tick off the clock. From the steps above, Kim Ho watches, noting her seamless magic and improved accuracy, wondering if this time will be different. But her lightning familiar can't hold them all, and the goblins quickly regroup, snarling with renewed fury. As a fresh wave pours down from above, she braces herself for the real fight. She calls back to Kim Ho, declaring she'll end this quickly and just needs him to cover her. He calmly agrees, telling her to unleash everything she's got. With that, her focus narrows, raw lightning crackling violently around her fingertips. She drives forward, blasting another goblin with a powerful, point-blank electrical discharge. He watches her strategy unfold. A quick strike is a good plan, but he wonders if she has the speed to pull it off. Regardless, he's committed. He told her to go all out, and his job is to support her, win or lose. But his sharp eyes catch a strange detail: the goblins are stopping just outside her familiar's attack range. They're forming a deliberate circle, and a piercing screech confirms his suspicion this isn't a mindless horde. Kim Ho realizes their plan. They're not attacking him. They're swarming the goddess statue. The statue's health plummets as a goblin lands a solid hit, confirming his fears. He has to admit, with so many of them, he can't possibly block every single attack perfectly. She must have analyzed his weaknesses and found a way through. He smirks, thinking she's probably thrilled to have landed one. So, it's a race then. Will the statue crumble first, or will Chun Hai's blitz be faster? Speaking of which, she's tearing through the horde, lightning erupting from her fists. She electrocutes another goblin, pushing deeper into enemy lines, her speed unwavering. But her path is suddenly blocked by a hulking figure, wreathed in a sinister dark aura. Her eyes widen in shock. It's a goblin decapitator, just like the one from before. Her lightning attack is caught effortlessly, the creature sneering that the same trick won't work twice. And just like that, her momentum is completely halted as the massive goblin grabs her arm. Watching from the backline, Kim-ho sighs. He told her exactly how to block that, but she still missed. Still, seeing her try so hard, he smirks, deciding he should probably let her have this one. With a subtle flick of his finger, a sliver of energy flies out and shatters the decapitator's weapon. Chunhai stares in disbelief, berating herself for falling for the exact same trap twice. But Kim-ho's voice cuts through her panic, telling her to focus. They only have 1 minute left. Snapping back to reality, she reignites her lightning, glaring at the now unarmed beast. A fierce grin spreads across her face as she realizes her opponent is nothing without its weapon. She unleashes a ferocious kick, crackling with electricity, sending the goblin flying back in a shriek of pain. A small victory, but the clock is ticking down, and the statue's health has plummeted to a critical 15%. With less than a minute left, Chun-hee unleashes a final, devastating blast of lightning. Kim-ho, cleaning up the last goblin, can't help but marvel at her incredible mana capacity. The timer runs out, and their score appears a clear success. He tells her she did good work, but Chun-hai isn't satisfied, believing that leaving the statue with 15% HP is basically a failure. She's already analyzing her mistakes, and he's impressed, agreeing they'll keep pushing their limits. The next day after school, the scene shifts back to the quiet of classroom 1 to 3. Kim-ho reflects on his training, planning to acquire new subspells, while Seo Yin dozes beside him. Suddenly, the door opens, and Hong Yehua steps inside, causing the entire class to stir. While the others wonder what she's doing here, Kim-ho has a strong feeling she's looking for him. And he's right. Her gaze cuts across the room and locks directly onto his. She walks straight up to his desk, and Kim-ho greets the head of the Ruby Magic Tower with a casual smile. Fidgeting slightly, she explains she came to give him something, while next to him, Seo Yein begins to stir. Hong Yehua places a shimmering data block on his desk, a delivery from the blacksmith, and he realizes it's finally done. He asks about her Aqua Flame rank, and she confirms that thanks to his help, it's already shot up to C rank. She seems pleased, mentioning that the magic tower is also reacting positively to her rapid progress. He gives her some advice for the future, warning that at her level, she'll need tougher materials to keep ranking up. As she thanks him and prepares to leave for their mentoring session, Seo Yein finally sits up, wide awake. But just as Hong Yehua turns to go, a hand suddenly shoots out and grabs Kim-ho's sleeve. It's Seo Yein, her eyes now open and fixed on him, asking him to go somewhere with her this weekend. Taken aback by the sudden request, he tells her they have mentoring now but promises they can talk about it later. But Seo Yein's expression darkens, her grip tightening as she insists they go right now. Kim-ho is completely thrown, wondering what's gotten into her all of a sudden. He tries to reason with her, but her gaze is locked, her resolve unshakable. Just then, her attendant, An Jung-mi, steps in, grabbing her arm and reminding her it's time for mentoring. With a stern look, An Jung-mi hints at a broken promise, warning her that her free time isn't guaranteed. Defeated, Seo Yein finally lets go, her hands falling limp onto the desk. As her attendant leads her away, Kim-ho gives a silent thumbs up, relieved by the butler's perfect timing. He feels a little bad, but he's got his own schedule to worry about today as for supplementary lessons. Later, in the arena, their instructor commends the group on their vastly improved reflexes and movements. So, as a reward for their hard work, she announces that tomorrow, she'll be increasing the number of goblins. She looks at their exhausted faces, calmly stating that tomorrow is the last day of the raid. The other students trudge away, with Kim-ho thinking this is less like training and more like bullying. But he stays behind, approaching his senior to ask about that supplementary lesson. She was wondering when he'd show up, and he just needs to confirm his role. All he has to do is drive the monsters toward her. That's all she needs. They arrive at an old temple, and sure enough, they're immediately swarmed by goblins. The feral creatures shriek and charge forward, their red eyes filled with malice. But before they can even get close, an invisible power rips them off their feet. With a flash of green energy, her levitate zone annihilates the entire horde in a single moment. Kim-ho can only stare, thinking her power is a cheat code, while she eyes the strange weapon in his hand. Kim-ho explains his staff makes monsters lighter, and he's been pushing his limits to get a new skill. Intrigued, his senior asks what kind of skill he's aiming for this time. He starts to explain it's a wind magic called, but then a mischievous idea sparks in his mind. With a sly grin, he decides it'll be much easier to just show her instead. Suddenly, he points the glowing staff right at her, and she instantly panics. He unleashes his new spell, Twister, sending her spiraling upside down through the air. For a terrifying moment, her eyes go blank as a dark, menacing aura erupts from her body, which immediately dissolves into her pinching his cheeks, furious that he used it on her. After a mumbled apology, he asks if they're done, thanking her for the help. Now with a new weapon and a new skill unlocked, he knows it's time to tweak his traits. With his core now at C rank, he checks his traits, realizing the D rank priest skill has become dead weight. It needs to be replaced. But before that, a smirk plays on his lips. There's one last thing to take care of. Meanwhile, in a special meditation room, Ji Hyunwoo is leveling up at an incredible pace. He reflects on how much he owes Kim Ho, especially for what happened in the Black Snake Chamber. It was the Bodhidharma statue that saved him, allowing him to survive the snakes and find enlightenment. Clutching the small statue, he makes a solemn vow to become strong enough to be someone Kim Ho can rely on. He will repay this debt over and over, as a proud disciple of the Heavenly Wind sect. A few days later in class, Kim Ho casually approaches Woo Sung-jun with a small object. He offers it as a simple gift, but Sung-jun is immediately suspicious of the unassuming pen. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the material it's crafted from priceless, everlasting cold steel. Kim Ho casually explains he had some spare materials left over and had the blacksmith make something. He then asks about the simple paperclip he'd given him, which Sung-jun confirms he carries with him always. With a small smile, Kim Ho points out a groove on the pen's cap, telling him to try fitting the clip inside. The moment the two pieces connect, a system window flashes. This isn't just a pen, it's an A-rank item. Sung-jun is stunned, stammering that he's forever grateful but feels it's far too much to accept. But Kim Ho simply calls it a reward for fighting alongside him in the Black Snake Chamber. If it still bothers him, he should just think of it as a down payment for future adventures. Sung-jun's expression shifts, realizing this means they're returning to the basement dungeon. He eagerly pledges his sword, and Kim Ho seals the deal. They're going tonight. The scene then fades to the desolate, moonlit cliffs of the dungeon district. As the duo arrives, they're greeted by a familiar face, their guide for the evening. Shin Byung-chul thumps his chest, proudly declaring he rushed over the moment his expertise was requested. Kim Ho simply hands over the dungeon entry tokens, skipping the pleasantries and instructions. Sung-jun nervously asks if they'll avoid any seniors this time, but their guide just laughs it off. He promises to escort them so discreetly that not even a rat would notice their passage. As they walk, Kim Ho notes that Shin has become a much more proficient guide. Shin puffs up with pride, claiming he's practically an expert after running so many teams lately. And true to his word, they arrive at their destination almost instantly. They now stand before a swirling purple portal, dungeon 353, the Temple of the Feathery Knight. Kim Ho activates the dungeon device, telling Sung-jun to get ready to support him. With Sung-jun's confident agreement, Kim Ho decides it's time to head in immediately. They step through the portal and find themselves before a massive, ancient temple under the moonlight. Kim Ho points out their goal is the main temple, which Sung-jun notes is far grander than their last mission. Without wasting a moment, they bolt towards the structure, Kim Ho promising to explain on the move. He then asks Sung-jun if he'd noticed the most peculiar thing about this raid, the complete lack of a strategy guide. A smirk plays on Kim Ho's face as enemies suddenly appear from the shadows. A horde of temple warriors blocks their path. But Kim Ho's plan is simple. Strategy is for the weak. He steps forward alone, his fist crackling with fiery energy, ready to test out a little something. Unleashing the Twister Inferno fist, he becomes a vortex of pure destruction, sending bodies flying. As the flames die down, Kim Ho notes with satisfaction that the output was even better than he'd hoped. Surrounded by the fallen, Sung-jun can only think that Kim Ho's skill rivals that of the legendary Flame Overlord. A fire is lit within him. If he wants to be of any use, he needs to push himself harder than ever before. Their path cleared, they finally arrive at the main hall, but a shimmering golden barrier blocks the entrance. Sung-jun tests the field, realizing its immense strength would be nearly impossible to shatter. But before he can even suggest a plan, his senses flare, warning him of an approaching presence. From within the barrier, two figures emerge, their voices echoing a clear denial. They will not be allowed inside. Kim Ho, however, just smiles, recognizing the temple's guardians, fatty and skinny. Then, to Sung-jun's utter shock, Kim Ho simply phases through the impenetrable wall as if it were air. He casually tells his stunned partner to handle the welcome party. He's counting on him. Left outside, Sung-jun steels himself, trusting that his Hyung must have had a plan all along. The guardians are absolutely livid, screaming that the sacrifice has breached the barrier. With a grimace, Sung-jun prepares to face the oncoming onslaught alone. He draws his blade, vowing that no one will interfere with Kim Ho's mission. Meanwhile, inside the Temple of the Feathery Serpent, Kim Ho reflects on the dungeon's design. It's normally a brutal slog through hordes of savages and mid-bosses like Fatty and Skinny. Worse, a powerful barrier and an even stronger high priest await at the end. He scoffs at the idea of taking the long route. It simply takes too much time. So, he used a little trick, exploiting the fact that only the high priest can pass the final gate. A system window pops up, revealing his genius. He simply copied the high priest trait for himself. And just like he planned, the over-the-top security becomes his personal express lane. As he steps through, a voice rings out, welcoming him to the inner sanctum. The high priest of the Feathery Serpent stands waiting, a bloody sacrificial dagger in hand. Kim Ho strolls forward nonchalantly, remarking that he's not exactly thrilled by the warm welcome. But the priest isn't here for small talk. He declares that Kim Ho is already too late to stop anything. The entire chamber is a gruesome ritual site, painted with the blood of the priest's own followers. He's been sacrificing his own tribe to complete the magic circle. And now, he has a new idea. Offering up Kim Ho and his friend will greatly speed up the process. He calls it an honor, a gift, which only earns a disbelieving smirk from our hero. The priest vows he won't leave alive, but Kim Ho just smirks, remembering he's heard that one before. The priest roars, telling Kim Ho that his big mouth ends here, daring him to struggle. But Kim Ho just glides past the attack, utterly unimpressed. Is that really the best he can do? He asks if the priest enjoyed getting beaten last time, as his hand ignites with the power of the Inferno Fist. The priest just grins maniacally, daring him to use it. If he does, the whole temple comes down on them both. Ah, so that was it. That was the source of all this sudden confidence, a mutual destruction threat. Kim Ho smirks, letting the flame die down. Fine, if he can't use Inferno Fist, hell, just use a different skill. Empowered by overheat, he closes the distance in a flash, the priest barely reacting in time. A clumsy swing with a staff is easily dodged, and Kim Ho plucks the ceremonial dagger from his opponent's belt. Before the priest can even process the weapon is gone, a cold voice whispers right behind his ear, too slow. A flash of steel follows as Kim Ho carves into him with his own blade. The high priest sneers, unimpressed by the shallow cut, calling the move a pathetic attempt to act smart. He grips his staff, explaining that handling sacrifices is his duty, and this little delay is a minor inconvenience. As long as there are sacrifices in the temple, his body will just regenerate infinitely from any wound. And with that terrifying power, he declares that he'll be offering up Kim Ho as the next sacrifice. Surrounded by orbs of crackling energy, he offers a condescending choice. Give up now for a painless death. Give up? Kim Ho just scoffs, finding the very idea laughable. He thinks his chances of winning are still quite good. Enraged by the defiance, the priest unleashes a volley of searing energy beams, demanding he become a sacrifice in agony. But Kim Ho is a blur, effortlessly weaving through the attacks and even snatching the priest's staff mid-air. He uses the stolen weapons to deflect the remaining blasts, turning the priest's own power against him. Now holding both the dagger and the staff, Kim Ho coolly observes the priest's shock, asking if he's getting anxious. With a smirk, Kim Ho points out that for someone who regenerates infinitely, his healing seems a bit slow. Furious, the priest begins a desperate chant, his hands glowing with power. Kim Ho instantly deciphers his plan. He's deactivating the barrier to gather more sacrifices. Raising his staff high, the priest bellows for his warriors to come forward and offer their lives. But the grand summons is met with absolute silence. He looks around, utterly bewildered. The confusion quickly melts into pure panic, as he wonders what could have possibly gone wrong. It's then revealed that the path to the temple is already littered with the bodies of his fallen warriors. Outside, Han So-min sees the shield drop, just as Kim Ho predicted, and readies herself for her mission. But her path is blocked by the two imposing gate guardians, one of them eyeing her with a sinister glow. The guardian takes aim, ready to eliminate the intruder who dared to approach their sacred ground. But with a swift flick of her blade, Han So-min easily parries his desperate attack. She notes with cold precision that he can still move, meaning her first wound was shallow. His larger partner is relieved to see him alive, but his relief quickly turns to rage. This intruder cannot be allowed to live. She must be eliminated at all costs. Han So-min just smirks, thinking this is the perfect opportunity to test a new technique. The brute calls her arrogant scum as he lifts a massive stone pillar to crush her flat. Unfazed, she simply raises her sword, channeling a serene blue aura into the blade. She meets the crushing weight of the pillar head-on with her seemingly delicate weapon. With a technique named Smooth Flow, she effortlessly deflects the entire attack. The first guardian can only watch from the ground, stunned that she parried the pillar. But she wasn't the only one fighting. Elsewhere, an instructor apologizes, stating he is simply fulfilling his duty. He unleashes a final, decisive blow with his rapid torrent technique, overwhelming the second guardian. The warrior collapses, using his last breath to acknowledge his opponent's incredible strength. The instructor begins to return the compliment, ready to honor a good fight, but his moment of respect is shattered by the pathetic sight of the other guardian crawling away. Annoyance flashes across his face. How dare this coward interrupt a warrior's final moments? The disgraced guardian scrambles desperately, trying to flee until the very bitter end. But there is no escape. The instructor coldly tells him to join his fallen comrade. A flash of cyan light, and the fleeing guardian's head is sent flying from his shoulders. He looks on without a shred of emotion, disgusted by such a shameful display of cowardice. With the fodder cleared, the instructor collects a reward box, thinking Kim Ho will be pleased with the loot. Meanwhile, his other job is holding back the last of the temple's fanatical warriors. They try to swarm past him, screaming about protecting their high priest. But he plants his feet, issuing one final warning. As long as he stands here, none of them shall pass. And his blockade was more than enough, because inside the chamber, Kim Ho has already won. He calmly taunts the defeated priest, pointing out that there are no more sacrifices left to fuel his healing. The priest sighs, admitting he's exhausted every trick and is ready to accept his fate. But Kim Ho just smirks, a feeling of unease creeping in. This is all a little too easy. He stares into the priest's eyes, and that's when he sees that's not the look of a man who's given up. He instantly recognizes the pose. The priest is feigning helplessness, preparing a final desperation attack. And that predictable final desperation pattern is the entire reason he came to this dungeon. Kim Ho calls him out, telling him to stop stalling and bring it on, leaving the priest stunned. With his act exposed, the high priest grits his teeth and pulls out a ritual dagger. He snarls that if this is what Kim Ho wishes for, then he's happy to oblige. Chanting in a dark tongue, he slices his own hand, blood dripping onto the blade. A surge of malevolent energy floods his body, every muscle tensing for the final act. He knows there's no turning back from this, it's everything he has left. A blinding sphere of condensed solar energy forms at the tip of his staff. He screams that Kim Ho's arrogance ends now, launching the massive attack. But Kim Ho is already moving, realizing the true danger isn't its size, it's the homing function. Though slower than his other attacks, the homing orb still barrels forward with undeniable speed. Kim Ho is thankful he combined both silent steps and overheat to narrowly evade it. The high priest mocks him from afar, asking if he plans to run until he drops dead. But Kim Ho isn't running anymore. He stops, having found the perfect position for his plan. With perfect timing, he suddenly pivots and launches himself directly toward the attack. The priest's face contorts in a gleeful sneer, calling him a fool for jumping into a homing spell. A massive, blinding explosion erupts, engulfing Kim Ho completely. The high priest laughs maniacally, seeing nothing but scorched earth where his opponent once stood. He declares his victory, boasting that in the end, the last one standing is the winner. But as he's celebrating, a voice cuts through the dust, and his triumphant smile instantly vanishes. And there stands Kim Ho, not a scratch on him, wryly noting that the destruction saved him some chores. The high priest's jaw drops. He simply can't process how anyone could survive that blast. But Kim Ho isn't done. His fist begins to glow with an overwhelming, crackling energy. With the ceiling gone, he muses. He can finally use his most destructive skills without restraint. Absolute dread washes over the priest's face as he realizes he hasn't been fighting a student, but a monster. Unleashing his Inferno Fist and a raging twister, Kim Ho ends the fight in a single, devastating combo. The priest vanishes, leaving behind his loot, a dagger and a mysterious altar box. Just then, the black-haired instructor arrives, asking if he's wrapped things up. Kim Ho thanks her, acknowledging her assistance was key to this smooth victory. He looks down at the rewards, stating that they've finally secured the items they needed. With their business concluded, Kim Ho and the instructor decide it's time to head out. They step out of the dungeon gate, greeted immediately by a waiting Shin Byung-chul. Kim Ho gives a sly smile, confirming their little expedition went off without a hitch. He then asks Shin if he handled his end of the bargain, who proudly boasts that it was a clean job. Shin leads them up the stairs, announcing they're in the clear and thanking them for their work. As promised, Kim Ho presents a wooden box, the payment for his commissioned help. But just as Shin reaches for his prize, Kim Ho snatches the box back. He cheekily reminds him that this D-rank random box is an advance for a few more jobs. Shin is ecstatic, swearing that a real man goes all in and won't back out even if the item is trash. With a sigh, Kim Ho hands over the box, warning him not to complain about the results later. Barely able to contain himself, Shin asks if he can open his prize right now, and Kim Ho nonchalantly agrees. He braces for the big moment, a brilliant golden rainbow aura erupting from the box as he lifts the lid. But all that hype culminates in an F-rank wooden cup from the feathered serpent tribe. As Shin starts to bawl his eyes out, the instructor places a comforting hand on his head, casually mentioning he owns the same cup. Then, the instructor turns to Kim Ho, presenting a box of his own that he'd also obtained. He asks Kim Ho to be the one to open it, but Kim Ho is confused, reminding him that he earned it himself. The instructor explains with a weary smile that his luck is so bad, he's afraid hell cursed the drop. Kim Ho doesn't really believe that's how it works, but he takes the box anyway, promising to open it later. The following day, he's at an outdoor cafe with Seo Yein, all set for another unboxing event. But before they get to business, he flashes her a friendly smile and invites her to sit down first. But their meeting is interrupted by a new arrival, whom Kim Ho casually addresses as butler. A woman with glasses, Seo Yein's guardian, emerges from a nearby bush, clearly having been spying on them. She admits she knows about his little trip to the underground dungeon, noting it was a violation of school rules. However, she's willing to be flexible, trusting that someone of his caliber wouldn't act recklessly. Kim Ho is relieved, but her tone shifts as she delivers a serious however. She reminds him that this dungeon was once a true demon realm, filled with unspeakable horrors. She sternly asks that he exercise extreme caution anytime he ventures into those depths. With a confident smirk, Kim Ho agrees to her terms, promising to keep her warning in mind. Hearing all this talk of danger, Seo Yein's eyes light up, eagerly asking if she can go too. But her guardian immediately steps in, shutting that idea down completely to protect her young lady. Her guardian pleads with her, asking her to banish the thought if she cares for them even a little. Seo Yein reluctantly agrees, and Kim Ho muses to himself about the tough life of a butler. With that little drama over, he turns his attention to the main event, 2 D-rank random boxes from the altar. He asks Seo Yein if she wants to do the honors, and she eagerly agrees. As her hands touch the box, it erupts in a brilliant golden light. The reward materializes a B-rank transmogrification scroll, far better than what they should have gotten. Kim Ho can't believe her luck. A B-rank item from a D-rank box again, and a lifestyle one at that. He knows it's perfect for her feather cushion, and he can see her staring at him with those gimme eyes. But she surprises him, offering the scroll to him since she has little use for lifestyle items. He graciously accepts, realizing this works perfectly with her guardian's promise to compensate him. With one box left, Kim Ho decides to throw his butler a bone and asks her to open it. An Jung-mi is completely flustered, but he assures her he doesn't care about the outcome. Stealing her nerves, she places her hands on the box, hoping for the best. But of course, it spits out a measly F-rank wooden cup, a far cry from the B-rank scroll. A little later, Kim Ho sips his drink, realizing he might have made his butler feel terrible. And he was right, she's practically bowing in apology, which he finds a bit much. But he lets her be, because the real prize wasn't in those boxes anyway. It was the feathered serpent shaman dagger. He uses Memorize to scan its C-rank abilities, auto-repair and, more importantly, the power to store and instantly cast spells. For a support who needs to cast quickly, this is invaluable, even with a few C-rank limitations. But he's not just going to use it. He rips the Memorize skill right off the dagger and fuses it into his A-rank root, a perfect upgrade. Now with the Memorize skill transferred to his root, he'll have to decide which spells to store for later. For now, his weapon is more than enough, but he's already thinking about which trait to overwrite next. Meanwhile, at the after-school arena, Chunhai is biting her nails, stressing over her strategy. She managed to pull off their plan somehow, but she needs consistency to surpass her rivals. In her mind, the duo of Hong Yehua and Kwak Jichiol are always just one step ahead. Suddenly, Kim Ho walks up, breaking her out of her deep thoughts. He tells her there's no point in more practice. It's time for a real match, but she's not so sure. She reminds him their score is only hovering around 70%, so how could they possibly be ready? But Kim Ho just shakes his head, confidently stating that in a real match, they'll score over 90%. Her confusion is obvious, but he just grins, revealing he got himself a decent new weapon. Chunhai insists that no matter how good the weapon is, but Kim Ho is having none of it, casually asking if she wants to make another bet. He proposes they wager a wish ticket, just like last time, with a confident smirk. She's flustered for a moment, recalling the last bet, but then her mind starts calculating. She realizes there's no reason to refuse. If they win, she gets a good grade and voids his ticket. A sly grin spreads across her face as she counters, demanding they bet 2 wish tickets this time. Internally, she's celebrating her flawless plan. Even if they fail, she'll still come out ahead. Kim Ho is a little thrown by her sudden confidence, but agrees to her terms anyway. They arrive at the old temple, where their instructor asks if this is for practice or the real deal. With the bet settled, Kim Ho declares it's for real, and the instructor prepares to start on their signal. With the bet locked in, Kim Ho asks if she's ready, and Chunhae fires back with absolute confidence. The trial begins, and with only 10 minutes on the clock, she immediately charges into a swarm of goblins. She dives headfirst into the enemy ranks, but Kim Ho just stands back, casually watching the show. Without missing a beat, she unleashes her lightning field, electrocuting the goblins closest to her. He can't help but be a little impressed, noting her movements are sharper than before. But then she glances back, furious, demanding to know why he isn't covering the flank like Hei's supposed to. He calmly reminds her about his new weapon, and she sees it, a floating spear, impaling goblins near the statue. She's completely baffled, wondering how it's ignoring the dungeon's close combat damage penalty. Kim Ho explains his brilliant loophole. The spear itself is the caster, so the monsters are always in close combat. She can only stare, calling it blatant rule-bending, while he just smirks and tells her to focus up. Just as he finishes his thought, a new threat emerges: the hulking goblin decapitator. But Chunhae is already steeled for battle, declaring that this is the final wave and she won't fail. Kim Ho calmly suggests she use a large-scale spell, promising to cover her while she casts. She hesitates, knowing it will take time, but he just smiles and tells her to take as long as she needs. With his assurance, she agrees not to hold back, and immediately begins gathering her power. A brilliant crown of pure lightning forms above her head as she channels an incredible amount of mana. She unleashes the spell Summon Thunderstorm, and bolts of lightning rain down upon the battlefield. The raw power is on a completely different level, stopping the goblins in their tracks. Even the mighty decapitator is brought to its knees, stunned and smoking from the overwhelming assault. With the boss staggered, Kim Ho casually turns away to defend the goddess statue, much to her annoyance. Still crackling with residual lightning, Chunhae smirks, vowing she won't make the same mistake again. The goblin decapitator, however, rises with a growl, its dark energy swirling around its blade. It lets out a furious roar, winding up for a massive swing, and she spots the opening immediately. Not giving it a single inch, she rockets forward to intercept it before the attack can even launch. In a blur of motion, she closes the distance, determined to strike first and put the beast down for good. A quick check of the system shows the goddess statue is still standing strong with plenty of time left. From his post, Kim Ho notes that she took care of the decapitator instantly, a close call, but she pulled it off. He reminds her it's not over yet, as more goblins begin to swarm her position. With a confident grin, she scoffs, telling him that's obvious. Then the final score appears, and it's shockingly high, landing them a grand total of 740 points. Chunhae turns to Kim Ho, thanking him for everything, but he just brushes it off, saying she did all the fighting. In fact, he adds with a sly smile, he feels more guilty than grateful since he managed to copy a new trait. The Crown of the Wise King, a legendary trait for mages, now belongs to him thanks to her. And on top of that, the quest to protect the goddess statue was completed without a hitch. He points out the unexpected bonus, a feat Chunhae admits she thought was completely impossible. But there it is on the screen. The statue's health remained above 90%, just as he predicted. She's completely won over, praising his brilliant strategy to ignore the weapon and nuke the decapitator's body. As she compliments his tactical mind, she finally notices the unsettling, smug grin plastered on his face. He slowly raises 3 fingers, reminding her of the price for his help. 3 favors. Her face drops as she remembers her earlier cockiness, realizing she's been completely played. Later, in the student disciplinary committee room, Chunhae is simmering with deep regret. She sits alone, crossing her arms and replaying her mistake over and over in her head. Finally, her frustration boils over as she slams the desk, cursing her own foolishness. She's haunted by the memory of Kim Ho's smug face, reminding her she owes him 3 whole favors. Her initial goal was so simple: win the favors and finally ask him about his Inferno Fist skill. But she admits to herself she was just way too greedy, and she's not alone anymore. A calm voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts, asking why exactly she did that. Startled, she snaps to attention, trying to play it cool as she greets her senior, Kwak Ji Cheol. She nervously asks if he overheard her, and he coolly denies hearing a single thing, which is obviously a lie. He gets straight to the point, dropping a file on the table and asking if anything stood out about her partner, Kim Ho. Chunhae explains that Kim Ho acquired a new weapon, a detail Kwak Ji Cheol finds odd since he never used one before. She connects the dots, realizing he must have used the VIP crafting ticket he won from the Emerald Magic Tower duel. She suggests asking the blacksmithing club, but her senior immediately shoots that idea down. He explains that an investigation into rule violations isn't nearly enough justification for them to leak client details. She offers to try anyway, promising to back off if they refuse, but her senior is already steps ahead. He's already sent a notice to all clubs about the Inferno Fist and advises patience, as Conquest Week will surely reveal more. The scene shifts, and we find Kim Ho looking sharp on a bright weekend morning downtown. He spots Seo Ye-in waiting for him, noting with a slight smile that she's early for their meeting. With a confident smirk, he asks if Milady is ready to get going. The two of them then head off together into the bustling city streets. Kim Ho asks if she has anywhere she'd like to go, but Seo Ye-in seems lost in thought. Seeing her hesitate, he suggests they just wander for a bit, and she quickly agrees. They stroll through the lively streets, past street performers and magicians enjoying the day. But suddenly, Seo Ye-in stops dead in her tracks, her attention completely captured. Her eyes are glued to a set of claw machines, filled with all sorts of cute plushies. He smirks, asking if she wants to try, but warns her they're usually rigged. As expected, her attempt is a complete failure, the claw comically fumbling around her head. With a confident smile, Kim Ho steps in, asking if he can give it a shot, and with what looks like zero effort, he maneuvers the claw and snags the tiger plushie. He presents the prize to a slightly stunned Seo Ye-in, who takes it with a faint blush. Seo Ye-in happily snuggles the tiger plushie, and Kim Ho looks on with a quiet, satisfied smile. The scene flashes back a few days, to when An Jung-mi thanked him for successfully mentoring her young miss. He tries to downplay his role, but she insists his encouragement was the true driving force behind Seo Ye-in's growth. As a token of her gratitude, she slides over a few rewards: a bakery VIP pass and 2 Elven Magic Shop vouchers. She asks him to use one voucher for himself, and the other to find a fitting gift for Seo Ye-in. Back in the present, Kim Ho thinks to himself that his real reward is ensuring she has a good day today. With their next destination decided the Elven Magic Item Shop, their path is suddenly blocked. A man in a suit and a stark white mask strikes a theatrical pose right in front of them. Kim Ho internally questions if this masked gentleman is hitting on Seo Ye-in, but she looks completely unfazed. The man simply brandishes a deck of cards, gesturing for her to pick one for a classic magic trick. Seo Ye-in just stares, completely unmoved by his little performance. Seeing she won't pick a card, the masked gentleman is momentarily stumped. So he improvises, theatrically pulling a card from her tiger backpack instead. He flips it over, and both Kim Ho and Seo Ye-in's eyes widen in surprise. It's a lucky playing card, a rare hidden drop he knows can only come from an event boss. Kim Ho can't figure out why such a rare NPC is just wandering around downtown, but since the man isn't hostile, he decides to stay on guard and simply move on. With the strange encounter behind them, they finally arrive at the Elven Magic Item Shop. He reminds her they have vouchers from her butler, and suggests they browse for gear. An elven shopkeeper greets them, and Kim Ho immediately specifies they're looking for B-rank items. The elf gestures them towards the B-rank section, leaving them to browse. But one look at Seo Ye-in's face tells Kim Ho she's already completely bored. He has to agree with her. None of these items are worth using their precious vouchers on. Thinking fast, he asks the shopkeeper if they can check the back storage room. Much to her surprise, she hesitates, but since he seems to know about the secret menu, she reluctantly agrees. Leading them to a dusty back room, she warns them this area is off-limits to normal customers. Kim Ho immediately starts searching, knowing exactly what he's looking for. It has to be here. And there it is, tucked away under a cloth, the B+ rank Fairy Queen's jewelry box. He confidently approaches the shopkeeper, offering to trade his 2 B-rank vouchers for this single item. She looks concerned, reminding him it's a random box, and he has no idea what's inside. Kim Ho just smirks, telling her he's feeling lucky today, and with that, the deal is done. With their prize secured, they make a detour to a fancy downtown bakery, handing over some VIP coupons. The staff welcomes them into a sweet-smelling paradise of freshly baked goods. He points out some particularly delicious-looking donuts, and even Seo Ye-in has to admit they look tempting. He then playfully suggests they go halfsies, a comment that seems to make her just a little flustered. They sit down at a table piled high with pastries, clearly having gotten a bit carried away. But now, it's time for the main event. He asks her to take out that special playing card from before. He places the Fairy Queen's jewelry box on the table, instructing her to hold the card up to it. As she brings the glowing card closer, a brilliant blue light begins to emanate from the box. The card dissolves in a flash of gold, its power flowing directly into their prize. He explains, its luck stat has just been enchanted onto the box. With his encouragement, Seo Ye-in hesitantly prepares to open the enchanted box. The moment the lid cracks open, a blinding torrent of golden light erupts. The sheer power radiating from within is undeniable. This is a massive jackpot. Kim Ho recognizes the swirling cloud effect immediately. That's the sign of a truly special item. And inside are 2 A-rank treasures, the Cumulus and Dark Cloud bracelets. He can't help but grin, his lucky charm really came through for them. She asks if she was helpful, and he happily confirms their amazing haul is all thanks to her. Since they used 2 vouchers, he proposes they each take one of the A-rank items. He gently places the magic dampening bracelet on her wrist, a perfect fit for a gunner. She quietly agrees, admiring her powerful new gear as the system confirms its A-rank status. Kim-ho slips on his own bracelet, thinking to himself that this trip was definitely worth it. As the streetlights flicker on, he suggests it's getting late and they should call it a day. While walking home, she happily confirms she had a great time. But their conversation is cut short as a cloaked figure bumps right into him. He turns around, confused, but the mysterious person has already vanished into the night. The figure slips away, unnoticed by the evening crowd. Ducking into a dark alley, their true, sinister purpose is about to be revealed. They draw a dagger, carving a chilling message into the wall for all the happy fools to ignore. This fleeting peace, they vow, is about to come to a violent end. With a wicked grin, the mysterious figure relishes their dark promise. But in another part of town, our heroes face a much more immediate threat, the famous duck stew. Kim-ho steels himself for the legendary spice, taking one very nervous first bite. His friend, however, scoffs at the challenge, declaring it's as mild as water. Even Han Salmon chimes in, admitting that it's actually pretty good. To their utter disbelief, Kim-ho finds it so delicious he could chug the entire bowl. And so the challenge begins, both of them downing the stew with reckless abandon. A short while later, Kim-ho emerges the clear victor, leaving his friends to stumble away in defeat. But Woo Sung-jun's day isn't over. He's immediately put on snack duty by his seniors before dealing with the Black Snake gang. Barely done with the gang, Sung-jun is immediately cornered by his seniors, demanding their tribute. He completely blanked. The girls stare him down, wondering if he actually forgot their snacks. Thinking fast, he nervously pulls out some jerky, hoping this offering will be enough to satisfy them. Thankfully, they accept the peace offering, and the crisis is averted as Kim-ho looks on. Kim-ho gives his friend a sympathetic nod, acknowledging he's working hard to keep everyone happy. He even offers Sung-jun some cash for a high potion, but his friend thinks that's a bit much. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Kim-ho lunges, seeing what he thinks is an opening against one of the girls. But as his hand makes contact, a strange ripping sound echoes in the air. He freezes, bewildered by a foreign power surging through him, the legendary yang energy of the Dang clan. He stands there completely baffled, looking at whatever he just ripped off in his hand. The senior student whirls around, her face flushed with a mix of shock and anger. He finally gets a good look, realizing with immense relief it was just a button. Kim-ho bows low in apology, but she's not buying it, asking if he did that on purpose. Her entire demeanor shifts, a dark aura flaring as she demands to know why he pulled so hard. He sweats, trying to play it cool under her intense, unwavering glare. Finally, she just tosses her jacket at him, telling him to stand aside and look away. He can only hope she calms down quickly, since the whole event is waiting on her. But a moment later, a terrible, mischievous idea leads him to give her a little poke. He keeps poking her, cheekily telling his senior not to look back. Kim-ho braces himself with a nervous smile, expecting the worst. But when she tells him to turn around, she's already zipped up a hoodie. With a sweet smile, she warns him that if he ever does that again, he's dead. Her anger vanishes as she casually throws an arm around him, ready to go. Elsewhere, it's uniform-fitting day for the esteemed Seo Yeon. She steps out, striking a pose in her brand-new Dragon Slayer Academy outfit. Her attendant, An Jung-mi, is so overwhelmed by the cuteness her glasses crack. She immediately starts snapping photos, declaring this a collector's item. After the fitting, An Jung-mi reveals she's prepared an enrollment gift for her lady. Knowing Seo Yeon is a gunner, she's selected some top-tier stealth equipment. She lays out the options: a military ghillie suit, an advanced bodysuit, and a simple student-issue invisibility cloak. Unimpressed by the fancy gear, Seo Yeon simply points to the basic cloak. An Jung-mi then pivots to school supplies, cheekily suggesting she bake cookies for someone special. So that night, with intense focus, Seo Yeon takes on her greatest challenge yet: chocolate chip cookies. She diligently bags up her slightly less than perfect creations. On orientation day, she presents the gift to a tearfully overwhelmed An Jung-mi. But in a fun twist, it's Kim-ho who ends up enjoying every last crumb.